And welcome everyone to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 13. Today's a big day. It is. And the reason why is because we're getting deeper into the fall season. Day 20 is almost upon us. And for those who have not had their double points yet, well, it's either coming or it's happening today. And for Group B, it is that day, right? For AGG, Furia, Intense Game, Navy SEALs, they've got to step it up, and especially for All Glory Gaming and Furia. Will they be able to pull off a day like we saw yesterday from Influence Rage, who just exceeded everybody's expectation? That's the big question. The plushies are on the buggy, and you mean, or you know, it is time to get to work over in Sao Paulo. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and today is going to be a great day because you're here. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already, and use that hashtag PMSL Americas when talking on socials. Of course, I've got the wonderful Hot Jukes and Spider Tip here today. Hot Jukes, the glasses are out. It's time to lock in, baby. How you feeling?
That's right. It's time to lock in and get ready because Group B, we need to see a miracle from them today.
Yeah, a miracle is well said. They are the worst group when it comes to bonus points. Will they be the worst group today? We'll find out. Tiff, great to see you. How's everything going?
Hey, it's pretty good. I kind of wish I would go get some glasses too. I feel
You
like
have
I'm
'em.
missing the mark here. Not on my desk, but maybe after this, during the break. You know, you get those jacket changes, I'll grab the glass changes. We got this.
I wonder how many glasses you have. Look, I got at least 3 on my desk. At least 3. Okay, so I can do 3 changes. But jackets, I got you covered on that one. Hey, yesterday was great. It was. We had both of you here, and we watched Influence Rage have a stellar day, exceeding all expectations, and honestly exceeding their reputation of the past, where it was all about getting 4 to 6 eliminations per game, but finishing towards 10th, 11th, 12th place. They just weren't placing. But yesterday, Hot Jukes, was a totally different story.
Yes, sir, it was, man. What a crazy day yesterday was, because Influence Rage, like you mentioned, they started off with just straight donuts, and then they ate all the donuts, right, immediately afterwards. It was crazy to watch. I mean, they almost won 3 chicken dinners in a row.
That's right, and they could have, and I really wish they would have. They had Inco pinned up, and they just couldn't close it out, Tiff.
Yeah, it was so close. I was shocked because if you think you're gonna win 3 different matches, it's one thing if you sweep all the Erangales of a day, but you take a win on Erangale, you take a win on Sandhawk, and then you almost do it on Miramar when they had the high ground. And Inco Gaming, they have to leave the building, climb up the high ground. It's those lucky frag grenades that start connecting. I say luck, but these players are incredibly skilled to turn that around. Regardless, they did everything that they needed to do and perform yesterday to get themselves back up into the top 5 and even better. 3rd place overall, right?
Absolutely. 3rd place is spectacular given the fact they almost caught up to Team Liquid. We look at their elims, the winner chicken dinners, Hot Jukes, the stats were really impressive, and this is just from one day.
Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy to watch them just fire on all cylinders all of a sudden. It's like, for example, they just got a brand new PC set up, it's all beautiful, working great, but all of a sudden, right, they're just having some issues with it, right? They look at the cables and they realize that they're not labeled and that there's a problem there, right? But they found...
I feel targeted.
you know what you're so, but the thing is that they found that missing cable, right, in game number 3, and it was just a smooth ride after that.
Right, best bonus days here, man. You get wild out here. There's some meta to what you just said, Hot Jukes, but I'm picking up what you're throwing down. Best bonus days. Team Liquid, they still remain on top from their day 3 performance, but Influence Rage, we just talked about it from yesterday. They will jump up to the 2nd best bonus day ever after day number 12, 63 points, even besting that of Alpha7, who ended up scoring 62 during their best day. And Tiff, remember, we were talking about them, right? Alpha7, they were struggling, but they came in on their bonus day on Sunday. They end up scoring at that point the 2nd best bonus day, now the 3rd. But to even do better than them, the world champions, the global champions, that speaks volumes about Influence Rage.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, that was how things kicked off. You start seeing some fights turn around into their favor, but even we're going to highlight Alpha7 for having a really stellar bonus day, but think about what they were able to acquire right when we were kicking off week number 3. It was no double points for absolutely anyone, and that's when Alpha7 was able to take down Team Liquid. So we talk about all these teams that are on their double points day from Group B today. You got to look at Furia, but I'm also still looking at Team Liquid to have that comeback story despite not having double points today, because something has got to give for them.
Something has to. They finally secured a top 3 finish after, 10 or so games in a row where they weren't able to do it. But they stepped it up. They're going to be just fine. Alpha7 had an off day. They're in first. Team Liquid, they can afford to have an off day too. That's the way I look at it. But some team that wasn't had an off day, and in fact got their first ever winner chicken dinner, was a tense game yesterday with this beautiful clutch scenario. They end up, getting towards the end. It turns into a 1v2. We're thinking it's not going to be possible, but Hot Jukes, it turns out it actually was possible.
Yes, it was. I mean, they finally got that big dub. Good to see them make it happen, and I will say it was a little bit too close for comfort. But sometimes all it takes is a big dub to start seeing progress. And where they're at in the leaderboards, top 5, I think is way too far out of their range. But you know what?
Yeah.
It's good to start seeing a little bit of liveliness from this team.
Ooh, Ayuya, the one who clutched it up, Tiff, right? 4 eliminations throughout day number 12, at least game number 2, right? This was the game that got them their first win, clutched up in a 1v2, an impossible situation, but not for this man.
Yeah, it was absolutely nasty, right? Just working around that, staying patient, and then locking it in, pulling the trigger discipline right over to the second player. You hit a little 360 jump off the roof just to celebrate. And if you walk away with 4 eliminations alone, 8 for the entire team, it was an 18-point game. It was well needed. And they showed that if they can do it like that, I mean, maybe we'll see some cool things on Miramar today.
I hope so. The thing is, it doesn't matter where you stand on the standings. Never stop fighting, but more importantly, even if you're in first place, you better believe the very last place team, in this case, I believe Navy SEALs, they can still have an opportunity to put you in the dirt and remove one of your game performances, which is always a scary thing. You got to be on your toes at all points and times. Now, going into today, what do the standings look like? We continue to talk about Influence Rage. They did a wonderful job. They jumped up to 3rd place, but Alpha7 remains in first. They hold on tight to what they got. Team Liquid as well into 2nd. Granted, it did get scary, and quite frankly, it's still going to be scary today, Hot Juice.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the Alpha7 Team Liquid rivalry is going to continue on here because both these teams will have their double points days. So I don't think they got to worry about Influence Rage just yet, right? But Team Queso could be a big threat coming around the corner. At the end of the day, it is Group B. It's Furia's time to shine, right? If they want to start getting in this conversation at the top, they got to show up today, right here, right now. 77 bonus points is not going to be enough.
Not going to be enough indeed to Furia. They need to have a performance like Influence Rage yesterday. And the reason why I parallel those two, I think that's the right word. The reason why I do that, I compare them anyways, is because Influence Rage was in the same spot Furia was in yesterday. So far away from top 5, they needed to have a great bonus point stay. Their last bonus point stay was like 20-something points, speaking in regards to Influence Rage. So Furia, much the same, right? They're in 7th place. They now need to have a heroic day, much like Influence Rage.
Yeah, definitely heroic. I mean, they're 58 points outside of top 5, but you look at who's in there. Twisted Minds, they have pop-off moments. Team Queso, one of the scariest fighting teams over there. You've got Milos, you've got Colgoat. Colgoat, your top fragger of the entire PMSL America's Fall. You have to be really, I'm going to say real, in terms of your expectations if you're going to jump up into the top 5 if you're Furia. You're right, it needs to be very akin to what we saw from Influence Rage yesterday, but albeit maybe even better with some more eliminations.
But other teams that are looking to hold on to what they got, Twisted Minds, for example, still in 5th place. They won't have their bonus points until Sunday. Team Queso, right, they've got bonus points tomorrow, but today, you better believe they don't want to drop out of top 5. But there's a lot of people nipping at their heels, and for Influence Rage, they can still pass up Team Liquid. So for those who aren't in Group B today, they still need to perform at their fullest. We take a look at the 2nd page now, and this is where you're going to start to see the true story of why Group B has been struggling and why they're one of the weaker groups when it comes to bonus points. You've got 2 teams at the bottom, a tense game, Navy SEALs, who are in Group B with some of the lowest bonus point stays, and of course AGG as well. AGG a lot better off though. Let's talk about AGG for a second, right, Hot Shooks? They're looking to break onto the top page. Now, top 5 is a long way to go. They're they are in the same spot that X Factor was in yesterday. X Factor couldn't do it. Could AGG do it?
It's not looking likely. With how many teams need points right now, it's going to be hard. I got to be real with you. Now, is it possible, right? It is possible for them to break into top 5. But if you're All Glory Gaming, at this point, you need like a 150-point bonus day. I'm going to be real. Like, you need a ridiculous performance to get in the conversation, right? Intense game, Navy. Yeah, it's not going to happen. I'm sorry. It's just, I can't say, it's not going to happen, right? But All Glory Gaming, Yeah, they have that chance, but honestly, if they don't do it today, it's over.
They have to do it today. I mean, this quite literally needs to be done today because you only have one more bonus day remaining. You already know everybody else is getting their bonus days. You can't just bank on the fact that, oh, we had a bad bonus day. Well, we still have time. No, you don't have time. The time is now. If you don't make it and you're on this second page, you're in trouble. And in fact, your fall season could be very close to being over. But whether it's Furia, whether it's All Glory Gaming, I want to just real quick take a peek on their individual stats and compare and contrast the two, because Furia AGG are the heaviest hitters when it comes to Group B, Tiff.
I mean, look at them there. It looks pretty close, right? On the bonus days being combined, the Furia win's definitely going to go the distance. If you look at where Furia is situated on the leaderboard, having 7 winner chicken dinners, like that is akin to what Team Queso has done inside that top 5, and it's really allowing them to make the most out of those bonus points, which is why you're going to see the extra points that Furia has. Now, if we could throw down 2 more wins today on their bonus day, I don't think it's going to be enough to solidify them inside the top 5, but I think this plus a strong performance throughout the rest of the week will definitely help them.
You know what concerns me here, Hot Jukes, is you mentioned AGG most likely not making it in the top 5 because of their performance. But then again, if you look at the head-to-head from bonus days combined, Furia doesn't really overshadow that of AGG. So if you count AGG out, I mean, do we count Fury out? Granted, they're in a better spot being in 7th place, but they don't look strong compared to AGG's performance, who's now in 11th place.
Yeah, if I was to be like just straight up honest with you, I count both of them out already, you know, just with how well all the other teams are performing, you know. But at the end of the day, I try to look at things from you know, a half glass full perspective. And, you know, when it comes to All Glory Gaming, we need to see 13 points a game today, right? Okay. 13 points a game, and Furia needs to be right around that same boat if they want to have any chance at making it in top 5.
I think 13 is honestly realistic as far as I'm concerned. Not realistic compared to what they've been doing, but realistic for professional players who lock in. So AGG, lock in. Furia, lock in. For the other members of Group B, lock in. Influence, Rage, can you pass up Team Liquid? So much going into these 6 games, and we are just about to enter our first one. Let's head into Arendelle. Hot Chick Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's go. Game number 1. And this is the second to last double points day for Group B that we're going to see. Yeah, so at this point, we need to see, like I mentioned, and what do you think, Tiff, right? I'm guessing around 12, 13 points per game from these teams if they want to have a shot. What do you think?
I mean, is that before we're doubling it with the double points?
That's correct.
Or?
That's correct.
Okay. I was going to say, 13 doesn't seem like it's going to be enough in any way, shape, or form, but if you turning it into north of 25 points on average, inclusive of the double points, I think that's the start they need to turn it around. I don't think it's going to be enough considering once Alpha7, Team Liquid, and even Team Queso, right? We talked about Team Queso not having the strongest performance on their bonus days, but they are a heavy fighting team that can manage to grab a ton of points because they have 2 more chances to do it, which is why I don't think, unless you perform like insane today, it's going to be enough.
Yeah, because at around 12 to 13 eliminations, you double it up each game, it'll be about 150 points, right? So 150 points for All Glory Gaming, that is going to push them just around that 550 point mark, right? And that means they still have to do a lot of work for the rest of the tournament, right? But that'll, I think, put them in a much more palatable position. But just to realize, guys, that's like winning every single game today and 3 eliminations each game, you know? So it's not easy.
No, I was looking at it like you're going to have to be getting 7 to 10 eliminations per game and then maybe inside the top 3.
Yep.
Which is asking for perfection. But then you kind of come on over here to Erangel. It's the map that everyone plays the most during the series, and we start to get some of the similar style play zones that we've been witnessing, especially yesterday. So you'd think by week 3 on LAN, everyone's kind of figured out their game plans and how they want to approach and move into these, and sometimes you just gotta pop on a bike like this. Honestly, when I see stuff like this, I just want to pop in the side cart.
Right? Just pop in the trike. Ugh, I'll tell you what, it'll be a lot more fun as a passenger than a driver in this thing. This thing is getting pretty annoying. I think you can see I'm trying to hunt down a vehicle. Rataboy's in the same boat here. But you know what? Beggars can't be choosers. Look at that drifting, Tiff. That's professionalism.
Woo. All right. I mean, yeah, this is a good way to kick things off, especially with Twisted Minds. I mean, this is the team that's in 5th place overall at 602 points. So you've got what? 43 or so points ahead of Loops Esports, but Loops has been on it lately. They've been correcting a lot of these minor mistakes they were having and starting to put up a ton of eliminations. I'm just worried more about their placement points in general, but they've been getting more consistent on it.
Yeah, definitely. We're starting to see a lot more consistency from, I think, a lot of these teams in general. But, you know, at the end of the day, anything can happen. So we'll have to see where things finish out for these squads. But Furia, yeah, I mean, 7 eliminations a game is going to be a tall order, but it's what you have to do, right, to make up for those rough games you've had so far this tournament.
I mean, look, they're 58 points out of 5th place, and we're asking for a lot to get them on over there. But when you start things off, especially their tried and true position here on Erangel, you make a lot of those same rotations we were talking about. You're constantly having to worry about Alpha7, intense game, AGG from the south, but a lot more slower rotates in general than what we have been previously seeing. And that could have been attributed to the plane line that we initially got at the start of the map. People just kind of starting to get to their area slower, focusing on looting up. And I'm just curious to see what decisions they make if they want to go for some of those early to mid-game fights like we've been seeing some teams do. But also, don't go hyper aggro and throw a game and start out with 2-0.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. Is like at this level, especially, those early engagements can be so good to just help pad your stats, give you a couple little extra eliminations, some loot, all that kind of good stuff. But the problem is, if you pick just the wrong time, you get out of that fight, you still have 4 up, maybe 1 person knocked, and then that third party just roars in and just absolutely deletes you. And it's so unfortunate for teams like, you know, Furia and All Glory Gaming. They cannot afford any of that tier today.
No, and I feel like we're going to need a nade counter based off all of the issues and fun things we saw yesterday. Do you remember the warehouse battle?
Oh my
Where we saw like 30 plus frags get thrown straight to Alpha7?
That was ridiculous. And they were just dodging them by just a couple steps to the left, steps to the right.
Yeah.
Didn't worry about anything. But hey, All Glory Gaming won that game, you know?
They did. I was like, that was All Glory Gaming. They finished off day 12 with that Erangel win. So coming back to Erangel, knowing when to take those fights, I've got to keep my eyes out for them. But Loops Esports, this is the squad that's on the outside looking in, 43 points, not on double points today. We'll see them later in this week. But I still think a 43-point gap is manageable.
Yeah, it's definitely still manageable for Loops. So Loops are in the show for top 5, right? But at the same time, they can't let off the ball either, because Twisted Minds, Team Queso, and everybody else on up have been performing so well in this tournament. And they're so consistent too. That's what I love about these squads. Like, I mean, you see Alpha7 just constantly putting up numbers no matter what. And then Influence Rage, even though they had a couple bad games yesterday, I mean, they really pulled out an awesome double points day just at the last second.
Speaking of that, we got Team Liquid out here from the South military base, hitting the bridge, all in vehicles, looking for a rotation. We've kind of talked about them. We might have been really harsh on them in general over the past 2 days, but their performance has left a lot to be desired. And if this is where they're going to kind of, I'm going to say it, stop the bleeding of the slippage on the overall standings, it'll start here. So definitely got to keep an extra eye on them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's valid. I think the criticism is definitely valid because, you know, your Team Liquid, you have some of the highest expectations for Americas in general, right? So they have so many points. They're still so high up there on the leaderboards. But, I mean, 8 games in a row where you're not in the top 3, you're hardly putting up any points at all. It's stuff like that that gets you a little bit concerned. You know, maybe not for this tournament because we're pretty sure these guys are going to make it to top 5 by now, right? But yeah, it makes you definitely worried for, you know, PMGC that's coming right around the corner. You can't see teams this good have such a long dry spell, because if they didn't, they would be by far on top of this leaderboard by a lot, right?
Oh, they would own the America's Fall right now and then go into the next stages with such a confidence. But then we pop on over, intense game, IUI themselves, like our man, our myth, our legend, the clutch factor on Miramar, just hitting the rotation, trying to find themselves maybe on that northern approach, right, you got to think about, we talked about Intense Game, Furia, and Alpha7, how they all hail from kind of the same side of Erangel. So they'll be kind of mirroring each other, more parallel or like to where Furia is going. But Alpha7 actually leapfrogged ahead of them on that rotation. But the action, it's getting kicked off. Rafina.
Uh-oh.
We got to hide in the bush.
You can see Loops popping some shots off over there towards Team Queso. And it looks like they are going to just take that loss and I think try to get out of here. But meanwhile, Neilzada is just kind of threatening a push here with this car. No, I think, yeah, at this point, they realize that just there's nothing they're going to be able to do. And they're definitely in a bad position. Next zone's about to pop. Let's see where it goes. Let's see.
Okay. What are we feeling? We feeling like okay, well, sure. Up to
All
the
right.
north we go. Intense Game. That's going to be a brilliant move for you, especially when you've already rotated in just a bit more north of Alpha7. Alpha7 dived down dead center-ish, but Furia having just an ease of access. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those teams start to run into each other. Then you look down south, you got NRG. They're going to be one of the last teams as they rotate kind of on the outskirts of Pochinki, but Team Queso and Loops will be just ahead of them towards that northeastern side of things. Those are the two teams that were kind of butting heads, but have gone their separate ways to get into that next play zone.
Yes, and you can see anytime you have that hard shift, you know, that north side's wide open. So you're going to see a lot of teams try to wrap around and head on over to that north side. And yeah, there's quite a few teams doing that right now. All Glory Gaming, you can see them just chilling right now in Rosshawk. This is where they're going to post up for the rest of the game. And it's so hard every single time you have one of these circles because it's pretty much split almost down the middle with that river. So you have to decide, are you going to take that northern island or southern?
Ooh, that's going to be tough. For me, I think northern. I don't know why. The north is just speaking to me right now. But Team Liquid, they're going to be on that southern side of things, which makes sense. They're one of the latest teams to make it into that play zone, and they haven't really gone into too much action just yet, which I'm okay with for them, right? Because what we've seen a lot of them from the past 2.5 days or so is these fights that they run into on rotation where maybe one or two of them just get separated from the team, get picked off, and they go into the end game as a duo and just can't get things moving.
Yeah, and that's a thing that strat just plagues so many of these squads here. And you can see Team Liquid, that's something that they're not trying to suffer from in general. They're trying to keep everybody alive. You can see them playing it very patient off the rip because we saw so many times them get into an engagement early game. They'll win the fight with like a 1 or 2 eliminations, but then get third party and wiped out.
Yikes.
Not
so many
good.
third parties, so many. So fun here, but from a distance, you got Milos here. Already picked up 1 elimination. He's going to get the credit for the earlier engagement against Loops. Looks like Twisted Minds going into it. But as soon as we talk about it, we pop on over somewhere else. Who were we just speaking of? Team Liquid on rotation, losing it on Ayala. But it's X Factor who's putting the moves on a Twisted Minds.
Yep, you can see Obscure now. Up close and personal. Trying to find some angles. X Factor, yeah, definitely going to have the advantage. And they are starting to send it down. Now, are they going to do it as a team? Because we've seen them so many times push as a squad, but 1 or 2 members are just slightly out of position, and that hurts them big time. But now you can see Baton covering the high ground, rocking a 3-1 split. Let's see how it goes for them.
Oh, Guizao. Okay, putting it down. These frag grenades are such solid openers, especially if you want to stop a push to maybe focus on getting people back up on their feet. Obscure here. Maybe one of the closer players.
What?
Wow. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. I was worried about this. Team Liquid down with only 1 elimination.
And they lost to VIP as well. Ugh, not the start they were looking for. We're going to hold on to this fight, though. Let's see if Twisted Mind's going to be able to get that nade locked in. That gets mighty close to Havlik. Guizao gets beat up as well. Pretty fair fight going back and forth. Both of these teams looking for that initial knock and not able to get it. Baton said, yeah, this position is not helping me. Let's go ahead and move on down. Oh, FS connects. And that means go, go, go. Here comes X Factor.
Oh, Baton bringing it to him. Okay. Federal down. Seems like we've got the upper edge here. 2 more players. And Rataboy, that X Factor swing goes crazy. Goodbye, Twisted Minds. 5th place overall standings for them and kicking things off with not where they want to be, but I love that we kind of get to check in with Furia, who have situated themselves across from Alpha7.
That's the perfect team to keep an eye on because two teams right above them are out of the game already. This is a big opportunity for Furia to play catch up, but they still got to win this game. No eliminations so far. Alpha7, meanwhile, getting bullied on this side of the map. They lose Revo. Trying to lick their wounds right now. Will NRG try to get this fight? This is a terrible timing, though. If they go for an engagement right now, they're 100% getting third-partied.
Mafioso on the fence line. I mean, we've already lost out on Revo, who, quite frankly, hit 100 eliminations yesterday, sitting at 105 at the top of the day. Big moves there. But, I mean, just a standoff. I wouldn't want to kind of breach on that. Maybe what they did was they rotated on in. Do you remember yesterday what Alpha7 was really good about, and you commended them? How if one was maybe a little bit isolated, kind of roaming on their own, looking for information, the moment a team pulls up, they retreat, kind of group back on up. Maybe something like that happened when NRG hit their rotation. They just pick one off. Yeah,
Revo was just trying to cover, I think, maybe just a little bit too much real estate. NRG, full scent, caught him off guard, and that happens quite a bit, but teams, yeah, you can see, especially in these later circles, gotta stay close together to be able to assist each other in pushes like this. Let's see how Loops is able to handle this defense against Team Queso. Big Milo's got that DBS, and he is in the building.
Ooh, something about someone chilling inside with a DBS.
Especially Colgoat, man, that'll get you nervous for sure. Let's see what Colgoat can do.
He's ready. He's like, come on, try to filter through this doorway. I dare you. Clearing out the floors, breaching and entering. To the room we go, and you can't do anything about that one, Neilzada.
You can see Colgoat finds an angle, starts to put some fire onto Nino. Team Queso definitely have the edge here. Great work on that push. Mitton has to hit a shot with his DBS. Oh, he jumped through the window!
What?
Big mistake. He hits the animation, but will Big Milo be there to help him out? Oh, not in time. He does get the thirst. The Loops. Oh, picking players off one by one. Yeah, it looks like there's going to be heavy casualties on both sides.
Oh, this is back and forth. Back and forth. I think it ends in a 1v1 for now. Then Abete nearby, Inco Gaming grabbing a third party, and we talked about shifting to the north, not quite all the way up there. You'll see X Factor railing from up there. They'll have to come on down, but NRG and Alpha7, I don't hate their positioning considering where it pulled to.
Yeah, let's see. Right now, you got VIP, Inco getting a little bit of a break here with that slightly southern shift, but you still got X Factor all the way up in the north. They're going to have to start pushing down south pretty quick here. 2 minutes on the clock for stage number 4. And All Glory Gaming, the team we were talking about a little bit earlier, are still alive, but they are slightly out of position. They're going to have to start crossing this river and make it up into that north partition.
You know what I would want them to do is to kind of clean out the southern side of things. They're already nearby Loops who underwent, you said, heavy casualties. Inco Gaming's over there. All of them should still be up. They were looking to clear out the rest of Team Queso, who's now down to a solo. But these would be easy pickings for them to try and get some points on the board.
Yeah, let's see right now if they're going to be able to get those pickings. Because Nino, take it off. Then Abete tries to get the knock. Gets him down to about half HP. Oh, never mind. He gets knocked already. So Loops are going to be down to 1. Never mind. All gone.
Ooh, okay. Well, unfortunately for AGG, I think they were only able to grab 1 elimination out of it. And now to the water we go, trying to stay out of it all. But AGG is going to get a little mixy here, especially if they want to find this last player. You got to be worried about the extension out, though, because Inco Gaming, they are the true team of the South. So if you're prepped looking for one, but you're not ready for the other 4, that can get you caught out.
For sure. Let's see how Inco's going to try to cross this river here in the next few seconds. X Factor are going to be over here by the gas station, holding it down for now. I think they're very happy to be in this spot. They have this entire side to themselves, but they are already hopping in vehicles. Ooh. Yeah, those shots up top by Alpha7 just mean that, hey, this is wide open for the take it. And he finds a P90. That's going to help him out a lot.
Ooh, okay. Gonna get mixy there.
Little mixy.
Feel a little bad. Not okay. Hear me out though. X Factor. No issues on this rotation to the north in the next play zone. So long as it like kind of centers on up, not too worried about them. You've got NRG, Alpha7 out towards kind of their west. You got Influence Rage out to their east. You can already see just scouting FS looking. Prone here waiting to see who's going on over here. Do we push in on this?
Do we push on this? Do we wish this was yesterday? Right? Yeah, I bet they do. Let's see if they're going to be able to capitalize on it. Because, yeah, Influence Rage is getting mighty close to them. Yeah, I think Law is just scouting it out, just trying to figure out, okay, what's the options that we have? And it looks like this is going to be their best port of entry. And they may be looking to even take this fight. But they're waiting for their teammates for sure. That's why you can see Law just circling around, waiting. Lawrence is doing the same thing. Now go, wait. Never mind.
I feel like I'm watching like sharks in a water just swarming, looking for kind of anything to target next. But for now, it's been a little less chaotic for the majority of our teams. But then you talk about it, it's like X Factor on 6, VIP Esports on 4. I'm pretty sure 99% of those eliminations were Team Liquid. So that's pretty wild.
Yes, indeed. 9C just getting obliterated from every direction, trying to make it into the circle. I think they only have one player up, and it's Senatexa. One bullet is all it's going to take. Never mind. He makes it into the river, but for how long?
Ooh, okay.
Little bandage underwater.
Sure, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta do what you gotta do.
Sounds
Inco,
closing.
though,
Yeah.
on VIP, and you're right. This is that culmination of everyone franticing across the water, trying to get into that next play zone throughout the shift. The southern side is going to be the messiest, and VIP, fresh off taking down Team Liquid, some Titans, right? Set their sights on Inco Gaming. They've got the high ground. The frags are connecting. Then Abete from that distance. You have to worry about maybe some of those teams on the shoreline starting to portion to them, and they are. And then Abete gets picked up by All Glory Gaming.
Yes, they do. And you can just see right now, Inco holding this bridge. Uh-oh, Strap getting shot at the worst time. Has to move forward, gets taken out by inactive. So that's another elimination there for Inco. Make that 4. But it is a battle on this edge. The Vicious are looking to get into it as well. Yeah, and unfortunately, the team that wins this, just trying to move to the next circle is going to be so difficult for them.
All right, Wancho. This angle is kind of tough, right? Like maybe under the guise of all the chaos that's occurring over here, you might be able to hit that rotation. 9Z, unfortunate, going to be down and out. Not going to be going any further. HG elsewhere, picking up a ton of eliminations. They're running into issues, though. They got one down. So all this chaos that we're witnessing here with the Vicious, who are on 4, this would be nice if they could just clean it up. You grab the vehicles and you start putting pressure on them. That's one way to do it.
Both these teams throwing all their utility. Juancho's eating a whole bunch of them. X Factor get eliminated in the north. So Influence Rage were able to take them out. Let's see if Inco can hold on here, as they are getting berated back and forth. Nice shot there from Inactive. He's got to dodge that nade, though. Woo, barely does so.
All right, filtering through the foliage of the mountainside, and you kind of get a lay of the land of where this zone's going to pull. Now, Alpha7, Furia, great day for you. You really don't have to do hardly anything on that. You're going to have to look for Influence Rage and NRG that are moving on either side. So down the south, well, that journey that you've been going on, you're still trucking. Good luck, have fun.
There goes Inactive trying to dodge these nades. He was not able to do so. Vicious take out Inco Gaming, but this is a big opportunity for Furia. They have 2 eliminations so far. This could be a big game for them. All Glory Gaming as well are right there in the mix. And Alpha7 still on top, still have their whole squad except for Revel in the game. But with Team Liquid out early, I mean, they are in a big position to increase that point gap even further.
Ooh, Furia. This nice building looks solid, dead center of play zone. We talked about Influence Rage going to be one of those squads that move on in for this, but you're going to have to contend with Alpha7, who's just kind of using the hills, the natural terrain. You've got a building over there as well, but they're still extending on out. But of course, Furia, knowing what they need to do, pick up those eliminations, especially. And if you're going to be sitting in an open field with some vehicles, this is the perfect opportunity for Furia.
Yep, perfect opportunity indeed, but they have to take advantage of it. That's the thing. They only have 2 eliminations. They're definitely going to get more, but they better start doing it quickly here because there are still some serious heavy hitters in this lobby looking to soak up those elimination points. Influence Rage right there. Team Queso's about to go fishing. All Glory Gaming. Uh-oh. Almost stuck up right behind him, but Milos getting put in a little bit of a blender here. Gets the knock, but gets shot right in the back. Great teamwork there from All Glory Gaming.
Hey, they doing what they gotta do, especially we gotta get Rivas back on up, Melgard down. But we knew that was gonna be tough for them. Coming out of the south side of things, you're gonna have to deal with so many teams like Latin Kings x Navy SEALs. That's another squad that's on their double points day, sitting with 1 elimination coming from that southern side of things. But we turn our attention back towards the north. Influence Rage, still all 4 up. We're surviving. Might not be thriving out here, but we're okay for now.
Yeah, we're okay for now, for sure. And let's see what they're going to do. Influence Rage. Oh, on the drive. Forced to flip a U-turn. You could just tell they do not know where to go. They are just looking for any little spot of coverage. And it looks like that's where they're going to hold for now. Meanwhile, the Navy SEALs starting to apply that pressure to All Glory Gaming. I mean, it's already applied. They only got 1 player up left. Rivas. Can he hit this knock? Looks good. Ah, not able to hit the shots. And that is All Glory Gaming going to go out with only 4 points.
Yikes. Okay. Well, not where they're wanting to be considering your metrics that you wanted for our teams in Group B. But it's a start, right?
Yeah, it's a start. But,
right.
I mean, they had to make it up in another game. We got to see a 15, 16-point game. Just like that, you know? So, All Glory Gaming, not there. But Furia have a chance, for sure. They're still alive. 2 eliminations, and they are dead center. But you can just see players are getting just taken out all over the place.
It's just a mess considering where this play zone pulled to, right? Relatively open. If you didn't get here quite early on, if you didn't have a building, there's just really not much you can do. And you've got the Navy SEALs down to literally 1 player, and the Vicious are just driving around, almost kind of playing with them. The Vicious on 7 eliminations, which is epic, and you kind of wish that would have happened yesterday for them, right? After the Group A double points. Like, come on.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that if you just do it on the wrong day, it's going to hurt you big time. I mean, you got to be consistent regardless, but if you've had a bad start to the tournament, you got to go off on those double points days, and the Vicious weren't able to really do that. But hey, you know what? It's Group B's chance. Furia can definitely do it. They are big chilling. They got very blessed in the circle, haven't had to move a muscle, but they need a lot more than just 2 eliminations because you can't guarantee a 10-point game every game. So if you get a chance like this, you got to utilize it to its absolute limit.
All right. Well, for NRG on 2 eliminations, not too bad, but I think this would be so interesting if they try to take this fight on Alpha7. Casper's already cemented their rotation by scouting ahead towards that play zone. Furia doesn't have to move, but Alpha7 does, and what a way to try and pick them on out by waiting. Because, I mean, you got Mafioso already staring at Influence Rage, so.
Take your time. Take your time, right? Just wait for the right moment to strike. Mafioso knows he's got to get going, though. He's not in this next circle. We're going to see 1 more circle shift, and then the zone's going to go all the way down into the center. So, Alpha7 and NRG. This fight is got to happen. NRG has that height, but they gotta throw those nades in the perfect spot if they're gonna get a knock. And one of those was way too short. Let's see, will the vehicle runovers happen? Fate's ready for it. They got 1. Fate,
all right.
Backing it on up. Vehicle's on fire. He's gonna have to jump out quick.
Latin Kings, Navy SEALs down and out with 4 eliminations and some chaos over here for NRG, but you do get out of the vehicle, you maneuver accordingly, you're situated, and now you just gotta hold on. Casper starting to put his attention over towards the Vicious, while NRG, the remnants of that team, still trying to take down Alpha7, and even Influence Rage getting involved.
Yeah, McGrillen's in the wide open, gets eliminated. Influence Rage take full advantage. Where's Furia? Furia needs to be in these fights. Chicken dinner is not going to be enough. They need those eliminations as well. And with all these fights happening, third parties could definitely go. Fate gets a knock with the vehicle. But Influence Rage bounces back, and then here come the nades from both sides.
Oh, Diego throwing it down. 7 eliminations from Influence Rage. Now, mind you, they had their double points day yesterday. They went massive. They had 2 wins, a 2nd place, and that momentum that they found to get themselves back into the top 5, they're still going and taking people down. We're getting crushes. NRG Galaxy, how are you even going to survive here?
Fate throwing the Molotovs. If he's able to get that locked in, it would have been huge, but he just missed. And meanwhile, Furia are just so quiet. This is infuriating right now. Only 2 eliminations so far. They could have ran out in third-party Influence Rage, but Influence Rage said, hey, you guys can stay right there. We're taking all these eliminations, 10 so far for them.
Oh, wow. Big game. This is a game like Furia would have needed. Furia only on 2 eliminations. Having their double points day are going to have to look towards the Titans of the lobby to grab those elims, but everyone picking them up from elsewhere. Furia, though, they do grab Law, which brings them up to 3. I love shooting the horizon line, the blades of grass, trying to connect on the little boy.
You know he's around here somewhere, right? Just shoot right up that line. But that little tiny hill is protecting little boy for a little while longer. The biggest threat for them, though, is going to be the Vicious. The Vicious have been very content to be out of this fight. Now we're starting to get into it. But both these teams that need the points the most, Furia especially, are not getting the eliminations they need. Now, if they wipe out everybody, this will be a great game. But they need every single one that's left on the field.
I know, especially if you're wanting 13 to 15 points without the ×2. Little boy does get accounted for on Furia's side of things. Now we have that ultimate 4v4. While they were looking for the last player on Influence Rage, we saw the Vicious go ahead and get that reset onto it so they can get all 4 players up. Smokes, they'll cover the lines of sight for now, but look at that split. You're going to have to navigate that. Silence, investing that frag grenade over, connects for a little bit of damage, but nothing just yet.
Zone is closing down to the center. Yeah, Vicious in a full split. Both these teams doing the same strategy. It's going to come down to who's the better gunners at this point, because if you get knocked, you are out of this game. And yep, Silence gets knocked. And now the Vicious are going to stand up. Will there be a shot back? No, there's not. No clap back at all. And now is a big advantage for the Vicious. Unless Furia could get a knock here.
Okay. Gotta open it up one way or another, but it's gonna be Vicious that does it, actually. Especially on your fragging side of things, and as one falls, the other follows, and just like that, the Vicious. A massive game to kick things off here on day 13 with 14 eliminations, 2,400 damage as a team.
Unreal, man. Where was this yesterday, Vicious? Where was this yesterday? If they would have had this game, it would have been huge. But you know what? If you're gonna bounce back, now's the time, right? No time like the present. 14 eliminations, Taylor.
Yes, 14. Where was it yesterday? That is the big question, right? But hey, it's all right. They start the day off 99 points away from top 5. This is definitely going to help knock out a big chunk of it, so good on them for at least doing what they can do. Comes to show you, even when PB isn't on the desk, his spirit still is alive on the desk, right? The Vicious manages to get a big victory. But Furia also did their job. 2nd place, 4 eliminations. Not the biggest game tip, but it's a game that they needed, right? It's a better start than, like, let's say, Intense Game Gun on their double points day.
That's true. I mean, it's better than Influence Rage yesterday. They kicked things off with 2 zeros and before they started going on a tangent.
True.
So if that's how Furia wants to kick things off with 4 eliminations and a couple placement points, you hit the ×2 on it, we're sitting in an okay situation. But for the teams on the South throughout these replays, man, it was not okay at all for them.
It was definitely getting intense over there. Water fights are they're always awkward, but they're so fun to watch. AGG, though, they get taken down, but regardless, I'm still happy with their performance on a double points. Again, Influence Rate started off with 0s. It was a great point tiff, made hot shoots. AGG, they at least get 7th place with 4 eliminations. So good for them. I want to see how far they can go. You counted them out, not making top 5, but anything's a possibility.
Yeah, I mean, anything is a possibility. It's just hard to watch some games like this. I mean, especially on the side of Furia. I thought they had this game in the bag. If they would have just gotten more aggressive from their position, we could have seen something beautiful. But instead, they played it passive. And I mean, with with their position right now, it's just not the performance I think they wanted.
I think if they get, what, like, 8 eliminations at least, I think we're okay with the second place. But second place with 4 eliminations, like, they definitely could have done more. It's just too passive for sure. But the Vicious, I mean, what a victory. 24 points. Influence Rage, though, another big talking point. Like, so impressed with the way that they've been playing over the past couple of days, Tiff. And I believe because Team Liquid, they dropped the ball, finished off in 16th place, 1 elimination, their lowest placing in forever. I do think 15 points is enough to pass them up on the leaderboards. I think Influence Rage just took second place from this game.
Wait a second. I didn't even think about that. They were, you're right, 7 points, I believe, outside of where Team Liquid was situated. And when you see how many points they acquired, it was the 1 lone elimination, which, could have been 0, but it's still not going to be enough to stop that movement from Influence Rage.
Too much movement. Too much movement from Influence Rage. Here it is. They're in second place. Now, Haji, I can already hear you. Team Liquid, they got their double points tomorrow. They're going to be just fine. I know Influence Rage passed them, but don't sound the alarms. I hear it. But even just for now, a little victory for Influence Rage, right? Let's give them their flowers. They take over second place.
You know what? You said it, but you know what? I wasn't thinking it, believe it or not. Now I'm concerned. I am starting to get concerned because Team Liquid had a crazy dry spell, right? Now we're going to be talking about the demoralizing effect of what we just witnessed, right? Influence Rage have surpassed them. They should be in first place by a long mile. Yeah, their double points day is coming up, but we have seen people have very terrible double points days, right? And if you keep performing like this, I mean, what people are going to expect failure, and we don't want that. And Team Liquid, they're going to feel that pressure. And can you clutch it up under pressure? I don't know why. I hate the position that Team Liquid's in right now.
Well, let's put it this way. Team Queso, they're hungry. They've got double points tomorrow. We saw a tremendous day from them yesterday. Twisted Minds, another hungry roster in Group D who will be playing on Sunday. They're hungry to pass up Team Liquid. Furia, let's not forget, this game, despite it being second place with only 4 eliminations, it's enough to move them up over loops. It's enough to put them within 38 points of Twisted Minds, who's currently in 5th place. They're a roster that can easily take over 3rd place today as well if they continue to perform well, without playing passive. So the point is, Team Liquid could very well be in trouble. The Titans, who might not be as hungry as they once were, are now facing off against teams who are very hungry and willing to challenge the top dogs such as Alpha7 as well as Team Liquid. So things are starting to shake up, Tiff. I'm not too terribly worried about Team Liquid at this point, but I will say this has been a tremendous dry spell that I wouldn't have ever expected from Team Liquid. They've only got, 1 or 2 top 3 finishes in over 2 days, Tiff? That's pretty crazy.
It's crazy because everything surrounding those 2 top 3 finishes is not like it was anything magnificent. At one point, we were calculating how many points they acquired throughout five games, and it was 11. 11 points. This is where that downfall started. Alpha7, they had a 57 or so point deficit to Team Liquid. They overcome that without even having double points. I mean, look, you say you're not that worried. I will be if today goes bad for them.
If today goes bad, then I definitely will be worried. But again, they have double points tomorrow. But I called it Alpha7. I'm going to keep it fair, and I'm calling out Team Liquid as well. You guys got to step it up. This is not the TL that we saw over the past 2 weeks. What happened? Well, Sarpatch had a chance to find out what happened with Intense Game. Remix was on site after their Day 12 performance. Let's hear what Remix had to say.
All right, guys, end of the match day. Here we are with Remix. Your best day yet, no doubt about it. This was a great day, 3rd place right now, so close to at least getting a 2nd place. But all in all, congratulations. How are you guys feeling after this match day?
We're feeling great. It's the best day ever. Lo seguíamos intentando, llevamos días así, dando problemas, discutiendo, pero es un equipo que no tiene sinergia, pero nos sentimos bien.
Yeah, he says that we just kept going, kept trying. There were days that we were discussing with each other, we were fighting with each other, but at the end we are doing better. You guys were discussing, you were fighting, or you were just talking about the game, or what do you mean? ¿Qué te quiere decir, no? Porque ¿estaban peleando o qué?
No. Estábamos peleando sobre, a veces hacíamos una jugada, uno tomaba su decisión sola y pues eso trae problemas. y casi siempre eso era en los endgames, que como pasó ahora, pues todos nos juntamos y ahí pues no pudimos ganar la partida. Sabíamos que teníamos la probabilidad de ganarla, pero son cosas que pasan.
No, he says that it's just, some individual things that they talk about.
Unas
some
palabras.
mistakes individually, perhaps. That they talk about, they wanted to fix it. Like here at the end, they were all together. They felt like they could have done better, but at the end, no cigars. Mano, ya, solo una duda que me quedó. ¿Te parece que hubo un error ahorita aquí al final con ustedes? You think that there was a mistake right here at the end, this last part?
Pudimos haberlo hecho mejor, ganar la partida, pero obviamente tras comunicación, pues nos tiraron granadas y eso nos hicieron retroceder. Y ahí pues yo me tuve que retroceder, Sauer se retrocedió y ella tuvo un problema con los compañeros que se trabaron y pues el muñeco se le bugueó y unos problemas ahí.
Oh, okay. He says that, yeah, on this match, the last part, they tossed some grenades. They had to get back a bit. They had a problem with a bug. One of the player characters got bugged out and like got stuck with the shirt or something like that. So chaos ensued. But anyways, it was a good match, man. Congratulations. Very happy for you guys. Let's do it again tomorrow, huh? Yeah. Do you want to say something? You want to say hello to somebody?
To my mom, I love you.
Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 13. Game number 1, right? So let's talk about that for a second. Team Liquid finish off in last place. Their struggles continue, and now they have dropped from first place down to third place in the span of just 2 broadcasts. What's going on with them? Chat, you let me know, because maybe you guys know what's happening with Team Liquid. Will they remain on top? They do have their bonus points tomorrow, but for Influence Rage, they're not too sad about it, right? They take their spot. They're in second place. They're looking great. Furia's on the rise up, just 30 points away from top 5. And for the others, well, they're still fighting to either maintain or gain on where their current position is at. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, of course, joined by the wonderful talents of Hot Chooks and Spider Tiff. Here we are, going into game number 2 on Miramar, where we saw a lot of crazy things happen yesterday, Tiff. The 1v2 with, Ayuya, right? Managing to make that happen. We also saw a big fail on the side of Influence Rage. What could have been their 3rd game in a row turned out to be just a 2nd place. Inco Gaming breaks away from the house. The hard cover pushes up the hill and takes them down. One thing is for certain, Tiff, Miramar never disappoints.
It was really exciting yesterday, and I hope it kind of stays that way today. You already kind of summed up everything that we saw. A bit of a heartbreak there for Influence Rage, but a big win for Inco Gaming. Who knows? Because it would be really cool to see them turn it around, especially considering that they had some really solid moments on that first game in Erangel. And, well, they got 4 eliminations from it from Team Liquid. We're asking them to turn it around. Furia to get that 2nd place in Erangel. They know they've got the right macro strategies down, but now I just want to see them go the distance and get a bit more eliminations throughout that mid game.
Hey, everybody could use a little bit more eliminations. Furia is a great talking point, though, Hot Chooks, because of the fact 30 points away from top 5. Yesterday, Miramar, game number 5, Furia picks up 11 eliminations, which would be a tremendous score today for their bonus points. I really do think Furia is going to be all right. I don't think Furia is a number 1 spot team. I just don't see that. But I do think Furia is definitely at least a number 5 team. That's where I would put them in my rankings.
That's
where I put them in my rankings. What? Both of you.
The reason why I say is because of that last game, dude. That last game broke my heart. I'm not going to lie. I thought Furia should have had 11 eliminations plus. Just looking at their position, everything. As a matter of fact, I was looking at the chat. And I think Maurice said it better. He's like, man, Furia, Alpha7, and Team Liquid hardly did anything, right? And then he said, but go Alpha7. So he's like,
that's always,
so he's like, all right, but go Alpha7. But Furia, that game, I mean, they could have really just ripped it open. You don't get those opportunities very often, right? And if you get a chance like that on your double points day, you can't be hiding in a building. I'm sorry. You gotta just go crazy, because there's gonna be a few games here where we're gonna see Alpha7 just get destroyed by the circle, and maybe a 1 or 2 point game. So they could have made up for it right here off the rip, but they didn't.
Well, it's weird because I think about it, and I remember Powerbank is like, Furia is just messing me up, man. It's just they're frustrating me beyond belief. And it's interesting, Tip, because we did start the fall season with Furia being a highlight. Furia was a favorite. Furia was looking like a great team, and I think still are. But something's missing, and whether it's aggression, whether it's confidence, they just haven't hit that sweet spot where Furia needs to hit, and we're now 13 days in. Again, I still put them as a number 5 team. I do, but I'm barely scraping by. I think they can do it, but, I mean, they need to pull off an Influence Rage. But Influence Rage now is pulling off miracles.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wanting Furia to be inside that top 5, at what cost? Which team do you pull out of the top 5 right now that you say that Furia deserves to be in there ahead of them? Is it Team Queso? I mean, look, you've got Colgoat, who's been absolutely crazy and fragging. Like, you can't pull that out of there. Do you pull out Twisted Minds? I could see maybe that.
I could see them. That is a good question, though. That's actually, that made me think quite a bit, because I'm like, Team Queso, no. Team Liquid, no. Influence Rage, no. A7. So, yeah, I mean, Twisted Minds. Well, then let's ask the question. Twisted Minds, Furia, at this moment, who's more deserving of that top 5 spot? Hot Chooks, we'll start with you.
It's got to be Twisted Minds, for sure. I think if I were to send 5 teams, to represent this entire region of the world, I think our current top 5 I would feel comfortable with. Furia hasn't showed me enough consistency or peak potential that Twisted Minds do. I think that if Twisted Minds were in Furia's position in that last game, we would have seen a different game. I think we would have seen that 12-13 elimination chicken dinner. But for Furia, they're second guessing themselves, I think, a little bit too much for me for comfort, especially on such an important day.
I was thinking about star power. Twisted Minds does have a lot of star power.
Oh, yeah.
In terms of, like Wazal, for example, who's number 3 currently in the top 50 players for eliminations. You also have Rattleboy, who's a constant talking point. He's now top 10. You've got 2 players on Twisted Minds, Tiff, who are currently top 10 in the overall eliminations. And then for Furia, you've got to drop all the way down to 16th place before you see your first one, and that's Silence. So they don't really have that start. Like, they have great names on their roster, don't get me wrong, but at least for the fall season, Tiff, like, Twisted Minds does have 2 standout players that are consistent talking points.
I think that's why I'm struggling with the fact that I don't think any team is more deserving or another, because they're hitting that level, the threshold, their performance, right? But my thing is, if you want to be in that top 5, you need to step it up. And today has to be that starting point. And you have to perform better than Twisted Minds. You talk about the star power they've got, especially in those 2 players. We've been keeping our eyes on Guizhou, but they go out in 15th place with 0 eliminations in map 1 of Erangel. Now, granted, that's just 1 map of 120. So I'm not really worried about someone who drops a 0 from that. But to tell me that I think that Furia should be in that top 5 to leapfrog over that gap, I don't know, I'm struggling with it.
Fair enough. Yeah, that got me thinking. That was a great question, Tiff. Like, who would you take out top 5? Well,
Yeah.
I guess Twisted Minds. But now you guys have convinced me. Maybe I would take out Twisted Minds. Maybe Furia really does have to prove themselves and get that star-studded player. Who will it be? Who will step up? Silence looks to be a front runner, but again, he's still only in 16th place, which is just simply not good enough. Alpha7, though, I think all 4 of them are standout players, and they continue to be. They are the global champions and currently in first place. Alpha7 continues to exceed expectations each and every time that they're on the battlefield. Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Alpha7 after their yesterday performance. Let's hear what Alpha7 had to say.
All right, so Mustache Dave, he's curious. After, knock on wood, God given, you win that $1 million at the end of the year. What are you guys gonna do? O que você vai fazer com esse $1 million, com toda essa grana?
Bom, por agora estou investindo, mas até o final do ano eu pretendo trocar de carro.
He's investing, the responsible guy. But at the end of the year, he wants to change his car. What car do you have right now?
Agora tem uma BMW, mas até o final do ano eu quero pegar uma BMW M3.
MK?
M3.
He has a BMW now, but he wants a BMW M3 at the end of the year. Okay. How about you, Revo? A car. Yes. Come on, Revo.
Everything is about cars. So with this money, I gotta buy something to my car.
You're gonna upgrade it.
Yeah, but I pretend to change my cars too, but not for now. For now, I just gonna change so many things on the car.
He's gonna tune his car. When you have $1 million, you can do whatever you want. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 13, straight in to Miramar. Game number 2, another opportunity and a chance for Furia to have a great game, but also for Influence Rage to continue their lead. So much to talk about, and for those two who are going to talk about it, let's introduce Hot Chooks and Spider Tip. Take it away.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Spider Tip, because Furia are in their second match. Let's be real, right? Game 1 was not bad at all. I mean, I think they definitely hit their quota, right? If you're going to be looking at it from that perspective. The reason why I was so critical is because I just felt they could have done so much more. Now, I hope they shut us up and just go crazy every single game for the rest of the day, but we'll have to wait and see if they're going to be able to do that.
Look, I'm here for it. If you want to say, like, you charge them with a higher performance, 20 points that have already been doubled, right? They got a 10-point game. You asked for a minimum of 13 prior to the double point. So they're on pace with that. We just need some more elimination. So depending on how this start goes for them and where that play zone pulls to, you can already see based on the plane line, they've already dropped in their secondary drop spot all the way towards the south.
Yep, all the way down south over by Puerto Payaso, but they don't have to worry about it because look at this circle. It is going all the way down towards them. So, I mean, fortune favors Furia once again. This is going to be a good circle for them. So let's see if they can really capitalize on it.
That's what we're going to need for them. I mean, you look towards that. You've got the Navy SEALs nearby. You're going to have an intense game and even Twisted Minds. Now, we had that conversation just prior to this Miramar about the Twisted Minds players in general. Two of them, Guizao, Rataboy, very formidable. How can you take them down and maybe force Twisted Minds to drop another kind of dud game, especially if you're looking to unseat them out of the top 5? That squad in particular, Twisted Minds, has more bonus points than Furia has. They also have way more frags. I think that's going to be the biggest issue. They're almost 54. I think it's 54. My quick math works out. 54 more eliminations than Furia. And that's a lot of points over the course of what, 13 days?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, definitely. And you know, Furia is one of those teams that I just see just second to guess themselves a lot, right? When it comes to like critical moments where they should have the win, all they got to do is make like one right decision. Sometimes if it's like a 50-50, should we stay or should we go? They'll just err on the side of safety. And I think that hurts them a lot, right? Now, I'm going to be real. This is a question I wanted to ask Taylor, but you know what? I'll ask you this question, Tiff, okay? What do you think?
Okay.
If you were to take one team to the next stage, Furia or NRG, who are you taking?
Furia or NRG? That's my choices?
Yep.
I mean, based on the pure standings, you're taking Furia.
Okay, right? On the standings, you're taking Furia. As far as from what I've seen before, though,
You're going NRG?
I think I'll go NRG. Yeah, because NRG, they have the gun skill, right? They're
That's true.
super hyper aggressive, right? They err on that side of aggression, I think, too much, and that's what's crippling them. But you know what? When it comes to either a team that, all right, do you choose pure passiveness or pure aggression? With how the meta is right now and how important eliminations are, I think I take aggression all day long.
I mean, look, they match Furia in terms of eliminations. There's only one separating them. They're pretty much almost identical in terms of their bonus points. The only thing that has separated them is the amount of winner chicken dinners and those rank points, right? So that is where the differential is, which is a lot of things that you're talking about. If they're not going to be, going the distance in these games, getting these wins because they're focused on fighting and maybe falling a bit early, if we are only, 80 or so points on the leaderboard, that's the differential of it. If you can correct those mistakes before moving into your double points day this week in particular, then maybe you have another good week and next thing you know, you're inside the top 5 or really close to it.
Yeah, and I agree. So we'll see. We're going to see what happens here because Furia got a beautiful circle, right? Now, are they going to be able to fully capitalize on it? Or are they going to just say, oh, let's just play passive, get to end game and get a couple points here and there? That's going to be the question. And I want to see teams start mixing up their strategies based on their current, standings right now. And Furia, I see them playing the same game. I don't see them trying to mix it up, get a little extra aggressive to try to make up for, their poor performances on previous days.
Ooh, I mean, look. I would love to see something crazy happen, especially for them. But this is also their play style in particular, the more conservative, the focusing on the macro, the rotations, letting the eliminations come to them, and being okay if it's just not the amount of elims that they really wanted to acquire. So I think between Furia and NRG, back to that, they are so vastly different, but I think trying to learn the rotations and focusing on the positions is something that NRG should be able to adapt to quicker.
Yeah, let's see if they're going to be able to do so because, NRG definitely have a lot of work left to be done if they're going to try to make it into that top 5. And by the way, NRG, their double points day is right next to Alpha7, Twisted Minds, and 9Z coming up on this Sunday. So We'll see if they're going to be able to cross that big bridge, but it could definitely be done. It could definitely be done. But at the same time, you got to be consistent no matter what day it is, right, Tiff?
Hey, I want it to be done. That's what I want. Wait, hold on a second. 32% of the zone in the water, by the way. Wow, I knew it. I knew it was exactly 32% per Reflections caster math. You love it when it pans out sometimes. For Loops Esports, no water here.
Nope. Nothing but sand and dirt. Got to get moving. Right now, as far as teams that are still outside of the circle, you know, oh my gosh, NRG and X Factor are way out of position here. Alpha7's trying to make it through here as well. You can see NRG way up in the north. And that rock's going to make it just a little bit harder.
All right, well, I'm still keeping my eyes out, especially here for NRG. I'm like just kind of looking at the lay of the land, man. And everyone's kind of in this diagonal line throughout the hillsides, maneuvering with the vehicles, taking these mid-range engagements. And for All Glory Gaming, you think back to what they did on Erangel, right? It wasn't necessarily bad. It wasn't really good. We were just kind of there on par, middle. 4 eliminations, a 7th place overall. Not the points that you are actually wanting them to acquire on their double points day, because you're in 11th on the overall standings. We've got the ability to jump ahead X Factor by what, 12 points? And then ahead of them is NRG Galaxy. So if they play it to perfection, we could make that happen. But I feel like we're just getting to this point, Hotjukes, where we just keep asking teams to, all right, we just need to see your perfection today. Yeah. That's what we want.
Yeah, if you want to stand a chance, because at this point, honestly, you're so low, the double points days are what really kind of help make it even possible. Like, let's put it this way, if double points were a thing, All Glory Gaming would be way out of the conversation. Like, it'd just be like, yeah, they're done for already, you know? But since that is a factor, it opens up the possibility, right? And the thing is, they're going to have this double points day today, and they're going to have one more next week, and then that is it. So these are the days you can kind of really bounce back from a couple rough performances you've had. All Glory Gaming's had a lot, but the reason why I'm not hopeful for All Glory Gaming is after watching what they did yesterday, right? They were so passive with Alpha7 that, yeah, they actually won that game, right? But could they have done it with some more eliminations? Yes, and that's the seat that they're in when it comes to the leaderboards. Like, you need crazy eliminations to get you out of this hole.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can do it. One team we know has the capabilities of doing that, but they're not even in a hole. They're at the top of the leaderboard. It's going to be Alpha7 hitting that rotate down on the south side. Still trying to approach from the west, but I mean, you're going to get the drop here, which is so nice. Let's see what we pull from it.
Well, let's take a gander here. Alpha7, yep, yeah, getting a nice level 3 gear. I think he's just happy with that. Meanwhile, Guizao gets knocked by Furia.
Ooh.
Furia, oh, and Silence gets the Thirst, so that's going to be 1 elimination. That's 2 points off the rip. Good start for Furia. Remember, the zone ended up going all the way to them, so another lucky game for Furia, right? Can they really capitalize on it? I think they should, especially after that last game. They had to know that they threw it, right? Hopefully, it's just, you know, water under the bridge, and they really start showing off here in these next games for the rest of the day.
Hear me out. If you're going to take down one player, let it be from Twisted Minds, right? Especially Guizao up there in the top 3 in terms of player elims, the squad that's right above you on the overall standings. You couldn't ask for a more perfect team to try and take that early engagement for. Now, what they don't do is they don't full send despite them having been relatively split, giving Twisted Minds enough time to group back on up in the building and just be like, okay, now we're a trio. We're playing it out like this. We cannot lose anymore.
Yeah, can't lose anymore indeed. And Furia, I'm actually not surprised. Actually, I'm kind of surprised that, oh man, you know what, never mind. I had a thought, but now it's gone, because I was like, if you're Furia and you actually took out one of the Twisted Mind teams players, which is right above you, right on the leaderboards, maybe they would have pressed a little bit more action to try and take them all out. But they're so central that it's hard to give up that position. And it's those little bets that can either pay off big time or bite you in the butt later on.
Okay. Remix here. Got VIP Esports on the horizon. I mean, look, They've been pretty wild today thus far. The big team they took out in match number 1 was going to be Team Liquid. So far, everyone's still okay. They've hit their rotations. Couple health low for some of our teams as they maneuver on through their vehicles and have pot shots taken out at them. But it's Influence Rage. It's going to take the coastline as we see where that play zone is going to shift. Team Liquid ahead of them. Furia. Twisted Minds actually pulled pretty far north away from Furia after those initial that pick that came through.
Oh, yes, indeed. And next zone pops on up, goes a little bit north, back onto the mainland. So Furia don't have to move a muscle. Meanwhile, though, oh, look at this team. Inco are the only team that are really deep in the blue zone. They're going to have to find a way on in here. But X Factor are in a big fight with the Vicious. Havlik beat up big time. Yeah, Baton needs to get there quickly, and he is sending it with the buggy. Ooh, I think he should have sent it maybe a little bit further, but instead... Oh, yeah, Havlik gets caught and thirsted.
Okay, Vicious. You guys are living up to your name over here. You grab that 14 elimination win in match number 1. You start taking these early engagements. However, it's just Reyes left standing. And that frag grenade is everything you don't want to have happen. Wait.
What?
We live? The boy who lived?
Reyes, he kissed that nade on the cheek, tucked it in for nap time, and walked away from it.
Baton goes down to their own nade. Like, what is this sorcery that I just witnessed?
He's like, wait, let me cook this nade because that last one did not go off. And instead it blows up in his face. Caprice, you got to make it up for him right now. This nade could do it. Let's see. Wrong place.
He hits the pickup too. Okay. David's going to have to focus on those, getting some heals off because we are low. Yeah, it is hurting a little bit. Blue takes down Baton. We're starting to get a little bit of health here. Through the door, Reyes with the DBS. What the heck is happening, dude?
Oh, Caprice got the knock. He got the second, and he takes out the Vicious. So he shows FS how it's done right there. That was not good, though. So this is stage 3. They can eat a little bit of the circle, but the second it pops, it's going to really start chunking. So, yeah, you need to get these reses, get these players healed up, and move quick.
Ooh.
But NRG's, gatekeeping.
I was like, speaking of moving quick, NRG's just like, oh, hello there. Be a nice couple of eliminations if I could just see what you're doing over there. FS straight into the vehicle. It's enough. You grab that initial knock. That is going to put a damper on their rotations throughout, but you've got to be very aware here. We have multiple teams from NRG kind of fighting and going up against elsewhere. It's Loops, it's 9Z.
Let's see what happens. It's Loops. Yeah, 9Z battling it out. Now it's just Neilzada. Ooh, flipping and turning. Jumps off the mountainside. Gets the drink off, but this is going to be a tough one to get out of. I don't know if he makes it here. Yep. No, he needs that buggy. You can't let it go. He lets it go.
You can't let it go. He lets it go.
He lets it go.
Less than like a half a second later, that play zone shifts. Furia still okay for now, but that early rotation from Twisted Minds is going to allow them so much more space. The issue is you have to contend with the entire North. Furia is going to have to fight off Alpha7 and Team Queso potentially. Who knows where Team Liquid's going to go? All I know is I do not envy Furia's position any longer.
Yeah, Furia is now going to have a big target on their back. Let's see what Law could do, though. Oh, my gosh. Almost gets the shots on the Baton. Doesn't get the knock. Very impressive work there from X Factor. That's going to cripple Influence Rage quite a bit. Yeah, Lawrence is going to have to try to get in this fight one way or the other. Let's see if he can find an angle here. Oh, he's got the sight lines, and he's going to try to do it with a nade.
The guy wait for the explosion.
Ah, just short. Finally busts out that M4.
Still putting the damage, the hurt on him. Caprice with a rogue drive-through. There's a miracle we haven't gotten run over yet. What?
Goodbye.
Okay.
Done. Lawrence said, where are you driving? Where are you going? You are not my ride. And shut him down quick. Nice little stiff arm there from Influence Rage. But where is NRG? Yep, NRG's right above him. But meanwhile, there's fights happening all over the place. Aragon is trying to take care of Papi Potro here.
Gonna be a big fight for them considering 9Z's on 4 eliminations, which is pretty solid for them thus far. Nade not gonna do too much there, except maybe prevent them from pushing on in. And it's just going straight down the hill. Cole Goat very low in HP.
See what happens.
Ooh.
Senatexa. Yeah, Senatexa trying to get it going here with these nades. He's throwing them back and forth. Flips down the 180. He's going to get shot right in the back if he ain't careful. Oh, gets Milos down to 1 HP. And gets taken out by the MK14 just like that. 13 squads remaining. Battles happening all over the place.
And Aragon's like, I've got to do this. I've got to take it here.
Please.
And now if I can. But it seems as if Team Queso is just like, look, we get it. We want to rotate on out, but we also don't want to get shot in the back trying to do so.
And you could just see 9Z just taking their time here, but that time's running out. Yeah, they only got a minute left on the clock. They're trying to find a position into this next circle. Papi Potro is using that blue zone to his advantage. He knows they're cornered, and Big Milo's waiting for one of those vehicles to start driving in his direction. The trap is set.
Ooh. This angle, you also get the information of the other vehicles on the mountaintop from Navy SEALs. We have to take this, right? Like, we have to hit the small rotate.
Absolutely.
No they choice. Could just go north. I mean, you got Choco, who's already invested some time to get across the road with their vehicle, but it seems like Big Milo is just chasing him down.
Yep. And let's see what happens now as Aragon. Oh, yeah, it's on the drive. Pedrino just goes down immediately. And feeding Team Queso a couple more eliminations just like that. Next zone does pop. Goes on over to All Glory Gaming side of things. Now Furia has to move. But meanwhile, Team Queso is just punishing 9Z on this rotate.
And that shift, Furia is going to have to move. Alpha7, Team Liquid, Influence Rage. It's Twisted Minds that had the early rotation as a trio away from Furia that have just waltzed into such a nice space towards that end zone.
Well, this is what I was talking about, right? What if Furia would have realized that, you know, they knew it was Twisted Minds. They took out Guizao. If they would have chased him down and finished him off, they would have been in that spot. So this is one of those things, right, where it's those 50-50 decisions that could have gone either way. And Furia seemed to constantly err on the side of safety. And now that decision, it just so turns out, right, it's definitely hurting them.
All right, well, good check-in with them for Alpha7. How are they going to approach this? You know they're going to butt heads with each other. Furia's only on 1 elimination, Alpha7 on 1. It's just in terms of raw fighting power, Alpha7 is just a team you just don't want to run up against right now.
No, ma'am. That is one team you do not want to be messing with. And the whole lobby knows it. So, I mean, we saw All Glory Gaming. They threw 50 nades at them and still didn't push because they knew it was Alpha7 in that warehouse. So, let's see what Alpha7 could do. This is normally where they work best, when their back's against the wall and they can just push in as a unit. But this is going to be very difficult. If they get into this next circle, they're going to get a lot of eliminations.
They can get there, right? Like, you already think about what we witnessed from Team Queso on that opposing side of things. And Team Queso is kind of looking for that information elsewhere. NRG, you've poked, you've prodded, you've looked long enough. Next thing you know, Inco Gaming's gonna come in swinging. They're split here, half of them outside the play zone, the other two moving on in towards NRG.
See what happens. Yep, Alpha7, if they can make it in this rotation, they're gonna get shot up though. But meanwhile, Ayala gets the knock. Oh, gonna have to back it on up. Let's see if they're able to survive. Furia is definitely punishing him. McGrellin with the angle. Oh, whips out the M4 a half second too late.
All right, Carrillo. This is going to be interesting, especially if you're going to take down a team that wants to have a substantial performance here. But you've got to be careful, too. There's still the remnants of a couple teams in this area. Now, when I say remnants, there's literally 1 member left of Influence Rage, 1 member left of Team Liquid, but it's Furia that finds McGrellin.
Here they go. Carrillo there throwing that nade. Did a little bit of damage, but wasn't able to hit the mark. Furia has to win this fight, folks. It is their double points day. They are so behind. Yeah, they're in 6th place, but all these other teams are going to have their double points days as well. So if you want to lock in that ticket to PMGC, you got to be able to win fights like this. Let's see if they can do it. They have the numbers advantage, but they're not pushing one side directly. They're not using their numbers to their advantage. They're just kind of holding teams off, trying to move in.
Speaking of, I mean, Twisted Minds down with 1 elimination. Influence Rage falls next. So especially when you've got your 5th team on the overall standings done and out in a 38 overall standings gap that we're looking to jump over from Furia. This is a chance to start carving back on more of those points. Granted, we only have 2 eliminations. Where do you set your sights on? Do you take out the rest of Alpha7? I think that's the first matter of business. Team Queso, though, you break out in too much of a fight, they're going to come swinging, and it's Colgoat on the front lines.
It's Colgoat on the front lines indeed. All Glory Gaming are in a good position here. Let's see if they can take advantage of it, make up for that last game. But yeah, Alpha7, here they go, getting into it with Furia. Silence laid down, but a jump shot takes them out. And Furia are trying to get their members up. Cardoso, if he crosses that hill, they're done for. But he gets taken out. That is perfect for Furia.
Yo, send a nice nutter to Inco Gaming for that one. Team Liquid down and out with 2 eliminations. These, you know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'll start worrying after the next game. I'll just keep telling myself a little copium, you know?
Yep, that's how you do it. That's how you do it right there. And Furia were able to get their entire squad up and alive. This is perfect for them. So 4 eliminations, they need to start amping up the aggression. They have this whole entire side to themselves. This could definitely make up for that slight loss they had last game.
Especially with Team Queso already going a different way, but Inco Gaming, Ninapete down, and VIP Esports trying to roam on over here. Von Vitali, I just need these nades to connect, but I get ripped from the cross.
Uh-oh. Let's see what Juancho can do. Juancho, quick shot. Gets caught with the shotgun. And inactive, ooh, with the assist there. That was pretty good. But is it good enough to help out Juancho, or actually Vitali here, because Juancho is eliminated. Inactive, got to win this fight. Can he do it? Just short. VIP gets the last laugh there, but we still have a couple teams. Actually, I believe all of our Group B teams are still alive.
Okay. I mean, look, I take it. I take it. That's what they need. Intense game is up. Latin Kings are up. 1 elimination for them. All Glory Gaming, they got a trio left standing. There's 4 eliminations for them. I mean, this is not a bad showing, at least for this match number 2.
Absolutely right. Not bad at all. Let's see if they're going to be able to utilize it to its fullest potential. You got Team Queso still alive. That is going to be the biggest threat because they are currently sitting in 4th place. If you are Furia, you want this team to go out and you want to win this game with a ton of eliminations. There's one more. They get a nice knock on a VIP. I think they realize that so many big players are gone. I want to see Furia start dominating here.
I'm ready for it. I am ready for it, considering their position on that zone. Look who's ahead of them. Intense game. Sure, they're in another double points day, but they could be nice eliminations to pick on up. We see Colgoat go down, which is going to be scary for Team Queso out here on the sides from the Navy SEALs.
See what happens. Let's see what happens as Milos got those angles. Hits the mark, gets the nice knock. Intense game is eliminated there. Milos going to get the res on the Colgoat. That's a player you definitely need up, but it's going to be close. Only 25 seconds left on the clock, and they're on the thick side. This zone's going to close really fast on them.
I mean, get back on the feet. The fact that we preserve that is crazy. And it's going to be Latin Kings, Navy SEALs, going to be their threat towards the inside, but with this angle that Milos has got, you should be able to pick up 2 right here.
See what he does. Yeah, Milos has to start pushing. 4 seconds left on the clock. You got to push. Just run up at this point. You cannot afford this. Let's see if they can win this fight. All Glory Gaming are staying very quiet in their buildings. They need to start stepping out here and getting aggressive.
Okay, well, I mean, sure. Chucking a frag grenade over and being like, here, catch. Here, smoke it on out.
Whoo! Milos caught Medion slipping. And that's the big knock they needed, especially while this zone's closing. Here comes the rest of Team Queso on the push.
Well, Big Milo's already kind of situated their rotation for him. He's grabbing eliminations from a different angle. You got to meet back on up. Colgoat will be one of the last people to get there alongside Milos. We're being pressured from afar. Elsewhere, AGG looking down the sides of Furia. Same with VIP Esports. Furia are not going to love all the attention they're getting, but when you pick up Big Milo like that, okay.
No problem. And now here comes Colgoat, looking to take out the rest of the Navy SEALs, and they're gone. So now Team Queso has this side all to themselves. The only biggest threat is going to be All Glory Gaming right above them on that hill. Yeah, Furia are completely trapped in that divot down the mountain. So all eyes are on them. They can't move too much. Oh, but they do have some sight lines over there near Team Queso.
No smokes though. That's kind of unfortunate. They got a frag, a molly, one smoke in the hands right here. So, okay. That can help should anything go awry. You need to pick someone back on up already. But depending on how this shift goes, they have to move in just a little bit. And you can see VIP over there. You know what they're going for. They want that drop.
Yeah, this could be huge for them, right? Because Furia, I think, are just inching their way in. Everybody else is quite far out. So Furia just has to stay still, wait for all these other teams to move first, and shoot at anything that moves, because Team Queso are going to have their hands full with All Glory Gaming.
Shoot at anything that moves. You know what? Look, simple instructions. They should be able to make that happen.
That's it. Yeah, but they're stuck in a really tough spot here. Oh, Big Milo's going to have some angles. He's got some really good angles, and he's in the next circle. So that's the biggest threat. If Furia could take down Big Milo, then they should win this game.
Well, Furia's on 7 eliminations. Team Queso's on 7.
VIP
Esports on 7. A ton. And, oh, those were some good shots right off the rip there. Grabs the knock. Silence has to go big here, but just have to keep your eyes on out. Unfortunate for Furia. Down to 3. Another knock comes through as Silence gets ripped apart. Furia, you're just going to have to lay low as a duo for now.
Oh, never mind. Yep, they get out-angled by VIP. They moved up far too soon, and that is Furia eliminated. Team Queso looking to take this game for them. 12 eliminations, make that 13, and there is still one more left available.
This is a Team Queso if I've ever seen it, especially down to 2 here. Tons of eliminations, but you just got to find that last player. And he's over there, laying down. Frome pops on up, takes some shots. Have no fear. It should give them the information of like where they need to focus on.
Wow, that's another elimination though. Cunha take all those points he could get. So yeah, you can just see them punishing Team Queso. This is technically a 1v1 right now since Papi Potro's going for the res.
I don't blame him for going on the res.
Never mind. He's just going to deny. Okay, perfect. So Team Queso win that game. 12 eliminations. I mean, the king's of consistency, right? They will take full advantage of any mistake these other teams are making. And honestly, Team Queso has on my list for one of the biggest threats so far this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, what is it? I think they actually had 13 eliminations, 3,000 damage, which is massive. That's massive work, a 23-point game. Now, this just goes to show you what those eliminations look like and what they can do. They had to fight their way. So difficult to get into that play zone. All the angles were unfavorable. And the fact that they go into the end game with all 4 players and then just do it that dominant, that's very impressive.
Well, it speaks volumes about what kind of roster Team Queso is. If it didn't already, I mean, again, you've got a tremendous player on that roster, powerhouse player of Colgoat, who continues to lead the way in eliminations. Team Queso is a roster that has pumped the brakes, at least in the past, but has kind of been all gas as of recently when it matters most, getting towards the end of day number 20. So I'm very happy with them. I am. 13 elimination, like you said, 3K damage. Team Queso, they're looking great. They're looking poised. I can't wait to see them at PMGC. I don't see a world where they drop outside of top 5, Hot Tubes.
Yeah, I don't see it either. I don't see that happening. These guys, honestly, I'm going to put them as the biggest threats in this tournament. I think that they could win this thing. They really could with how they've been playing. Alpha7, Team Liquid, all these guys got to start watching their backs because there's something about this squad, man. They can pull out a chicken dinner at any time they want, and they're highly consistent.
That's actually a big statement. I wasn't expecting you to say that they could win this fall season, which that's a big leap. But you know what? I'm gonna put some faith in that. I mean, they continue to do very well, incredibly well. In fact, I think Influence Rage is also another threat, despite maybe not the best game here. Tiff, I did love what you said though about Team Liquid. It's like, I keep saying the next game they're gonna step it up, and I'll keep saying that because it's like this game once again. 8th place, 2 eliminations, just not a talking point, quite honestly, and I'm not going to talk about them, so let's move on to another roster. I'm actually happy with Furia's 3rd place, 7 eliminations, Tiff. Could they have done better this time, much like on Erangel, to secure maybe a 2nd or 1st place?
I think so. I mean, the issue is their positioning, right? It was just really unfortunate. The fact that they even got into the top 3 and they acquired more eliminations they did on that initial match one on Erangel, we're moving in the right direction. So if you're just basing it off the eliminations alone, you're walking away with 14 points, which isn't necessarily that point structure that Hot Jukes had wanted initially for them, but it's still putting something on the board. Mind you, It took Influence Rage 2 games to warm up yesterday on their double points day. So if this is what we've got for our first Erangel, our first Miramar for Furia, I'm okay.
Well, the good news is, Hot Jukes, the fact that Twisted Minds, the team that they're trying to catch up to, speaking in regards, obviously, to Furia, they finished at the bottom. 0 eliminations, 15th place. They continue to play like that. I mean, Furia, they're going to catch up. I don't think they did enough here with 24 points, but I mean, we were talking 30 points to break into top 5, which means passing up Twisted Minds. Furia is well on their way to doing so, and Twisted Minds is not defending their position.
Yeah, I mean, especially if Twisted Minds have a rough double points day coming up, I mean, it's totally possible. I mean, Furia, they're doing good, right? The thing that's killing me about them is that they're not winning games where I really feel like they should have. I think in the last game they could have done a little bit more as well, but 7 eliminations, 5 placement points, you got to be happy to put a performance like that consistently up so far here on the double points day.
We got to be happy with top 3s, and they've got top 3 in both of the games. And like Tiff continues to accentuate is the fact that Influence Rage took 2 games off yesterday on their bonus points and still finished today with one of the best days, one of the 2nd best bonus points days we've seen outside of Team Liquid, who beat them by just 1 point. We'll move on to the 2nd page, and nothing really big to talk about here. X Factor, I want to talk about them so badly, I do, but after they missed out on their bonus points yesterday, I really fear it's just too far gone for them. So now I focus my attention once again towards the top 5, and Tiff, we see Furia just behind that of Twisted Minds. One more game in top 3, they're breaking into top 5. Twisted Minds is dropping down, and then the next one in their line of sights is going to be Team Queso.
I mean, they're inching closer, right? What is that? 15 points? That's not a whole lot there, especially when Twisted Minds is just sitting there, not getting a ton of placement points. Of course, they're excelling in terms of those eliminations, but Team Queso, man, I'm just really excited for their double points day. But before I get ahead of myself, let's see what the rest of those Group B teams did. Someone had to get some points on the board, right?
Well, you think so? It was the best game for Group B. I think you both pointed that out, right? So I'm expecting some movement on the 2nd page for some of our Group B teams. And yeah, AGG will move up, Hot Jukes.
AGG moves up a little bit. We'll take that.
Just a little bit.
A little bit of this, a little bit of that. Well, we like seeing that movement, right? So
yeah.
All Glory Gaming, again, they still need to have, they're far behind their quota for me to feel comfortable for them to be in top 5. But you know what? You got to start somewhere.
Got to start somewhere indeed. There it is. Moving up. Intense game. Navy, they'll stay at the bottom. I just highlight them simply because they're Group B. Their X Factor will continue to drop off. I think it's a little bit too late. NRG, though, still excited for their Sunday. But today, been a little bit quiet, although I did see in chat, and I think rightly so, Fate is currently the most favorite NA player out there, which, Hot Jukes, I think you would disagree. You'd probably put Wancho, maybe?
Yeah, Wancho's, he's too strong.
He's too strong. Coach Wancho, man. Who knew a coach would transition to playing and be so good at the game? Just Tiff, he's multi-talented. Wancho, Fate, doesn't matter. We got a lot of great NA talent. That's the good thing about the Americas region, right? We get to see North America compete, and I think we got a lot of good personalities for what it's worth.
And that's my favorite part about it, right? Of course, I love good players that are just like excelling in game, but if you can build your brand and personality outside of game, I think it just makes it so much more fun.
Well, that's it. All right. Well, that's 2 games down and obviously 4 more to go. Things are just getting started, and I'm excited to see how far we continue to go for not only Team Queso, Influence Rage, right? Can they continue to encroach on Alpha7? Will Furia break into top 5 coming back, or will Twisted Minds continue to hold down what they got? But at least for NRG's sake, they've got a lot of great players on that roster. We just talked about Fate, but I want to hear from Casper. Luckily, Sarpatch was on site to bring Casper to the side to give him a little talking to. Let's hear what Casper had to say.
All right, guys, we're at the end of the first match, 3rd day of the 3rd week. Here we are with Casper. Casper, a pretty good match. Tell me about it. I told you, hey, good match, and you were like, eh.
Well, it was a good match, but it definitely could have been better. Just a decision-making issue in the end that costed us the game.
A decision?
Yeah.
What decision?
We took a wrong fight, and yeah.
What do you mean? No. Tell me more.
Well, we fought the North team instead of the Sniper Tower team,
Okay.
who we were setting up on originally.
Yeah.
And the team at the Sniper Tower actually won the game. So that's where we threw in the end.
I get you. Hey, but good points, good start. Especially yesterday wasn't that good of a day, so starting like this is a lot better, right?
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, let's go. Let's do more points. I want to interview you more, man. So do good, okay? You're good, my man. Let's go.
It's time for your sacrifice.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 13. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble. Today, has been great so far, at least for Furia's sake. Furia quickly catching up to Twisted Minds, who's in 5th place. Furia looks to be 1 game away from breaking into top 5, a spot where they haven't been in quite some time. The goal for them, if I had to assume, would just be to try to gain as much of a lead as they possibly can once they break into top 5. Not necessarily to catch Alpha7, but more so to just help solidify their position within the top 5 as the games go along and the other groups move into their bonus points, and then set themselves up nicely for the final week, where they're going to have to play very, very well, because clearly teams are just really coming up. Loving what I'm seeing so far from a couple of different rosters out there. And we'll bring in, of course, our casters. We're talking about Hot Jukes and Spider Tiff. It's been a good day for a number of different reasons. Influence Rage, I could talk about them all day. I really could, but I'm not going to. Maybe I will. We'll see, depending on what we got to do for Phil here. But no, I wanted to, kind of go through the week 3 elimination leaders, and Diego's in the #1 spot. Diego has really stepped it up this week, Hot Jukes. He's at 27 eliminations. Obviously on Influence Rage, Kogoat continues to just slay out. He's on 27 himself, but I think for the most part, like Loops, Inco, Alpha7, Team Queso, Influence Rage, those have been the top squads in terms of eliminations, the squads that really are hungry to make an impact going into the final week.
Yep. Team Queso, Kogoat, so strong. Yeah, and that's why they're on the top right now, and honestly, Furia have done enough, right, to hit my quota for the first 2 games, but the thing is that they were gifted both circles, right? And when you get gifted that much, I don't want to see just 12 points. I want to see 20, Now, if it was a tough circle, they were having to push out from the edge every single moment, and they still got 12 points, you would hear me singing their praise. I'd be like, oh my gosh, Furia is back. But right now, my hand's a little bit like this. You know what I'm saying? It's not like this. It's like this. I don't like that.
The same way, bro. Power Bank is exactly the same way. Well, Tiff, because you got to think of the overall goal. It's to go to PMGC, right? If Furia's not able to own a moment here against, I don't like to say it, but like lesser teams compared to the top 5 who will be moving on to the next stage, how are they going to do it against all the other top dogs that made it to the stage through their respective regions?
See, it's tough because I also agree with Hot Jukes, but I also don't agree with him because I'm like, if you're getting gifted zones, you're not throwing away your life. You still converted those into 2 top 3s. You got even more eliminations on the Miramar. You went up against teams like Alpha7 right off the rip who were neighboring around you. Even Team Queso. We've talked about how many eliminations they have. They were still trying to put pressure onto Furia in those earlier fights. So I'm okay with their performance based off of that. Now, if they do fight it in and they have to lose a couple, it could have been completely different. We just know that they like to hunker down and look for maybe safer eliminations. It's not a lot. It's not flashy, but it's not like they threw it.
Yeah, I feel you. I totally feel you. Because it's like, it's one of those decisions you have to make, right? Like, all right, do we play safely and guarantee a good performance? Or do we take those risks and possibly get an insane performance or a bad one, right? If you notice the top teams in the world, they'll take that risk like 90% of the time if it's in their favor. At Furia, I don't see them taking those risks, and that's why I'm like, I think you got to take them when the chance is high, right, Taylor?
Well, it's hard to balance it, though, isn't it? Because you look at a team like X Factor. X Factor throughout last week was highly aggressive, and it was working and paying off. This week, it's not working as much. They're getting shut down. Normally, they'll get, one good elimination like they did last week. They get 5 elims, right? And then they get wiped. So you gotta find that balance, and the best teams in the world, they're able to find that balance, right? And for this one, I'm calling out Team Liquid. I want a military zone, because Team Liquid, they get that military zone, they're gonna be looking good. My lord, come on, TL. Get top 3, baby. Let's see it. Get top 3 today and start performing well and stick it to Influence Rage like I know you want to. Hot Juke, Spider Tip, let's find out if they do it.
Yes, let's find out. Yes, Tip was like Thanos in that last one there, perfectly balanced, like all things should be. But you know what's not balanced? It's Team Liquid. Team Liquid's all out of whack right now, and I don't like it.
I said that, was it a day and a half ago, maybe 2 days ago? I was like, this team, something is amiss over there. I don't necessarily think we're going to pull a military base zone off this, which would be crazy if we did. However, we'll still keep our eyes on them. We got to hit a nice rotation, maybe not lose our players through that mid game and put up more than 5 eliminations. So I'll keep tabs on you, but for now, we're still slipping. You got to start worrying because Team Queso, once they hit their double points day, which happens tomorrow, man, Team Liquid, you're going to fall from grace. First to fourth, potentially even fifth.
Oh, not good. Oh, Furia is riding in a glider. Okay, let's see how that works out for them. Oh, next zone popped. Are they going to flip a U-turn? Let's see. Maybe Kowski's just trying to get to his teammate here on the bridge. Nope. He is going to send it across the way and going to try to find some loot on the north side.
Sightseeing. Anytime I see someone on a glider, I'm like, nah, they sightseeing. We saw some crazy rotates for glider moves towards military base on one of the zones. I believe it was on day 11. And it pulled so heavily on the south. Team Liquid was down there. Influence Rage was down there. It was wild. But for now, it's just everyone just wanting to get their loot quality on up because they know there's a potential bet that they're going to have to hedge. And I think a lot of them would probably say it's safer to play on that northern, the main island side of things for Erangel.
Yeah, let's see. Yeah, they would have definitely. This is a good challenge for Furia here. Honestly, Tiff, like this is going to be the big thing that I'm keeping an eye on because now this is not their circle by any means, right? So if Furia have a good game here, a solid one, I'm going to be on board. But if they just pull up 1 or 2 points, then I think that my concerns are going to start being a little bit valid because Furia, when you're gifted a circle like that, you got to go crazy, I think, when that opportunity comes because it doesn't come every single game.
It really doesn't. And honestly, let's see. They're in their favored home. They're still having to rotate around Intense Game and Alpha7. Alpha7 usually likes to get on that move a lot more quickly. But for All Glory Gaming, they're already inside that play zone. Of course, you got Team Queso to your south, and Twisted Minds already had taken some shots on that eastern side of things. They're going to run into 9Z, which I feel like Twisted Minds should be very comfortable in that fight.
Yeah, I think so as well. Yeah, so if you're Twisted Minds, that's the team you're going to want to be taking on. 9Z. And it's so crazy because 9Z has Senadexa, who is like one of the most decorated players in this game, right? I mean, he played with Alpha7 for years. He plays so high with them in PMGC, but you know, this is a team game and it just takes that synergy to happen. And 9Z, they have all the talent, they have the names, they have the firepower, but it's just, you know, about building that synergy. So that's why I'm not too worried about 9Z not performing well because it's difficult, right? For a new team to really just start, you know, playing at the highest level off the rip. But all I want to see from 9Z is improvement every single game as we go.
I like that. I think that's a healthy thing to ask for, especially if you take decorated players and you kind of put them onto a roster. Sometimes you just got to iron some things out on your first initial season together. So sure, may not be flashy. They've seen some good fights here and there, but when you kind of have to go up against a lot of these heavy hitting teams consistently on your rotations, whether it's Alpha7, it's Twisted Minds, it's Team Queso, it's not like these are going to be the easiest fights, but sometimes if you go up against the best, that's how you level up a heck of a lot quicker.
That is true. That is definitely how you level up a lot quicker. So hopefully we could see that leveling up happen live. That's what I like to see. And we've definitely seen it from quite a few teams, actually. We've seen some really good signs of life. But, you know, a lot of teams just lack that immaculate consistency these top 5 squads have, right? I mean, you could just see the difference. I mean, look at the scoreboard right now. Twisted Minds on up have already broken 600. Alpha7, the first team to break 700. And, I mean, that's double the points than, you know, 3 of the squads that we have down on the leaderboards. It's pretty crazy to watch.
Really is. I mean, for VIP Esports, they've had some really insane fighting moments today. I've been pretty impressed with them considering their 13th place overall. I mean, they're trying to chase down 9Z. Very possibly could. All Glory Gaming up there in the 10th place spot. Just about to overtake NRG considering their double points day. They still have a decent spot over there on the western side of things, but they're going to be such an issue here for a lot of teams maybe wanting to take this vicinity, considering we talked about it. Intense Game, Alpha7, all Furia, they're going to be heading in this general direction.
Yes, they are. Well, let's see what happens. All Glory Gaming got to show up here now because this is their second to last chance to catch up on points. Double point days are just so beneficial to help that hurt from any games you had earlier on so far. And All Glory Gaming, yeah, you know, decent game 1, game 2, not where they want to be. Let's see where they can end up as we're watching that great migration. NRG are going to be the last ones on rotate. I'm keeping an eye on Furia. They're going to be a little late to the party here, but they should be in a fine position unless the circle goes down to military base.
Now, I'm curious, do you think it's going to do that? Because something that I noticed was Twisted Minds was electing to take cover of that eastern bridge. That's where they decided to rotate ahead of time. They want to make sure they can gatekeep it if anyone looks to make that play. I'm like, dude, that's smart. And they did a really nice rotation on Miramar when they were trying to get away from Furia, and they called it to perfection.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They called it to absolute perfection. So, oh boy, let's see. Let's see how it ends up playing. I mean, I think it's 50-50 right now, to be honest with you, right? The zone could still go into that northern land, or it could hard shift down south. You can see all these teams are betting it goes north, though, because there's not a single squad down at military base, and I can't blame them. But if you're a team like Alpha7, you can see they're holding a spot that is still have a dead open line to that bridge, just in case it does go down south.
All right. See, this is what we knew was going to happen on that bridge. Holding it down, looking at X Factor. We've been asking a lot of X Factor in general in terms of that performance, but this distance here with the 4X Guizhou. Now we see that consistency. We see why you're up there in the top 3 in terms of eliminations.
Let's see how it's gonna go. Guizhou, yeah, popping some shots. He's gonna hold that bridge, and this is a great idea because Twisted Minds know that there's still a chance that that zone can go down to Millie. So they're gonna hold this bridge for now, just in case. Yeah, protect those vehicles, but they should all be in vehicles ready to move if this zone does pop down south. I don't think they want to be trying to gatekeep all the teams that'll be coming in.
No, I don't think so, but they do want to get ahead of it, but it's only a matter of time. You got just about 10 seconds left before we decide if this initial move to kind of situate yourself around here was the right call. Alpha7, they went for the other bridge. For NRG, you're still surrounded by so many teams, and you see that play zone shift, and dang, that's a tough one. Furia, who doesn't actually rotate down towards the south just yet, waltzes into a pretty fight-free area because Alpha7's down by the bridge. Intense Game moved down to the south as well as AGG. I actually love this for them.
Yep, perfect zone shift for Furia. It literally went right in their direction. So now they're going to have that ruins school area to themselves just north of Pachinki. It's going to be interesting to see how they work it out. All Glory Gaming on their double points. Got to win this fight. It is just up to Poppy Sour now. All Glory Gaming looking real good at the moment. Nice jump in from Poppy Sour, but it is not going to work out. Good eliminations for All Glory Gaming. And right on time.
Game. Out. Double points day for them. Not going to do too much, but it was a really quick fight right there. But I think you're right on that. Let's see. Down to 3 for All Glory Gaming. Kind of unfortunate that we lose out on 1, but still, we're alive. We've got eliminations. This is a good point.
Yeah, and they did it perfectly on time because Alpha7 was ready to third-party it. They knew that they were on the edge. They knew they were the only other team that could have third-partied. But since All Glory Gaming finished that so quickly, it's not going to be a problem. So I don't know if Alpha7 realizes it's just 3 players. I think they still think it could be a full squad. So it's smart for Alpha7 to just kind of lay back and wait unless they get like a really nice double knock here.
Okay, well, for Revo, getting that information, looking to see who's fighting. They had originally went towards that bridge area for the military base in case of a pull down towards the south, but popping up onto the northern side of things in the play zone, I don't hate it. You see exactly where AGG is. You're split holding. You got Mafioso and Revo kind of towards that center. Even Magrellan is up there with Revo. But then you've got Pirello looking towards Team Queso. And if you can take down the numbers of both of those teams without losing too much of your health, that's ideal.
That is going to be ideal big time. And you can see Revo just being annoying, too, just shooting out tires. That's going to make the rotation even that more difficult. But that's what the top teams in the world do. These guys play dirty. They do not mess around. Any kind of advantage that they can get, they'll take it.
Ooh. Grellin on the move. Kind of wants to reunite alongside of them. They already poked, prodded at AGG, and now they're focused on towards that end game. So I think that's really good at identifying it. You talked about it yesterday. We keep noticing it. It's like we've overstayed our welcome. We don't necessarily need to be there for now. This is going to be one of the teams that needs that big move, X Factor. On that eastern side of things, do you go to the north towards NRG? Do you push in towards 9Z?
Yeah, let's see right now. That's going to be the question, because right now I'm looking at X Factor. The zone goes south. The zone goes hard shift south. So now it is now cut in half. Now Furia got to get moving big time. So that little circle advantage they had is long gone.
Yeah, so approximate, what would you say the percentage of water is in this next play zone?
I'm going to say it is 51%.
That's a lot. I'm not going to lie. I would have pegged it for like 28.
Nope. I would say 51% land, 49% water.
Okay. For the coastline, you're looking at Alpha7 and Team Queso. So big fight here. It's not going to be isolated. There's going to be a lot of teams that want to get involved in this. Furia, in particular, is just rotating smack dab in the middle of Team Queso and Inco, and they're already starting that fight.
Yes, they are. Let's see how it's going to work out, though. Inactive. Oh, got caught in a blender. Couldn't figure out where the right spot was. That is huge for Furia. They need all these eliminations. That's going to be 3. Can they get more? Furia moved so quickly. They went all the way straight to the middle of the zone. Huge play for Furia. That's that boldness I've been waiting for.
I know, I was gonna say, that was that aggressive nature that you're just like, come on, this is the test. We knew they weren't gonna have that initial play zone, but can they still battle their way on in there? Man, they full sent straight into Inco, leaving them with just Wancho left. So now that they've kind of got this coastal side of things, they've got the cover, you can really decide, do we start third-partying on a Team Queso and Alpha7? Because that's inevitably going to happen. Or do you wait for X Factor to try and filter on in?
Oh, let's see. Yeah, that's going to be the question. That's going to be the question. Yeah, Furia, I think, are just happy to just hold that spot for now. And that's what they need to do. Just play defense. You don't want nobody pushing up on you. Buy yourself more time. Teams are going to get eliminated as time goes on. But once the advantage flips your way, then you got to flip that aggression. That's what I want to see if Furia can do. Can they flip that switch? Because now they're dead center of this circle. This could be a huge game for them.
All right, little boy. Moving straight on in. Influence Rage, they've been having some really solid fight potential here. Twisted Minds would be quite interesting, but I feel like they keep running into each other. And if Twisted Minds go out with, no points, 1 to 5 points on this game, I hate to say it, but there's a potential for Furia to surpass them.
Oh, yeah, it's totally possible. Totally possible, especially with their position. Furia already had a couple good games, right? And now they're in a great position. They got 3 eliminations, their whole squad up. I mean, everything is looking good for them, right? So if you're Twisted Minds, you got to start performing, but they're in a tough spot on this edge. They're completely weak to Influence Rage. So Twisted Minds cannot move a muscle, and I think they're just going to try to hold that spot until this next zone pops. But this zone popped on them, so this is a good thing for Twisted Minds.
Oh, you love to see that if you're them. For Influence Rage, I can understand why you want to take this fight. You want to isolate yourself in here, but a bit of poking. You do have a nice structure here to work with, but in terms of cover, Twisted Minds' vicinity looks so much nicer.
Yeah, Influence Rage are doing the wrong thing right now. They shouldn't even be looking at Twisted Minds. They should be looking in the other direction because teams are going to be heading right towards them now. So they should really worry about 9Z first. Because if they do this battle with Twisted Minds right here, right now, they're going to get third party immediately after.
I mean, 9Z over there, that's going to be their biggest threat in terms of how do we get towards these later stages. Diego here. And you made your presence known. You've already said, hey, Twisted Minds, we're over here. We're using some vehicles alongside this, but it's VIP on the other side of things, trying to rotate on in from that north into the play zone. NRG's over there as well. You have 3 teams that are going to say, you guys have no space, no cover. This is easy.
Yep. Let's see. Let's see what they could do, because right now they got some sight lines there on NRG, which is okay. But right now, they should only have maybe 1 player looking inwards, everybody else looking behind them, because their spot is so valuable. They got to remember that over half this circle's in water. Everybody's going to be looking for their position. Yeah, and NRG, they're getting peppered, but they got nothing to worry about. All they got to do is just hope they don't get crashed behind them.
Just vibing.
Yeah.
I've got faith in them. I got faith. 120 points back on the overall standings in terms of a 5th place, but okay, Alpha7. This is where things are going to get mixy. We talked about this engagement between Alpha7 and Team Queso, and it's finally about to break out. McGrellin on the front line, still trying to climb up the side to get towards the building. Mafioso and Carrillo from the north. We're setting up the pinch play here for Team Queso.
Yeah, this is what I love about Alpha7. They understand timing. They got to realize that, hey, we got to take this fight now. Right now, this zone is starting to close. We have to win this fight with Team Queso and then move on. Honestly, they're taking way too long, in my opinion, here. McGrellin, he's got to know that this fight has to get kicked off. Where's the rest of the team? Now they're on the move, but it could be too little too late.
Yeah.
They're not doing the fight. Yep, they realize that they cannot take the fight. They are just going to leave and chance it on a blind rotation.
Well, a lot of that has to deal with loops in a neighboring vicinity as well, kind of rotating with the vehicles just from the north. You still have some Furia. That's where we turn our attention towards, where everyone's going to be rotating in. Furia will be.
Let's see. Can Furia gatekeep these squads? Alpha7 know that they are not in position. They're going to full send it to the rock, and it looks like a couple of them are actually going to get there. So Revel has some high ground to work with. He's going to look for even higher ground. Oh, McGrellin gets caught. But on the other side of things, the Vicious and VIP are battling it out.
Ray is down. David in the building. Demeanor and David have to clutch things up and go outside, and that is it for the Vicious. 1 elimination. VIP Esports down to a duo. Pick up 4 elims and stay alive on that northern side of things. Third party likely to happen for them. But this Alpha7, the move in, the no space, 2 down. They are in shambles.
They are definitely in shambles. Team Liquid are dead center. This could be their huge bounce back game as this battle is raging here on the ridgeline. Carrillo got that nade locked and loaded, and this is where they really get to work. That's going to be their first elimination right there. Actually make it 2. Alpha7, that nade onto Colgoat was huge. Actually, no, that was FS. Yeah, X Factor. All the way from the other side. Got him at the perfect time.
That's wild. Look, I mean, they're just getting helped here. You see Milos out there in the distance. Colgoat falls. The full comes in. Team Queso down to just 1 player. Loop's still in the north, though, and Furia nearby. You already called out X Factor. We were kind of jutted out on that peninsula to get that angle on all the teams over here. And NRG, I like what I'm seeing here for them. 9Z on that horizon.
Yeah, let's see just how beneficial this is going to be as NRG, with just 2 players up, are holding this position against 9Z. Casper just throwing nades over. Yeah, they just are holding the shack with everything they got. But eventually 9Z is going to have to push. So will they hold on? All it takes is 1 nade. 1 nade to get inside this little shack and he's gone. Oh, that might be it. And it is. Just like that.
Ooh. NRG in shack and shambles. All of the above. Spec. No eliminations for this game thus far. You can hear all the shots going around. It's crazy. It's X Factor. It's Loops. Loops just trying to hold on. Closing things up, and 9Z fall as soon as we walk away from it. Spec was able to clutch it up.
Huge one there for Spec and NRG, because they have to hold on here because these teams right above them are performing so good. Furia has 4 eliminations already on their double points, and they have their whole team alive. So this could be another great game for them. Let's see how they finish out. But X Factor, meanwhile, have a decent position, but they're getting shot from every single angle here.
Okay, FS, you've got cover. Kind of something that I expected to happen. It was Furia going in on the remnants of Alpha7. They take up 2 more eliminations. They're on 5. They didn't have a circle pull towards them in particular. They've been fighting for their position, and Furia are still on 5.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see what's going to happen. Is FS going to hold it down right now? This is going to be a big stall, and we're not going to see any fights engage until this zone pops. Actually, no, Vitin just said, you know what? I'm not going to wait for the circle to pop. I'm going to be pushing on up, using these smokes, and it's working so far. Loops trying to take out X Factor. It's going to be a hard push there. Zone centers on up. Furia have to move. I believe they still might have some vehicles. Let's see if they're going to be able to get on over to Team Liquid, because that's the only coverage in this whole circle.
I was going to say, hear me out. Please tell me you saw Team Liquid have a perfect pull for them.
Oh,
perfect pull. And you see the replay here of Furia just fighting Alpha7 in the water. Good. Check in with them. One elimination. It doesn't matter. They've got zone pull, and I'm happy with that.
Let's see what Furia can do. Twisted Minds are now, they got to move. They got to move up the hill. Influence Rage is their only threat at this point. But honestly, the blue zone is their biggest threat. They're going to have to move wide out into the open and beat out Influence Rage, while Team Liquid's going to be shooting at them like crazy from right next to them.
Okay. Totally fair. We knew Influence Rage wanted to fight this anyway, so they're split. You've got this. We just need to thread one of the windows, especially if you can catch Radaboy over there by themselves, and you feel like Lorenzen is kind of situated with that angle, waiting for that move.
Uh-oh. Now we saw Team Liquid. Uh-oh, Furia made the push. Furia pushed all the way across. They are trying to take the main spot, but Team Liquid shut them down real quick. Now it is just Gajovski. He's going to be happy to hold on to that spot for as long as he can, but he's most likely about to get finished. Oh, never mind. Yeah, there he is, clear behind this crate. He might actually get some good placement points here.
Hear me out. I was not expecting that in any way, shape, or form.
Oh, watch out for NRG, though. Yeah, you cannot back up too far there, Kofsky. Look at all the nades. Oh my gosh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Run! Never mind. Kofsky is out of there. Team Liquid hold down their position.
That setup, that shot, the free cam, all of that was just epic to see. Furia down in 6 with 5 eliminations, but I have to ask you, Hotchicks, before we move on with that action, was that what you wanted them to do? To fight for the priority positions, to take action in their own hands, even if it doesn't work out?
You gotta take the risks. You gotta take the risk, especially when it's your double points day. So I cannot blame them at all. If they would have won that fight, they would have had this game with some crazy elimination. So you gotta give credit where it is due. Now, Team Liquid, highly blessed in this game. They have had such a rough week. And now they use this blessing to their full advantage, because they already have 6 eliminations, and this game looks like it's in the bag already.
I mean, they had some eliminations served to them on a silver platter courtesy of Furia. So you've isolated yourself. Now, Loops, they're going to have an interesting fight here, considering you're a duo. NRG from the north is a duo. Twisted Minds and Latin Kings Navy SEALs down to 3. Team Liquid's the only team on the board right now that has all 4 players.
Yeah, let's see. It's going to be so hard to push up onto them. It's just a moat of open grass all around them. They don't got to worry about a single thing. Loops gets a knock onto one of the players from Team Liquid. If they had vehicles, they would push, but they don't. So Team Liquid's got to be really careful here. Yeah, they're keeping an eye out for a drive up, but they don't see it just yet. Next zone's going to pop, going to most likely center up. Actually, never mind, it goes north. That is huge for NRG.
I mean, you gotta do it, right? You gotta do it.
Let's see. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Because now, honestly, NRG could have a big opportunity. If somehow Loops and Navy SEALs are able to get on over to Team Liquid, NRG could be in a good position here in the shack. Let's see what happens, though.
Ayala, though. The Team Liquid getting the drops, getting all the loot, getting the goods, making sure they have the best gear to allow themselves to find their success. Are they finally breaking a curse? Are they turning everything around?
Let's see. Let's see. Next zone's going to pop. There's going to be one more circle shift, and we're going to find out as the clock has run out. This circle is starting to close. And Team Liquid, that knock there. I mean, they cannot afford these knocks. They're going to get pushed.
They might. I mean, if they've got vehicles, they feel comfortable like hitting that distance. But that's the thing, is there's a lot of open ground between Team Liquid and a lot of these teams. So I feel like they might be okay. The issue is that duo from Loops has to move in towards where Team Liquid is.
Let's see what happens.
They go out to blue, though.
Yep. Mythic. Nino got way too close. Way too close for comfort. He had the smokes. That's going to be problematic, because if Nino starts this fight with Team Liquid, we could see some of these other teams run out into the open. So let's see, Nino. Oh, gets caught. So that is huge. Team Liquid, they're not giving these teams any chances to get close.
More eliminations from Team Liquid, the turnaround that we have been asking for, already getting situated for this endgame on 7 eliminations, and now it's just 4 teams left. Navy SEALs on 0 elims. Would love to pick something up if they could, but for now, Team Liquid can just kind of run back to their shelter. They're totally fine here. See where that play zone inevitably starts to shift, and Mythic on the roof trying to get those angles.
Yeah, let's see right now. It's Mythic. They have this game in the bag. This should be 100% a Team Liquid win. 7 eliminations so far. This team in particular, with how well they've done so far in the tournament, especially earlier on, they should have this one in the bag. So Ayala getting another elimination. It is looking too good for Team Liquid.
Too good. Look,
good.
I love to hear that. I love to hear that from you, Hot Jukes, because it just makes me feel like they're starting to maneuver themselves into the way that we needed them to be playing, right? Like, we needed this level of energy out of them.
Exactly. And yeah, when it comes to this too, this is what I've been talking about. I was like, Team Liquid needs just a little bit of favor, you know? They need to get a good circle, and they need to get a good win under their belt. And this is it right here. I mean, this is an absolute blessing, and they're taking full advantage of it. I mean, look how many eliminations they have and still counting. So this should be an easy win for them. As you can see on top, a 39% chance of winning. I'd put it at 90. I mean, they should win this game easy.
A believer. Hot Juke's a believer. NRG, the duo, still trying to keep Twisted Minds out of it. Blue zone is going to hurt a bit. We have to walk, and it's going to be Team Liquid actually picking up a couple more of these, which we knew we needed. I want them to walk away with double-digit eliminations from this. It's Chief who goes big. NRG Galaxy down and out, 9 eliminations, and now into the final 3. It's the 4v2v1.
And here come the nades. Oh my gosh, that bounce should do it. Oh, just a little too far. But look at this. See, Team Liquid are not going to just sit there. They're not just going to sit back and relax. No, they don't want to lose any of these eliminations. Here come the nades. Boom. And that is going to be it for the Navy SEALs. Oh, he saw Chief, but Chief saw him right back.
I was going to say, that angle is nasty, but you are right. It's like, I always feel like somebody's looking at me, but Twisted Minds, Federal goes out towards the blue zone, tries to preserve it, but Chief even grabs that one. A Team Liquid win. 13 eliminations, 23 points. You called it from the moment you saw them get into that building, take control of that play zone. The boys out here celebrating. Man, that one's got to feel good considering the past 2 days.
Got to feel huge. And this is what I'm talking about. When a team like Team Liquid gets blessed like that, they do not slip up, Taylor, right? They put in that work. That's a ton of eliminations, and they needed it bad.
They did. Well, the big thing is the spell, or the dry spell, I should say, has been broken, right? Team Liquid, and they get zone, and that's the beautiful thing about it is like they've got 2 distinct locations that they like to go to. Obviously, military is the biggest talking point. They control military quite well, but the thing about military is it typically leads to large rotations if the zone doesn't favor them. So one of the other spots they like to go to is they have this 50-50 split. And it's between shelter and prison. And 2 will go shelter, 2 will go prison, and that's on the mainland. And in this case, Tiff, I mean, it was picture perfect. They do that 50-50 split. They don't get challenged. They rarely do when they go mainland. And they don't have to travel that far. And the zone continues to center up on them. That's where I feel Team Liquid is the best. Not because they don't know how to position themselves and maneuver and they need to get zone blessed to have a good game, but because they can take tremendous advantage of a good zone. More so than I think any other roster.
I completely agree. It's always those long rotations where 1 or 2 will get picked off, one finds themselves isolated, and it's just unfortunate, right? But something that was even more impressive with Team Liquid, which we'll likely see in these replays, is when Furia identifies that their position is going to be the god spot that we need for the end game. And to be able to withstand that full push on him, I was just like, come on, this is a Team Liquid conversion right here.
Sure. Well, even leading up to that, though, Furia did a great job knowing where Alpha7 was, because I was getting a little bit worried about Alpha7's positioning where Furia was at in that stage 5 zone. But I was disappointed in that push from Furia. I was, to go back to that. And you, Hot Jukes, you said you actually liked it because they got aggressive and that's what you wanted to see from them. But I disagree. I think they could have played it passive like they'd done before, and it would have been better for them. They had a portion of the left side of zone by themselves. They didn't have any coverage, but I don't think they needed to push TL in the hard cover POI.
Yeah, I'm going to disagree. And the only reason why is because they're so down on the leaderboards. You know what I'm saying? If they were in a top position already, I would agree, because at this point, it's just about getting some points, right? But they need to catch up. It's their double points day. You know, getting that win, if they would have beat Team Liquid, they would have had more eliminations than them and the chicken dinner, right? So the upside, I think, was worth the risk. But you're right, it's 50-50. It could have gone either way, but I'm on the stage where when you need it, you got to take the risk.
Yeah, I mean, they had a team to the right they could have pushed. They could have stayed where they were and then maybe, try to get a good third party on Team Liquid. But I do appreciate the aggression. They took matters into their own hands. They pushed up and they tried to make something of it. Either way, they do get 14 points, and that's huge for them. But what does taper it off, though, Tiff? Twisted Minds, they get second place, and they get 12 total points, right? So Fury is trying to catch up to Twisted Minds, and they've been doing a great job in the previous 2 games, but game number 3, where they had a true chance to break into top 5, to pass up Twisted Minds, Twisted Mind pulls up and matches their energy.
Yeah, they needed to do exactly that. But I mean, when you're still talking about bonus points in general for Furia, after everything that we've done, we're just not where we need to be over the course of 3 weeks on our double points day, because you're competing against Twisted Minds that had already acquired triple-digit bonus points after 2 weeks. So you look at it this way, Reflections. See what I'm saying? 106 for Furia, 100 for Twisted Minds, and that's just 2.
It's right. Is this accurate, by the way? Team Liquid passes Alpha7 once again, Juice?
Wait a
Hold
second.
up. Is this is accurate? This is crazy to me.
Wow, that was a big win.
That was a tremendous win. They now lead by 1 point over Alpha7. And Influence Rage is now in third. I'm going to be real with you. I didn't see this happening today, Juice.
That's the power of a double-digit chicken dinner, baby. That's how you do it right there. So, I mean, a great performance for them. They're finally bounced back into this, and hopefully they just, continue to work off this momentum, right? They got gifted this zone, right? I want to see this energy when they don't get gifted.
That's fair. And dude, that's a good point, because Team Liquid, when they get gifted, like I said, they can take advantage of it better than anybody else, right? But then Team Liquid, can they make opportunity? And they can't. I mean, come on, with as consistent as they've been, I think the question has already been answered. Yes, they can. They just had a bit of a dry spell. But big fight between Alpha7 and Team Liquid. I'm actually shocked at the movement within the top 3, but the top 3 doing great regardless. So now we got a big race. Influence Rage, Alpha7, Team Liquid, all within, 10 points or so of each other. Top 3 is going to be moving around a lot, especially with how consistent those teams have been. And hopefully, with Team Liquid, they can continue to be consistent, piggybacking off of this winner chicken dinner for the first time in a long time. As far as the second page goes, well, not a lot of moving pieces, and it makes sense why. All Glory Gaming finishes off in 15th place with only 4 eliminations in that last game. That's not going to be a lot to get them to move up. Obviously, Intense Game Navy, they're just a little bit too far down to truly make an impact. But that's 3 games down. Tiff, how are we feeling about Group B so far? I mean, you got to give it to Furia. They're making a good effort.
Yeah, I think it's a good effort. I don't think it's anything as crazy as what we were witnessing yesterday for Group A, but so far, so good. I mean, we're only halfway through our 6-game series, and I want to see some bigger games come out of Furia, but I also respect that they were starting to get a little riskier.
All right, well, let's see if they can continue to, balance their risk versus reward. Pushing Team Liquid wasn't the play, but they tried it, and it just didn't work out. But you got to respect the aggression and the ability to make that play call. That is 3 games down. Map number 4, Sandhawk, going to be coming your way shortly. As we do head in a break, Sarpatch had a chance to sit down with Kogoat from Team Queso after their Game 2 winner chicken dinner.
All right, guys, here we are after match 2 with the colleague Goat himself. Bro, congratulations. Tell me a bit about the last part, especially that fight against TKS. Cuéntame un poquito de esa pelea al final con TKS.
Sí, pues no teníamos carros, no teníamos utilidades y solo teníamos un buggy, así que pues me mandé con la core de los chicos y salió la pelea.
Yeah, we didn't have boogie, we didn't have cars, we didn't have grenades, we just tried to get the fight. I went on forward. The team backed me up, and we were able to take that fight. Colega, you are currently MVP, most kills. You're doing amazing. How are you feeling, and how are you feeling with your team? ¿Cómo te estás sintiendo tú, que estás MVP con mayor kill, y cómo estás sintiendo con tu equipo?
Pues me siento bien personalmente y pues como digo siempre, lo importante es el equipo y pues eso, feliz con mis compañeros, con el roster, con todos, con el staff.
He says that he feels very comfortable with the team, that he's very comfortable himself, but what's most important, he always says, is that the team's the most important part. He's very comfortable with everybody, with the staff, so he's very happy. He has to be very happy. I mean, that dude's doing everything. Colega, bro, thank you very much. Let's go.
Ruxa, pega o da direita.
Bora.
Pega o da direita.
Caiu, velho.
Sempre dando desculpa. Já chega. Chega disso. Chega, eu tô tentando This is how we train, and you know the story. Anyone can be the one. We know it, you know it. Play Ultimate Warrior. We are waiting for you.
And welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season Day number 13. I'm Taylor Reflections, Noble, your host, and what a shakeup in the standings. Top three just absolutely explode. I don't know if it's imploded or exploded, whatever. Either way, it's nutty. Team Liquid, we've been harping on them. Where have they been? What's going on with them? Well, now they're back in first place. They just take it over with one good winner chicken dinner after, I mean, pretty much a 13-game dry spell. It's just weird. I've got to bring in my other talents right now. Of course, I'm talking about Hot Jukes and Spider Tip to break this down. Hot Jukes, we've set this narrative. Team Liquid, their stock is going down. They're struggling. What's happening? Well, nothing. They're in first place.
They're in first place. I mean, the thing that hurts me is that they should be in first place by a lot more, right?
Well, they were at one point.
Yeah, they were a lot more. So I mean, they're now in the red zone where they have to fight for this victory.
Right.
But you know what? It's good that they finally stopped, because if you're gonna finally get back on the fire, it's good to do it right here, right now.
There you go. I like s'mores too. Fire is a great thing. Tiff, you know why this happened? And now it just hit me. It just hit me. It's because Dave yesterday, or no, not yesterday, but the other day, said Alpha7 took first place and they're never giving it up. And he said he's given that Dave seal of approval. That's what happened here.
Wow.
I mean, I'm still a non-believer. Like, I'm still looking at everything, and I'm like, okay, before the last match, how many points did they have? I get that Alpha7 only had 2 eliminations that game, and it must have been pretty close still, but I'm like looking at it, and I'm like, dang. If they did that in one game and have shell-shocked us completely, I mean, we've just seen the past 2 days of Team Liquid just being lackluster. They take zone, they fend off Furia, they put down 23 points in one game, and I'm like, okay, cool. Guess they're back.
Yeah. Well, now the real question is, Hot Jukes, has Alpha7 fallen off the wagon?
No.
They
Come on, bro.
No.
We're talking crazy now, okay? Look. The big conversation for these guys are neck and neck now, which is great, right? It's going to come down to tomorrow and the day after, right? To see how they're going to do in the next weekend, because both these teams are going to have their double points days, and that's going to depend on just how well they do. Let's be real. Tomorrow and the day after, one of these teams could do so good and the other could do so bad that this is over with, right? So we'll have to see what happens.
And I want to make this very clear, by the way, for Chad, I was joking. Alpha7 has not fallen off.
Yeah, they're good.
They're going to come with their pitchforks, bro. You got to watch out.
I just wanted to see the reaction of you two. Like, oh, what? Like, you know, I get a little wild out here. But it's crazy. And the fact, and there it is, Alpha7, and that's why they're going to be back in first place, because they've got the stamp
World
approval
champs
by Hot Jukes. He's got all the signatures, world champs. That's from EGC.
All of them.
Beautiful.
And Carrillo signed that too, by the way. And I made sure he did his pose with me when we took the pictures. Ready?
What's the pose? Oh, the
Oh,
esports
that's
pose?
tough. That's tough. See, Tiff's got it too. Tiff's a Carrillo fan as well now. So
that's right.
We're all going to be doing it.
But
hey,
now he's doing interviews, so he's changed.
I'm not
you know
messing with her. Yeah, I'm not messing with her, man.
I was just not gonna move. I was committed. I was committed.
Beat her in a dark alley. She's beating you up, man. Tiff,
I'm 5'2", sir. I'm not beating anyone up.
And those are the ones you got to watch out for.
I'm taking elbows.
You got to watch out for the short ones. They'll
Yes,
beat you up. They're feisty, Tiff, and that face proved it. Alpha7, though, man, second place. They'll be all right. But Influence Rage, though, let's talk about them again, because they are now 10 points away, I believe, from Team Liquid. So you've got like this 10-point, maybe give or take a couple of point gap, Tiff, between third and first place. And then tomorrow, you've got Team Queso going for their double points. Now, granted, Team Liquid will as well. So things are getting weird, at least in the top 4.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a really interesting day, especially if you, like you said, you have got Team Queso, you got Team Liquid. Team Queso just really hasn't made the most of any of their double points. They've got about 65 from the past 2.
Crazy.
So it's not where we want them to be considering their performance throughout just other days. It's almost like a curse for them is double points day.
A curse for double. You know, what was that last? Oh, gosh, I forget it now. Hot Jukes, there was a curse last season. What was that curse about double points?
It was the Alpha7 choking curse. That's what it was, to be honest. Yeah, because Alpha7 was getting second place constantly, but they finally broke that curse at the World Cup in Saudi Arabia, right? So that's done with. But yeah, Team Queso, honestly, I'm incredibly impressed with this team. I did not expect them to be as solid as they are. I mean, Cole Goat's looking like one of the top players in this whole tournament, right?
No, he is.
So yeah, and when it comes to Team Queso, they should be at the top of this leaderboard. Let's be real, right? With how well they've performed overall, They should be number one. The only reason why they're not is because of how bad they've done during double points days. But it's crazy because they are in 4th place with 65 bonus points. Yeah. And there are so many teams below them that have double, like crazy amount of points. So it's just insane to watch.
Well, it's based off of their week 1 performance, I think, where Team Queso was really like popping off, and where Kogo truly started to show what he was about. Rataboy, also respect to him, right, joining into that conversation too. So again, you got these guys, just a lot of people who are just really excelling and showing out. But I will say there is from Milo. Milo is currently number 7 on the elimination with 92. So you've got Kogo to Milo there. Then the others are relatively further down. So maybe if they could just, kind of step it up a little bit, that'd be all right. But I think for Team Queso, they're in a great spot. Their double points day tomorrow, though, needs to go well. As good as they're doing now, if it doesn't go well, I will be worried about them. Conversation for tomorrow, though. Now, good thing, though, for NRG, they come off the back of a relatively decent game in map number 3 on Erangel. And they are the leading charge for North America, and I'm very excited for their Sunday bonus points. The good news is Sarpatch had a chance to talk to NRG's Fate, which is a crowd favorite, it seems. Let's hear what Fate had to say.
All right, guys, match 3 done. Here we are with Fate Senior. That's how you call him here. Fate, tell me about the match.
Yeah, we just played it slow. It looked like it might have been a melee shit, but it ended up going back north, which I think it was like pretty unexpected for some teams. I did see that half of the circle was in the water at some point, so I knew like a bunch of teams are gonna be dying. That barn place, it's very hard to play spots around, but I was able to scout the wooden shack, and we just played from there, and we were able to get a good amount of kills. I think one team tried to send us. I don't remember who, but Spec was able to clutch it, I think with 9Z, and then another team as well. So it was pretty hectic. It was a good match overall, especially from where we were playing.
Yeah, I felt like you fought everybody on that match.
Yeah, definitely. They were shooting their guns a lot. Casper and Spec, they were the last ones alive. They played really well. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty impressed, and I'm glad they were able to lock in.
How are you guys feeling after this? 2 good matches for now. Getting ready for tomorrow.
Honestly, I feel just calm. I don't want to get too excited or too happy because it's not the end of the day yet. There's still 3 more matches. We have to make sure we end the day off good. Can't be happy yet.
Let's finish it strong. That's it. Let's go. Right.
I like that's GOAT mentality. I'm not talking co-GOAT. I'm talking GOAT mentality. Yes. Greatest of all time, Hot Chooks. Hey, job's not finished yet, all right? Little Kobe coming out from him saying, well, hey, don't have time to be happy yet. Job's not finished. We still got more to do.
Yeah, I mean, the job's not even close to being finished for NRG, because if it was finished right now, they're going home. So NRG, yeah. I still think this team has so much potential, right? This roster is so strong. It's just tiny mistakes that are just biting him in the butt, just deciding to take a fight at the wrong time. The fight, you should take it, but you take it at a time to where right when it's done, you're immediately getting third-partied. And, the best of the best don't even want to deal with that. So if they can figure that out, man, they're going to be right there on top. I know it.
Well, one thing that I hope doesn't happen, because it seems like the vibes are good here. We're happy. We're enjoying PUBG Mobile at the moment. But you guys weren't enjoying yesterday on Sandhawk, Tiff. And you know why? Because Ruins didn't see a single soul there. Nobody went Ruins, man. And I could just tell the air was sucked out of the room. We need a Ruins fight to feel complete.
That's right. And honestly, my heart after watching absolute nonsense in Ruins it broke in half. I was like, what are we doing here, guys? We're 2 American teams who are at the bottom of the leaderboards. We're gonna not hot drop in Sandhawk. What are we thinking?
It's true.
We're hot dropping now. We're hot dropping.
Oh, we're doing it now? Hey, Tiff of approval.
I guarantee it.
Hey, she got the Tiff guarantee. We're dropping Ruins, X Factor, and Inco. Hell, throw Alpha7 at Ruins. Let's see. Let's just have a BR there. Let's end this game within 20 seconds. Everybody fight at Ruins. Let's find out if they do it. They probably don't, but it would be exciting. All right, Hot Juke, Spider Tiff, take it away.
Let's go. And guess what? Ruins is right there on the play path. Are we going to see it? The battle for the Ruins Championship. I'm looking at it right now. I'm looking. I see few.
dare you.
Yeah, I dare you to do it. Let's go.
I'm just gonna wait. I'm just gonna sit here
Yep.
with my mouth open, just being like, come on, do something. Poke them with the stick. They didn't do it yesterday. Respectable. They didn't have those they had those double points days to worry about it, but Inco Gaming drops Ruins.
Oh!
X Factor, where are you? Across the way? Are you not showing up?
X Factor.
Oh.
You know what? You gave it up. You gave it up. Inco's just better. Inco is just better. Swap these guys on the leaderboards. That's it. 14.
Nah.
Yep. That's gotta happen. That has gotta happen. Let's see if Inco can catch up to X Factor now that they have Ruins all to themselves.
I mean, we see the split though. Like, I respect it. You got FS Capri's kind of looting just north of Ruins, Baton and Havlik kind of come in from the south. You're probably gonna find better loot. Wait, Nenebete down. See, it's already open it up. This is what you wanted. It's not quite that hotbed of activity, the immediate brutality of landing on each other, resulting in knifing and chaos. But it's a little more organized.
It was a trap. It was a trap. X Factor did a full 4-man split around Inco and are taking full advantage of it. And out of all the players they get, they catch the legendary Juancho. Baton gets peppered with a couple of shots, but they get the last laugh. They were able to get a quick couple of eliminations. That is Inco completely hamstringed.
Okay. I mean, X Factor, there no shame on that aggressive factor. They like to just kind of full send. I'm all a big fan of that, but I see some slander. I just want to let it know. We have a talent chat. I saw slander.
Oh boy.
I saw slander.
Uh-oh. Vitali, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna sit and watch, let this happen? You're the kings of Ruins, but now you've been usurped. X Factor gave you the crown as a joke.
Get him an actual cape. Show up to throw it up there.
Inactive's done for it. X Factor are gonna finish this fight. That's what I'm talking about. North America on North America violence right here. No mercy. We see no other region do this. But you know what? NA saying only one can hold the crown of Ruins.
If we go down together.
That's right.
That's the level of playing field that we're on right now. Capri's here from the top. Maybe looking for some angles there with the DBS, trying to connect. And, elsewhere, 9Z. I don't know where they were doing, what they were messing with, because we're invested in Ruins, but they're gone.
Yeah, they were messing with Alpha7, and that did not work out. Alpha7 gets all 4. They do lose 1 in the process, but they are doing great on the leaderboard, so they can do whatever they want. But X Factor hunting down the rest of Inco.
Okay, do it.
See
do it
what happens.
faster. If not, you're gonna get thirded by Furia. Furia is up there kind of on that northwestern side of things, on their double points day, who looked pretty aggressive after that push on Team Liquid in that last game, and inactive. Trigger discipline
inactive.
turns their back to him. What was that? Vitali with the last stand. Takes down Havlik, still jumping around with the DBS. We're going to have time to reload, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's when we take the push.
Oh my gosh, that's 2 players. Vitali, he's got the right-hand priority. He's in a blender. Take the shot! Take the shot! He missed it too many times! If you would have hit that one bullet, he could have done it. But, oh, man. Just like that, they're going to get everybody up. Everyone knows where they are, but they're not even worried about it. Team Liquid just comes off a chicken dinner. Mythic gets knocked. Nice smokes. Oh, but right when he ran across the field, he gets absolutely beamed by Cunha.
Oh, Team Liquid. You show us one moment.
What have you done?
You get there to the top. It's fine. I'm okay with it. Oh, Ayala. We don't have to let them fall. We can get them back up. Come on.
Let's see. Cardosen trying to smoke them out, making them crawl, making them work for it. Chief gonna get res. Oh, NRG's right behind them. But they're so busy that they should be able to get this full reset.
All Glory Gaming, though. Unfortunate for their Group B double points day, fall with 0 eliminations. It's a little more fast-paced, which is the nature of Sandhawk, right? But the fact that we're still looking for getting that reset, getting people back up on their feet from Team Liquid. They got to focus on the healing process, but I'm okay with it.
Perfect. Yeah, and you can see VIP licking their wounds with 2 players. I mean, this is so many fights happening, and we're in still stage 1. 3 teams are missing. All Glory Gaming are gone, and that is not what they wanted, especially since it's their double points day. At this point, I mean, as far as Group B goes, Furia is their one and only hope. They have done a really bang-up job today so far.
Why does my brain just go, help me, Obi-Wan, you're my only hope.
You're my only hope.
It's fine. It's fine, just super high pitch there, but for Furia. Let's see. I want to see some good eliminations. I don't care if we're a trio right now, whatever. We rotated on towards that west side, still in the north, where you could go for those eliminations, which is everything that you asked for on the broadcast. You wanted them to get those aggressive fights out of their way earlier instead of taking safe rotations and fighting it out from there. I'm respecting it.
I respect it as well.
I don't love it.
Yeah.
But I respect it.
Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely do respect it. They're in the blue zone right now. They're all the way on the north side. Yeah, Furia, they land in that one island near Camp Alpha, and they hope the circle goes their way. If it does, like, their odds of winning it are so high, and it's unfortunate on their double points day, they don't get that zone. So let's see what they can do. But at the end of the day, they have nothing to complain about because the first 2 zones were gifted to them as far as the first two matches go. So let's see if they can make it happen some way, somehow.
On the rotates they go. Well, I mean, for other teams that are still looking to get in that play zone, X Factor still lurking amongst on that western side. Team Queso in the north, same with the Navy SEALs. Loop's going to be that next kind of resistance they face as they potentially rotate around them. But that play zone, that makes it nicer for them, especially when you look towards the south. Team Liquid, after that regain, right? They found themselves surrounded by VIP, NRG, Vicious, Alpha7. Like, dude, that south side is disgusting.
Yes, it is. Cave is still in play. That's my dream final circle. I'd love to see that one of these days. But NRG full sending it onto Alpha7. Here comes the fight.
Oh, Fate, we know you're a fragger. We know you're a slayer. We saw that 1v2
Big
just
Molly.
2 days ago. Throw that molly, let it burn.
Oh, where's the team?
But Revo!
Where's the team?
With the blink! Did 24K just watch that happen?
Where's the team? Oh, Fate's gonna be fuming right here. This should have been an easy push. They had the angles, but nobody was behind them at all. You could just see the look on their faces. That's the kind of fight that hurts bad.
You know what also hurts bad? Furia being dead.
Oh, Furia gone?
They're down and out of the game.
Let's see. Replay.
We have
oh,
to see it.
Man, no way. Not the Navy SEALs.
The Navy SEALs with the eliminations coming to fruition after they worked their way out of the blue zone.
What are they doing there? They're still away in the blue. Beauty, I didn't see it coming at all. And just like that, they're done for. And this is what I'm talking about, right? Is you can't hope for a good game or a good circle every single game. And that's why whenever you get blessed, you got to win big. And Team Liquid showed us how it's done in the last game.
Mistakes were made.
Yep.
Mistakes were made. For NRG, for Furia, for all of the above. But you know what that leaves? Twisted Minds. You know, a trio here, still looking okay. I'm fine with it, especially when you find yourselves just above the northern side of things. You're like kind of mid-pack in that play zone, influence rage around you, intense game, but you could just chill and keep that information gathering going strong.
Yes, you should. Look at this. Latin Kings, Navy SEALs. Big chilling in Mong Nai. They don't got to worry about a single thing. They got 4 eliminations. And they are so far down the leaderboards, there's no mathematical possibility they can make it to the top 5. So right now, it's all about just using every single game you can to crush the dreams of others. And hopefully not be last place.
Hopefully. I love that. Yeah. I mean, big 4 eliminations from them. That should help them move on up. You got VIP Esports, Team Liquid kind of in a standoff. The airdrop dead center of the road. It's going to be costly for any of these teams to go for it. You know you're keeping both of these teams like watching like a hawk.
Yeah, you can look at Team Liquid right now. They're over in Quarry, dead center of the zone. Alpha7 are crushing it. 8 eliminations. You can tell these guys want that first place back. And I think they got it already. Yeah, you can see there on the right-hand side. They've already passed up Team Liquid. So they're doing great in this one. Let's see where the zone goes. Let's set her back up. You know, Team Liquid wants that. Team VIP is mighty close to them. Oh, okay. A little bit on over to the left side. That's going to be pretty good for Team Queso. But look at the battles that are about to happen right there where Alpha7 is.
I mean, my eyes immediately turn to that. The Vicious from the south, and they'll work their way on up. They are looking for some more eliminations, but Alpha7, they've already lost out on 1 throughout an earlier battle. It's totally fine, though. They're on 8 eliminations. Like, this is a game for them where they're like, okay, we understand that Team Liquid might have tried to unseat us, but we're coming back with vengeance, and so is Influence Rage.
Diego doesn't get that knock. Uh-oh, the mollies are starting to ring in. Diego's going to back up for a second. Cunha runs on out and gets eliminated. So Influence Rage soaking up some big points here. Team Liquid's mighty close to them, though. But, ooh, are they going to make this push? That's the problem. This is the hard part. Whenever you're like, ooh, I want to make this push. I know I got the knock, but our position's too good to give up.
It would make sense for them. Like, if they were going to push, that would have been the time. But you see Mythic go out there, grab the airdrop, and retreat back to it. That is a decision that will help them go longer in this game, but it would have been the best time. Influence Rage still has 1 player down. Their numbers are stacked in their favor. I'm just like, come on.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that I can't blame them. I mean, they're in such a dominant position. They don't want to risk pushing, getting into a fight that takes too much time, and then getting third party. So this is one of those points where you're so high on the leaderboards, I don't mind you playing passive, you know? Because they can still get a ton of points. So let's see if that does pay off for them. I believe it will. There's still a lot of teams still alive in this game, considering that this circle is going to be very, very punishing on this next shift.
I mean, they had a 23-point win right there on Erangel. I mean, you talk about it. They can still have those conversions into those wins that are so good in terms of points, right? So not taking this fight on Influence Rage, who are down to a trio, they're probably saying, okay, maybe they had casualties on both sides. We're probably okay. But if we push into that, there's a good chance that maybe X Factor mirrors us, takes our building. Twisted Minds tries to pull on in. For Alpha7, they've got this edge of play zone, and there's a couple teams still on the horizon. So I love that Revo is staying on the rooftop here and just making sure that we are focusing. Are they moving in this direction, or are they going to keep on hightailing it out of there, which is exactly what the Navy SEALs are doing.
Yes, that's exactly what they're doing indeed. You can see Alpha7 just forced to creep on in little by little, holding this edge line. They're only a 3-man, but Carrillo's got 5 eliminations. He is on fire right now. So the Vicious, get caught in the back by the Navy SEALs. Which any other team would not shoot because they want to at least get in this next zone. But instead, they get their position exposed, and now they're going to have to cross into the open through the blue zone. Let's see if it works out.
Okay. I mean, that's messy. This is messy. It's unneeded. We could have just focused on it, but with the Navy SEALs choosing to go in right behind the Vicious, picking up those nades, grabbing eliminations. It's unfortunate, but I think the Navy SEALs should be able to pick this up.
These guys
they're having a game. They're on 6.
They don't care. I mean, they know where they're at on the leaderboards. They're just kind of have fun. And this is where they can get the most dangerous because they've got nothing to lose. The only way they can go is up. And look at them taking those shots. The Vicious are getting punished. The Latin Kings Navy SEALs have awoken.
I mean, better now than ever, and it seems like that blue zone's doing work on them. They're probably trying to hang on by a thread here, especially with Alpha7 maneuvering on over to gatekeep them. It's probably done and dusted. Let's see.
All right, Alpha7. Can you handle the barrage from the Latin Kings Navy SEALs? Let's find out. Actually, they said, you know what? We don't want to deal with you guys. We want to get in this next circle. And off they go. On the move here, get a push on into this next zone. Meanwhile, now we're starting to see them getting punished by Papa Blue. It's just Molina up. And Molina is going to go down to the blue zone if he doesn't start twisting straight on in.
I don't know if he plans on doing that. It looks like maybe they did, but we'll turn our attention over to Intense Game. Haven't really had a good fight just yet here on Sandhawk. But Prone looking for information. We're up here on that northeastern side of things. Loops is relatively split around them, so Rafina here. Maybe find an angle. Knacked first.
Yeah, let's see what Loops can do. Loops, this is their time to really put a good game in and catch up to Furia. Furia went out really, really early. Loops can still be in this. Alpha7 push all their way on up to Influence Rage as a 3-man. And they are starting to just destroy this lobby.
Oh,
it's just Law. He got one.
Rage.
Better watch out for that DBS. He's going to go for the thirst. Never mind. Oh, and he gets caught at the last second. Alpha7 so quick with the teamwork. Now, where's Twisted Minds? You got to push this. They are down and out. You know who's down here if you're looking at the kill feed. Are you going to push down? Let's see.
We already talked about how Alpha7 just like amps up the aggression, the fighting, their eliminations right after being usurped on the overall standings. I mean, we're 13 eliminations and we still have 7 teams up.
Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Next zone goes on over towards Twisted Minds. That's going to give them a huge break. But they are letting Alpha7 breathe for far too long. This is where things are going to start getting spicy. Team Liquid are still in this. Team Queso is still in this. They also got X Factor on the other side, but they are out of position. Let's see what Twisted Minds opts to do. It looks like Twisted Minds is just focused on trying to soak up some more eliminations. But Alpha7 are fully resetted. This should be where all their eyes are on right now.
I don't know why I'm worried about Federal and Guizhou here because I've just seen some crazy aim out of Alpha7 and you just really never know what you're going to get if you peek out a little bit too far. Elsewhere, Intense Game, Poppy Sour down and out, Yaua, Remix, Guapo, still out, but this right here, they are so close to each other.
What?
You pull out the DBS, come on! Just like that, Loop's gone.
Oh boy, Hayuya busts out the Weed Whacker. Finds them in the grass. That's how you do it. Now, Intense Game, 4 eliminations, but look at the lobby right now. You got X Factor, Intense Game, and 4 of the other teams are in the top 5. This is what's going to create that separation, and this is why teams 6 on down have to put in that extra work on their double points days.
All right. I mean, you're not wrong. We're sitting here at 8 points alone just from eliminations for Intense Game. That shifting of the play zone, Alpha7 on the move, Team Liquid on the horizon, Twisted Minds has been lurking about. They haven't necessarily committed to anything, but they're over there taking space. You can just tell with this boulder, Guizhou is just waiting for the right moment to strike.
Let's see, when are we going to see that big strike coming from Alpha7? Because they're still in this. Next zone does pop. It centers on up. This is going to be a difficult one. Intense Game are going to have the most coverage, but Thon's going to go out to the blue zone. And that is it. Now Alpha7 are trying to climb this hill, but Twisted Minds are right there waiting for them. This is going to be a very, very difficult push.
I mean, when your backs are against the wall and you got 13 eliminations and Revo just goes down, what are you going to do about it? Well, Twisted Minds, you wanted them to push on that initial go, but they're doing it with the best timing, right? 13 seconds. Now they're starting to move towards that next play zone, but McGrellin still wants to invest one more frag just to be certain.
Yeah, the reason why I said that is if they would have taken that fight already, they wouldn't have to worry about Alpha7 and they could just have this entire area to themselves. But now they have to worry about them on the push. They could still get these eliminations and still win it out, but now it's just a little bit riskier. Very fortunate that Team Liquid have their work cut out with them with Team Queso. That is forcing them to kind of just stay in their position and not pressure Twisted Minds at all.
Okay, well, Team Liquid, we lose out on Cardozo, and he got fooled by Alpha7. Likely that elimination getting credited to them as well, which is crazy when you think about it. Down to 3. So we're going into this endgame, and Alpha7, it's Mythic. Finally, they want to get their revenge, but Mythic shredded right back just as soon as he started that. Ayala down 2. We are going to be struggling to try and potentially hit a pickup on Mythic. Chief doesn't want to go into this endgame solo. It's Team Queso across the way taking space.
Yep, and they are starting to push. Twisted Minds is starting to push as well. Yeah, Team Liquid are completely sandwiched here. And both these teams want Team Liquid out of the way because that's the team they're trying to catch up to in the first place. Next O goes on up. Team Queso are big chillin' dead center. This is their game to win.
It really is. Better Al down, thanks to Team Queso there, but you have to think about where they were. I mean, they've been just on the up and up, and if they want to try and catch Influence Rage after such a dynamic bonus points day, that's still north of 45 points. And we still haven't had their bonus points day this week, but they haven't historically made the most out of them. But you get into games like this, and I'm like, you're down to a trio. You're still picking up eliminations. You're skewing it in your favor. You're denying the teams towards the top of the leaderboard from acquiring too many points.
Big Milo get a beautiful knock onto Hayuya. Taking advantage of the tense game here. He's got the P90. That's going to do it. Remix is stuck in that building, and he ain't leaving it alive. That's for sure. So he's going to most likely go down to the blue zone. And now we're going to see Twisted Minds versus Team Queso.
Ooh, I like this one. We just saw the last player of Intense Game go on out. They had 5 eliminations. Not too bad for them with a 3rd place finish. But when you shore up this final 3v2, Guizao takes a lot of damage, but is able to get to some cover, focus on that healing. But the nade, Poppy, Portro, the way you just threaded that.
Obscure getting beaten up. This is Team Queso's game to win. Unless Obscure can hit this knock. He misses the mark. He's got the DBS now, though. Never counted out. Down to 1 HP, though. That is gonna do it. Team Queso with another big win today. These guys are getting right on fire right at the right time.
I mean, come on. If we're going to be taking a 9 elimination win right after you took match number 2 on Miramar, okay, you're having a banger day, which is everything that you needed, especially knowing that you don't have double points. It doesn't even matter. We're still having north of, almost 20-point games. You got the 23, you've got an 8, a 19 here. Actually, it was not like, that is wild.
Yo, so I'm happy for a number of different reasons with that game. The main reason is because our top 5 teams currently are performing like top 5 teams. They want this. They want the PMGC slot. And for everybody else who's below them, they're praying that the PMGC points currently work out to where one of the teams that's already top 5, well, that spot now defaults to number 6. That's going to be a conversation for later. There's some math involved. We still need to, solidify PMGC points, but I am really enjoying this this narrative. But let's start here. Tiff, we get our Ruins fight, and it was Inco versus X Factor. Took a little bit for them to meet. Vitali, though, talk to me about him. He nearly clutches.
I mean, look, you're doing everything that you can, just trying to pivot through this doorway. You go in, you whiff. It might be a little windy there in Ruins. I'm not too sure, but you made a valiant effort to try and go down swinging, especially after X Factor takes that split push.
It was a good effort, though, from Vitali. You got to give him respect. Respect is due. X Factor, they split up. A big split. 4 people on each individual side of Ruins, and then they collapse in on Inco. It was an interesting strat, and it ended up working out. So good on them. There was a flawless win. They move out of Ruins, and ultimately they would finish in 6th place with 5 eliminations total. But you got to get, Alpha7. Let's talk about them, Hot Jukes. They lose 1st place out of nowhere to Team Liquid. And this game, they say, that's enough. We're getting back in 1st place. We can't believe we lost it. And they were in the driver's seat for a long time.
Yes, sir. They had enough of that nonsense. And now they're just putting in that work. Something we've been waiting to see. And they did it in Sandhawk. That's the map, right? That's one of the most difficult to have any kind of consistency on. But even though they went out, they put up so many eliminations that it was just a monster game for them.
Monster game indeed. 14 eliminations. One of their biggest games they've had in quite some time. But we get down to the end and we see this massive standoff. Twisted Minds, right? Team Queso, Intense Game having a solo. Walk me through this in game and how TQ ended up clutching up.
Yeah, look at that. Team Queso just throwing that util. They didn't have to worry about Intense Game because they were so passive that there was just nothing they could do. But with Team Queso, you can just see when they get an opportunity, they're going to take it. They're going to take as much real estate as they can. They're going to work as a squad, right? And when they get the advantage, they're not losing.
That's right. They're not losing. They're not losing. Tense game, man. 20 points. Good stuff for them. That's a big game. For what it's worth, they do not want to finish down there towards the bottom. They want to continue to improve, and I think that's their biggest goal. Top 5 kind of out of the woodworks at this point. I don't think it's going to happen. For Alpha7, 17 points. That's great for them, especially given the fact that Team Liquid will only get 7. So Alpha7, Team Liquid, they're going to continue to go back and forth. Influence Rage, unfortunately for them, they will finish off towards the bottom of the front page in 8th with only 3 points. So they're not going to gain on any of the top 2, but their spot is still relatively safe. But yeah, the biggest talking point, Team Queso, tremendous win. Twisted Mind just below them, Tiff. Like, those two teams are going to be such a talking point for not only breaking into top 2, but also holding and gatekeeping the rest of the rosters trying to break into top 5.
Exactly, and we talked about it earlier. We were like, okay, so if someone has to break into the top 5, what does that actually look like? And who are you going to unseat, and how are you going to beat them there? Furia, unfortunately, a 0-point game for them, and 0 times 2, still 0. But if we're going to drop one, let it be this one going into like the very last 2 games of the series.
0 times 2, still 0. Production, can we get a check on that? I don't know if that's right. Look, math is not my strong suit. We're going to double check. Alpha7 in first place. Well done from them. Team Liquid drops down, but still the narrative is from first to third. Still very, very close. Now it's become a little bit more than 20 points for Influence Rage to catch up to first place of Alpha7. But regardless, that's going to be a constant narrative. Team Queso, though, excites me. After that last game, going into double points tomorrow along with Team Liquid, that could be your new number 1 and number 2 team. Twisted Minds, though, holding on tight. The narrative at the start of the day, Jukes, was Twisted Minds, Furia. Who would switch spots? Well, Twisted Minds is held on tight.
Yep, they're holding on. I mean, they could put up points no matter when it comes down to it. So, I mean, Furia, we saw some good signs of life at the start. I was getting a little bit critical because I felt like they didn't really capitalize on it. And I think now we're starting to see the remnants of it, you know, like when they don't get a good circle, they go out with 0 elimination points, and it hurts to watch. There's still 2 more games, though, and we saw just how effective 2 games can be by Influence Rage the other day.
I am worried, though. I think for the first time, I am worried about Furia, despite their early starts. I think top 5 might be getting away from them. I do, especially if these next 2 games don't go for them. I'm expecting Furia to be a top 8 team, but not a top 5 team, and that might be a reality all too soon. Also, big moves on the second page, Tiff. X Factor will move up over All Glory Gaming. Kind of the same thing with Twisted Minds versus Furia. X Factor, All Glory Gaming. X Factor should not be, pushing past AGG. Even if they're tied, this should not be happening with AGG on the double points.
Yeah, I mean, they've just been bouncing back and forth. You think X Factor had their double points day yesterday. Now you just got the other one on there. So it makes sense that we're just trying to shore up some differences. It'll come down to the rest of the week to see who just excels on days where they just go back to normal.
We do have the rest of the week, don't we? Quite a long week ahead of us, and a longer week even for the final one, as 20 days is the total time for the fall season. We're only on day 13. So for your favorite roster that's outside top 8, even if we're critical, don't worry. They still have time to improve and get back up there, right? We're just calling it as we see it currently. And speaking of which, you guys can call us, maybe hop in the general chat, however you guys want to keep the discussion alive. We've got a Discord now, and you guys can join it. Join our official Discord server and share your opinion about PMSL Americas and get a chance to enter our core player program. It just started. Get involved. There's a link at the top or the bottom, whichever one you're looking at. Join it. Click on it. We would love to hear from you. I've been checking it in between maps and like, oh, who's talking? What's the conversation look like? What's going on over on our official Discord? Well, like I said, click on it. Join it. It's free $99, the best price out there. We want to see you all get involved. There it is. 4 games down, 2 more to go. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, Miramar coming your way.
Dear survivors of PUBG Mobile Metro Royale, have you noticed that the town is a little different from before? A mysterious power is quietly approaching. Let's see what happened to the town. When the darkness of night falls, the town becomes rather enchanting. You will find a bottle of transformation salve in your backpack. It will bring you a completely different experience. Use it to transform into a vampiric fiend or wolf warrior. Use their powers to fight against zombies and other enemies. If you choose to become a vampiric fiend, you will gain the ability to fly. When you're surrounded by zombies, you can make a quick escape. You can also fly in the sky and launch attacks at enemies on the ground. Once you reach a certain altitude, you can use the quick dive ability to swoop to the ground, dealing damage to zombies and enemies within range. Also, after you defeat an enemy, a blood orb will spawn nearby on the battleground. Touch it to recover some health over a short period of time. When transformed, you will automatically absorb blood orbs nearby. If you choose to become a wolf warrior, you will gain a speed boost, jump boost, and wall climb ability. These abilities enhance your mobility, helping you sprint quickly to the next fight. You can also jump and climb walls to get over obstacles. Additionally, wolf warriors have a close combat advantage. You can punch to deal damage to zombies and enemies within range. When sprinting, you can still launch an attack to damage enemies within range. Oh, and using the Howl ability buffs you and your nearby teammates. Whether you choose to transform into a vampiric fiend or a wolf warrior, they will grant you power in the dark of night. Making strategic use of their abilities will definitely provide you with a unique and fun gaming experience. To that end, we've also made adjustments and improvements to the room feature in Metro Royale. We've removed some original room parameters and also added some new ones. Now, in the room's advanced parameters screen, you can enable all members use owner's loadout and talents. After enabling it, all players will use the owner's preset loadout and talents. We've also added settings for match duration and return point ready duration. You can customize their parameters according to match requirements. Furthermore, players spectating in the room can now view return point information on the spectator map. In addition to all of this, we've also improved how custom parameters are displayed on the room screen. You can now clearly see details of the parameters you wish to customize. We hope these improvements will elevate your gaming experience. Some basic functions have also been improved. From Chapter 22 onwards, you can head to Settings, Controls, Advanced Controls to choose if you want to show teammate outfits in the lobby and during matches. Furthermore, on the screen to hide advanced equipment, we've added the Hide Advanced Helmet option so you can further customize your look in the lobby and during matches. Additionally, players who play both Classic Mode and Metro Royale can head to Settings and, depending on their needs, independently disable auto pickup for just Metro Royale. Chapter 22 also brings new season rewards and collectibles, so don't forget to increase your season level and get your collectibles and rewards. On top of that, Misty Port, Arctic Base, and the Zombie Uprising mode will have special supply crates scattered around. These crates may turn out to be a treasure specter when open. If you happen to come across them, don't let them get away. Defeat them to get lots of supplies. Remember to look out for them. Oh, and one final thing. You can swipe left from the lobby to access your most played game modes and set Metro Royale as a shortcut. That way, you can easily access Metro Royale. PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 22 will be available on September 12th. Don't miss out on this update. Embark on an enchanting adventure, and may your evacuation be safe and your loot plentiful. Fortune favors the brave.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL America's Fall Season, day number 13. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, and 4 games down, 2 more to go, excuse me. We're hopping into game 5. We're going back to Miramar. And by the way, have you clicked that link that I told you to click? Join the Discord. I don't even have to do a CTA here, but I'm doing it in, it's called action. Just join the Discord, please. I want to see that conversation start to light up there. But hey, we're going into Miramar. I'm excited for this one for a number of different reasons. More importantly, to see what Team Queso could do once again. They had an incredible game on Miramar map number 2. The winner chicken dinner, plus they get 13 eliminations to boot. They're coming off the back of another big game on Sandhawk with 9 eliminations and a winner chicken dinner. They're ramping up for their bonus points tomorrow, and that's always a scary thing, right, for everybody else. We're bringing our casters real quick before we do go into that game. Obviously, I'm talking about Hot Chooks and Spider. Tiff, predictions, Miramar, Team Queso, back-to-back. Do we get it?
I mean, it'd be really sick to see someone win 3 games in one day. I'm down.
I don't think we've
Put
had
me
it.
in, coach.
I don't think
Put
we've
me in, coach. I'll take it.
You're going to win the 3?
Sure, why not?
All right, right on. Tiff's got it. Tiff is A. I like this. Tiff, the more PUBG Mobile she does, she's like, put me in there. I could beat these guys on the main stage.
Wait, whoa.
Oh, that's not
I don't know
what you're
about
saying.
that.
Oh, okay. Excuse me. I misunderstood. My apologies. Well, all right. That's okay. Tiff got the stamp approval, though. She's ready to be put in. Let's get 3. We haven't got 3 wins from any team in the same day. We've gotten a lot of 2s. We've got a lot of 2-peats. I made that a word, but we've not got a 3-peat. That is a word. Let's see if we can get it here on Miramar. Hot Chick, Spider, Tiff, let's find out.
Let's go. Let's get it going. Miramar about to get started. Man, Spider Tip, I can't wait to see you on the main stage playing it up. You got to do it.
I don't know about that one. Like, I'm trying to think of the last time that I've done something that would equate to the adrenaline rush and the nerves that you would get. Aside from commentating on LANs, that's a whole other ball game. But like actually playing on a LAN, I'm pretty competitive, Hot Chooks. Like, I don't know. I feel like I'd be raging.
Dude, I think you got this. You know, all you got to do is just get a little practice in, you know. I know you got a beautiful setup as it is. You know, you just need a couple more cables for a mobile gaming setup, and you'll be good to go. That is all you need. That is all you need. Here we go into this beautiful game as we're going to go ahead and look at some teams dropping pretty quickly here. Alpha7 is flying straight on their way to El Pozo and getting ready for this match. But are we going to see a bounce back game from Team Liquid? That's another team I got to keep my eye on. Let's see if they can do it here, Tiff.
Let's see. Let us see. Let us open those eyes to the gloriousness of Miramar.
Let's get it going here as we watch Team Queso on the move, getting nice and set up. These guys are already in vehicles, hunting down that loot and getting set up for this map. First zone, it goes on up. How do you feel about it?
Looks great. Looks like a big circle over there on that northeastern side of things for Furia. You got a long route to go. Twisted Minds waltzing straight into something good. Team Liquid dead center, which is cool for them. Except I just want more of that energy we saw on that match 3 of Erangel for Inco Gaming. Still trying to get looted up just on the horizon. Waltzes on in. Finds a couple goodies, and we'll just keep on moving from there on out.
Here we go. All right, I'm looking at the map right now. Let me go ahead and tell you guys where everybody is. We got Twisted Minds all the way up on the north side over by Campo Militar. Of course, we got Alpha7, Big Chill in El Pozo. And down south, we got NRG and X Factor looting it up over there. So everybody else is sprinkled in the center of this zone. Right now, Inco has their eyes on the Vicious. This is right north of Minas Generales. Vicious are split looting. And I think Inco did their homework here, because if you're hunting down some of these teams at the bottom of the leaderboards, trying to snag a couple, you know, these players off guard would be huge. And right now, Vicious, you can see them just driving around trying to find something. David only has a level 2 vest so far.
Okay, so to be fair, that's kind of the similar strategies that we were witnessing over the last day or so, is teams were taking fights off squads. They were just like, all right, I think I can make this fight happen, especially if they're on the bottom of the leaderboard. They're feeling more confident with it. But we kind of run that zone again just so you can see the congestion that's on that southwestern side. X Factor, 9Z, NRG, the Navy SEALs, Intense Game, Team Queso. I mean, this is just going to be one of the most insanity type of things, unless you want to see someone rotate up the coastline, which we saw Alpha7 do this a couple of days ago, but they were actually moving from the north south on that. We like rotated all the way over. And I think the Navy SEALs are situating themselves to be able to do that.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to make those rotations. What do you think about the Navy SEALs so far after that last game? Do you think they're finally starting to change things up a little bit?
I mean, it's just a learning curve for them, right? You go out and set and ninth place with 7 eliminations. You're still towards the bottom. You are on the bottom of the leaderboard. You have Intense Game ahead of you, and it's just one of those things where it's pretty tough. I mean, you do have your double points day to day. It would have been nice if we could have had even more benefits out of it, but I mean, 14 points from that last game. I don't think we're set in stone gonna fly up the leaderboard by any means, but I think the experience from LAN is definitely helping.
Okay, that's good. Yeah, you know what? Because it's still pretty early. They could definitely, you know, finish this thing at the middle of the pack if they work hard. And that should be their mentality, you know? I want to see teams grow because at the end of the day, we have to have somebody in 16th place. That's just the way it goes, right? But at the end of the day, if you can see that team grow as time goes on, it's going to be good vibes from there. So, you know, Lion Kings Navy SEALs, this is a stacked lobby. We could definitely see them put in some good games here and there. I mean, they've beat some of the top teams in fair fights, but it's just that consistency is where they are struggling quite a bit.
They are struggling a little bit on that consistency, and that's okay, because I feel like a lot of teams actually are as well. Was stage 1, 3 minutes left on that initial close. Intense Game has moved to the north side of Los Leones. You got 9Z still chilling, looking for their way in. For the majority of our teams, they've actually kind of carved their path up that northwest and want to go in maybe more central. Team Liquid has moved on up. VIP Esports here on the map, actually approaching almost kind of a dead center-esque style of area where Team Queso is already habitating.
Oh boy, yeah, Team Queso. I'm looking at them right now. They're looking to have a nice back-to-back game. I mean, this team has by far, I think, performed better than everybody else, except for when it comes to bonus points days, and that's why they're in 4th place, folks. It's crazy to see where they're at. If you're looking at the numbers, these guys have performed so well. So
it's a small hindrance. I mean, it's not bad. Could they turn it around this week? Sure.
If they can win this tournament, they still can. Let's be real. Like, they're not that far off where they can absolutely steal this tournament away. And I have a feeling, like, in my gut that we might just see that because they're so consistent. If you look at them, when they get terrible circles, they're putting points up. When they get a half-decent zone, they're winning that game, right? So let's see if they're going to go into this engagement with VIP. Big Milo's driving it around. He knows they're there. Will he park or send it back? Oh, yeah, his team's too far away. He's moving right on back to his team.
He's like, hey, I think the power of friendship uniting on this one is the way to go. So that's respectable. Go on over here. You've got this area kind of situated for yourself, and VIP can stay just a bit north of you. You also have the Vicious that have moved in with All Glory Gaming. So some teams that are definitely hungry to put eliminations on the board that you have to be kind of aware of. X Factor, the last team to kind of get in towards that play zone from the south. And the only thing I'm really worried about as I kind of look towards this rotation is the distance. You're not going to have resistance when you move into the play zone on the south, but everyone is hedging their bets that it's pulling even farther to the north.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, and that makes that's a good bet, to be honest. I mean, the north is most likely where the circle's going to go. And after you've played so many matches, you kind of get a good gist of where it could position itself. Not to mention, that's where a lot of the high ground's going to be with these mountainsides. You can see Twisted Minds, big chilling at the top right now. And there's so many different spots available. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little bit of quiet phase, at least for the next like 10 minutes. Because there's so much room to breathe here in this circle.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked because usually as we get towards the end of our series, kind of moving into matches 5 and 6, the aggression just starts to heat on up because people want to start fighting. They want to see if they can take eliminations, and they're starting to get riskier, right? But for now, you're right. It's kind of like the calm before the storm of, I think in the later next 2 stages, things will really break down depending on where this shift actually goes through.
Yeah, let's see. All right, we got a nice, slightly southern circle. That's still going to leave Team Liquid, Team Queso in a really good position for this circle. Alpha7 are going to have to push down just a little bit. NRG is going to be the team that has a really long rotation. And what do you think about that, Tiff? You know, you've been kind of keeping an eye on NRG. They like these late, rotations. How do you feel about that?
I mean, they're okay if you can actually get in, right? You look towards their match number 4 on Sandhawk. 0 eliminations, out in 13th place. They go the distance, though, on that prior in Erangel. They go 4th with 9 eliminations, but it doesn't always. It's very hit or miss because you go back to the prior Miramar and they go out in 13th with 2 eliminations. So it doesn't always work out, and you have to be so methodical about it. And it starts to mean everything is a very large risk to them.
Yeah, if NRG is doing this to kind of level up their gun skill, I like it, but I want to see them in the PMGC League. That's going to level them up so much further. So this inconsistent play style is becoming a little bit worrisome because Alpha7 used to do that. They used to just always push super, super late, and that's why they're so good when it comes to like these crazy must-win team fights. They've put themselves in that position so often. So now when they start taking center circle, I mean, it's like they're just playing this game on easy mode. But NRG, I mean, they have not gotten to that level yet. Uh-oh, Furia make a crazy push all the way on up to VIP. Nice knock there from Kioski. If he gets the second one, they can win this game. Oh, and just like that, he gets taken out. This fight gonna be lost. Furia sacrificing the rest of the team to just drive up and hide. This is rough.
I mean, they got a 0-point game on match number 4 for Sandhawk. We're still being peppered. Likely gonna fall out here. We are just looking to get out of Dodge, and sure, you yeet the van across the way. Someone's gonna come out running. They want to just go ahead and put the finishing touches on you, especially when you've got double points and you're sitting kind of right there on the precipice of trying to pull things together. Maybe they just had too many consistent games right off the back, and they're consistent, but they weren't anything that's going to be like massive in terms of double points.
Absolutely, yeah, and it's crazy to see. I mean, when they don't get a zone, they're having a lot of trouble with it, and trouble is 0 points. That's some serious trouble right there. So I don't know. We'll see what happens with Furia. Still one more game left to go. One double-digit elimination chicken dinner will definitely put them in a decent spot, but they're leaving it to the last second, and that is going to be pretty difficult.
It's going to be unfortunate. Well, for VIP Esports, we've seen them just play absolute spoiler to so many heavy-hitting teams today, so keep tabs on them. You never know what you're going to get. NRG from the southern side of things, that late rotate that we were discussing, it's not going to be too bad here, right? Especially if it pulls a bit towards the south. Now Team Liquid, the gatekeepers of the north. I'd be curious to see this X Factor NRG thing potentially break out here.
You know, let's see if NRG is going to get in that engagement. It should be only a matter of time. They're going to do a crazy bold rotation. This is what happens when you go so late. You're forcing yourself into a random fight, and it is hit or miss. Just popped out of a vehicle. All that. And this is what you get. And this is why I want to see NRG start rotating earlier, because this bet is just so risky. It's not even a coin flip. It's a straight roll of the dice. And yeah, didn't pay off for them this time.
Definitely did not, but for Spec here on your screen, still out in the open, still looking for angles. Especially when you have Fate down and out, like that's not who you want to have on your team. You know you've seen some massive clutch factor potential out of Fate. Down to 3 though. Same with Inco, on 3. And we talked about it. You were talking about the calmness that we were witnessing. All teams still up in it. And just imagine when we get towards that next stage, when everyone is inside this play zone, I can only imagine the chaos that's going to happen.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely going to ring out here in the next couple of circles because there's still so much room available. You can see inactive and the rest of the squad. It's these spots that really irk me, Tiff, because you're looking inside of a building, right? When you should try to get any intel you possibly can. So I want to see teams be looking, scanning the horizon, rather than just staring inside a building, especially this early on in the game.
All right, well, you hear it. Don't look into buildings. Just do what you got to do.
What are you
Live your
doing,
best
dude?
life.
You're just staring
Be aggressive.
inside.
Stop staring.
You're just waiting.
Don't be such a lurker.
You got to get some intel, right? Go look outside a window, try to find something to tell your team, but just sitting and waiting, oof, that is going to hurt. Like, well, if you look at Alpha7, these guys are always looking over some type of hill, staring at something, any kind of info that can help them win this game.
I'm curious if they'll go on something crazy again. We saw them have so many eliminations, and they went out in 5th with 14 elims on that last game. And now kind of situated over here on this eastern side of the play zone, you have kind of your pick deciding on where you want to push towards. Do we go dead center? Do we kind of do this weird kind of edge of play zone and clear everyone out? And it just depends. I just know that every fight that they choose, they're so good at keeping their numbers intact and not really taking too many casualties.
Gonna have to try to avoid all the casualties you can here. As this next zone's about to pop. Goes on over to Minas Generales. All right, Team Liquid are dead center of this circle. It's a really good position for them to be in. Inco are in trouble. Alpha7 are on that edge, but they love it when their backs up against the wall. So they're gonna be in a good spot here. Team Queso is gonna be the team I'm really keeping my eye on, because that is a squad that's just off center and they can have a ton of eliminations here. Big Milo gonna keep an eye outside this window, while Papi Potro keeps an eye on Team Liquid.
All right. That's some good scouting right there. If I've ever seen it, Team Liquid inheriting like dead center, but if you can take angles and take some shots through that, I mean, that's insane. Maybe keep that pressure on Ayala. They're not going to be able to look anywhere. They're just going to be like all bunkered down, trying to make sure that Team Queso can't do that. And Team Queso, I mean, 388 eliminations as a team throughout the entirety of fall. And hey, Alpha7, they found their next team. We were talking about where would they push, and they really haven't gone too far because the Navy SEALs have approached them.
You better watch out. These guys got nothing to lose. They got nothing to lose. You better be careful. Alpha7's going to be throwing that util like they always do. Let's see if they're able to get that connection. Oh, that nade actually looks pretty good. It's close. Ooh, tags Molina up a little bit. But it looks like the Latin King Navy SEALs don't want none of that action. They're going to sacrifice Hede and take on out. Yeah, they're out of there.
Respectable. You got to keep on moving. I mean, you take your one elimination, you say, I'm going to focus on the next play zone. It's time to get ahead of all of this, especially if the Navy SEALs are just going to move in towards that. But Furia, we knew you were in trouble. We saw you running around with your lone solo, but done and out with just 0 again.
Oh boy. Now we're starting to see what happens when you don't get the circle. Furia with another tough game on their double points day is not too good. Carrillo catches Molina off guard. That's another elimination for Alpha7. Make that 2 already. Team Liquid holding the center position, not having to worry too much, but now we're going to see Inco. Uh-oh, Vitali getting pieced up little by little, and he's going to get knocked and finished. So another real tough game here for Inco.
Okay, though, Loops going out with the 0. So Furia and Loops, your 6th and 7th place teams on the overall standings, both a bit in shambles. And here we go with that replay of what happened. But my gosh, the hunt. They drop on down, they connect. It's unfortunate.
It's super unfortunate here as Furia and Loops are gone, but this opens up the door, right? Especially for a team like NRG, the Vicious, even X Factor here. I'm going to include All Glory Gaming as well. All Glory Gaming actually really badly need to win this game. But right now, they are very quiet. All 4 players up, 0 eliminations. If All Glory Gaming win this, that could put them in position to where, hey, top 5 could actually be a possibility.
Be really nice for them. I'm down for a top 5 for them. Still not convinced that anyone in the particular top 5 right now are going to move on out of it, but still things are close. Not one team in particular has necessarily run away with anything, but as you see that play zone, you look at Team Liquid, right? They got all 4 up, no eliminations, but they've got space, and that is worth something so substantial here, considering that western side. That is the... I don't want to be there. I don't want to be on the west if I'm moving in.
No, you do not. Almost every single team is there. 9Z are looking to clear out the east, though, from Alpha7. Choco got his Manny and his 8X. Keep an eye on the ridge lines. Wow, right up, boy.
Oh.
Gets that thirst real quick there. Twisted Minds will take that all day long. And now we see Colgoat getting into it with VIP. Cunha does get a big knock. But it is Cole Goat that will get the last laugh. So a couple eliminations for Team Queso, but they do lose one in the process.
Okay, Cole Goat and the DBS plus an inside push is honestly the best thing you could ask for Team Queso. Only 8 bullets left, but it doesn't matter. We should be able to clean this one up with ease. Through the window, doesn't connect, but dang, I respect it. Look who wraps around VIP.
Let's see. I'm watching Papi Potro on the move here. He's got to be able to hit this knock. Oh, that nade is going to do it. Yeah, so VIP end up getting the last laugh. Take Team Queso out of the game. Meanwhile, Alpha7 starting to ramp up some eliminations. Revel up close and personal. Choco doesn't want any of it at all. So 9Z back off. Give away their numbers advantage. They're letting Alpha7 push up on them for free here.
Ooh,
it's a mistake.
You think? Revo's gonna take it. You give him an inch, he's gonna take a mile here.
9Z got no business hiding in a building when they have all 4 up. They should have used their numbers to take hill priority here. You do not want Alpha7 to set up on you at all. So, I mean, 9Z, if they just all 4 pushed out and crossed that hill together, they could 4v2, 4v1 Alpha7. But I think they're just trying to hold this space because of X Factor on the other side of the hill. Still, though, it's going to be a tough decision. As NRG, man, Spec trying to survive against X Factor here.
This is going to be difficult. I mean, yeah, your nade connects, you're investing multiple, but Spec falls, and it's 24K, who's just situated inside, away from this. I wouldn't be surprised if X Factor sets to make a move and just clear out the rest of this. And this gives X Factor that time to loot, hit a reset before maybe going on over towards that 9Z Alpha7 interaction.
Uh-oh, Influence Rage. Busting it down there on the Vicious. Bruns is the only player they got to worry about. And Lord's doing a great job just applying that pressure, shooting around so he can get the res on his teammate. Next circle, gonna go on over. Team Liquid have been big chilling this whole game in that spot right there. And they're gonna continue to chill for a little bit longer as they don't have to move a muscle. So this is Team Liquid blessed back to back. Can they take advantage of it?
Hope so. 3 eliminations, down to just 1. I mean, we're connecting. That's beautiful. Alpha7, though, they finally start to create that opening onto 9Z, and goodbye, the Vicious from a distance. Rataboy cleans it up, pops in the vehicle, and now we can see this ending here of Alpha7 and 9Z. It's just McGrellin and Carrillo trying to clean them on up.
Here they go, Carrillo on the move, trying to get that shot. Oh, I'm a Perrino with the shotgun, just being a little bit too strong there. Alpha7 go down with 5. That's going to be 5 more eliminations than Team Liquid got.
Yeah,
so they're going to increase that lead little by little here.
Team Liquid out with a 0. They had a good spot, but I mean, they get pushed. There's only so much you can do. Now you've got Twisted Minds, Influence Rage. We're kind of swarming all around each other, and, well, VIP Esports is down, and this is just that chaos we were talking about that was going to occur as soon as we got into some of these later stages, because my gosh, you can't even commit towards this real play zone. You've got this breakout on the north. You'll have the breakout with the 3 teams on the south. The intense game, though, All Glory Gaming still up, and they have double points, so could make something of it.
Yes, they can. Let's see what Influence Rage can do with the duo. You got Lawrence in, you got Diego. Oh, actually take some shots. Yeah, he's going to be holding that shack for the rest of the game here. Twisted Minds are still alive. All Glory Gaming with 6 here, Tiff, right? 6 eliminations, that's pretty good. They need to win this game and get a lot more, though, if they want to be in the conversation for top 5. Let's see what they can do.
Ooh, all right. I mean, it's situational. We got 5 for Influence Rage, so overall not bad considering what they did yesterday, despite only having a duo left, but this Twisted Minds, they are not gonna leave them alone, especially if you got the numbers advantage. The angles that Rataboy is able to take with the 8x here. Choco, I'm sorry, that fool is gonna happen.
Rataboy putting in work onto Influence Rage. Goes out, jump shot, just misses. He doesn't have to worry. He's just not trying to put himself in a position, yeah, where his teammates can't help him. Very, very smart play. 6 eliminations there for Twisted Minds. On the other side, you got Intense Game. Oh my gosh, right, dead in the sights of Baton. Gotta hit the shot, but he misses.
It's too many.
That was a risky push, but it worked out perfectly. Gets the confirm. And now, only 2 players left of Intense Game. X Factor can't afford mistakes here.
Pavlik's who you want, especially navigating this little terrain. Takes a bit too much damage right there, and that next nade from Guapo is being cooked. If that connects, that throws a complete wrench into X Factor.
Oh my
here.
gosh.
And wow, Havlik down.
Mistakes. X Factor just refused to use their numbers advantage and just push. That leaves FS all by his lonesome. Oh, no way! FS wins it with the gun swap at the last second. How did that happen?
Skill diff. I don't know. FS just clutches it. That's what you want to see. I mean, you're going to get third-partied here likely, as someone's probably heard this fight and they want to clear on out and make sure that all's good and well, especially with All Glory Gaming, who's chilling with 6 eliminations on double points.
Oh, man, what a crazy play there. X Factor. Oh, that is a huge loss for All Glory Gaming. The rest of the team needs to support him. He tries to do it with a buggy, but can't get it done. All Glory Gaming can't afford any kind of casualty right now. They need all these points.
Oh, they're going to go and look for that pickup, too. There's no, like, oh, no, he got the full. Okay,
He
so
got
it's
it
a 1v2 situation. We could focus on maybe this healing come through. Prep for the fight. You got Adrian already still thinking that FS is over the crest of that hill, but he's moved up by the tree and the rock. I don't know if he'll be able to isolate this, but I'm curious to see the clutch.
Let's see. Are we going to see the clutch? Or will All Glory Gaming choke it up? They need this game bad. Double points day for All Glory Gaming. They're so behind on the leaderboards. They want that top 5. But if you're going to get it, you got to earn it. And I will say, this is going to be the teams representing the Americas region against the best teams in the world. You want to make sure you're prepared and not like this. Melgar, being the last player up for All Glory Gaming, is going to try to hold on.
Yeah, I mean, if Twisted Minds just has angles, they've got angles on FS, so FS can't move. Melgar last alive. If he breaches just kind of anywhere north of this, he's going to be taken out by them. So we just have to keep your eyes on FS, who's just trying to heal. And look at Twisted Minds. They are full sending, invested to clear on out Melgar. They just completely ignore FS. They'll deal with them later. There it is. There's the full. Goodbye, X Factor.
They are gone. Melgar's still alive. Inactive is still alive from Inco. He's got 5 eliminations. That's how you do it right there. When will he take the shot, though? Oh, he got spotted! And Melgar is going to be headed in his direction. Oh, boy. Who's going to win this 1v1? It's Inactive. Now, it's time to just nade yourself, my friend. Yep, that's what he's going to try to do. 3 seconds left.
Oh.
Can he survive? Oh, and he does! Just luck enough to get that nade off and denies the point. But that's a big, big W for the side of Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds out here with the winner chicken dinner. 9 eliminations to go alongside it. Man, all right. That's that top 5 team we're talking about.
That's real good right there. Let's go, Twisted Minds. You saw the legend himself, Ratto Boy. Stand up, bro. He's ready to just say hi to everybody, because that's a big dub right there.
Huge dub, man, and a big 3 games from Twisted Minds. Second place, first place. They are not relinquishing their top 5 position, and they're going to do it no matter which way they get it done. Furia, I cannot believe they got 16th place, 0 total points. Tiff, that is an absolute disaster. Furia now, I'm worried that even going into the final week, they can't break into top 5 after this. I genuinely, it's reached that point. I had faith in the beginning. Now I've lost it.
It's a travesty indeed, but you just keep on going. You keep on trying. You try new things, you make risks, it doesn't work out. You go again. You can't get beat up on one day, and I feel like this week has been one of the most inconsistent weeks for a lot of our teams. And it's quite unfortunate considering you have I mean, Team Liquid, sure, they had that pop off. They got that win on match 3 on Erangale, so that was like a really nice moment for them. But other than that, it just hasn't been that great either for them. They go out in 10th with 0 eliminations, so 2 teams that we have been asking to perform just cannot move the needle too much.
Yeah, it's Alpha7. They move it just a little bit. They're already in first place. They get finished off early. This was a chaotic game as far as I was concerned, Hot Jukes. A lot of teams picked up quite some big numbers. 3, 4 teams pick up 5 eliminations. Multiple teams pick up 4. We see an 8. We see a 6, a 7, a 9. The point is, the eliminations were spread out quite a bit more so than I typically see on Miramar.
Yep, and that's just because of the way the circle ended up, right? There was so much coverage in zone number 2, zone 3, but once we started hitting the latter half, it just really started to tighten up, and all the teams were just forced to just play edge, make things happen. And we saw, X Factor towards the end put up some good eliminations, a nice fight. But honestly, the big disappointment for me was All Glory Gaming. You gotta step up the aggression when you have any chance to get these points.
So AGG, though, based off their performance today, they do finish with a good 3rd place, and that's the first time we've seen them truly enter into the podium. Enter into a top 3 with 6 eliminations. They can capitalize off it. I know you were critical of Furia, even going back to game number 1, right? 2nd place, 4 eliminations. You felt they should have been more aggressive, and AGG follows much the same suit. The reality is, on your bonus days, you've got to be able to risk it all, and AGG in that moment wasn't. They were satisfied with 3rd place, 22 points, right? And that's a decent number, but not when you're on the 2nd page. But you'll take what you could get. You'll take the bad with the good either way. And for Miramar, HG will finish off with the most number of points. Twisted Minds, though, the biggest story, again, not relinquishing 5th place. They refuse to be passed up by Furia. They're going into their double points, I believe, on Sunday, right? And they do not want to give up any amount of room, without question. So I like it. I like what they're doing. Go to the 2nd page, Alpha7, 5 points. Team Liquid with another goose egg, though, Tiff. They've been doing okay today. They've had their moments, but really, they're still an inconsistent team in my eyes.
Yeah, for one of the teams that used to be super inconsistent, it's fairly inconsistent. So then you pull up the overalls, and it's already a 14-point deficit between Alpha7 Esports and Team Liquid, which you got to think about it this way. One more win with double-digit eliminations from Team Liquid and a botched game from Alpha7, this keeps on switching back and forth. So if Team Liquid comes out swinging and actually wants to do something on this overall ranking, it has to be tomorrow.
Has to be tomorrow. Will it be tomorrow? Well, tomorrow's going to happen either way. It might just happen. For Team Queso, they are still looking relatively decent in their 4th place position. For Twisted Minds, though. So now I'm excited not only for tomorrow, but I'm really excited, Hot Jukes, going into Sunday. Because Twisted Minds is a roster that has got me excited, much like Influence Rage has me excited. Both of those 2 teams have, in my mind, been the biggest factors for this top 5 run.
100%, 100%. And when I'm looking at these teams, I think our top 5 right now is so solid. And tomorrow and the day after are going to be an absolute blast because there are going to be so many teams where they need a monster day. For Group B, it's just beauty up. And honestly, after game 1, when I saw that they didn't win that game with a ton of eliminations, it really killed my hopes. And unfortunately, I'm seeing that realization come true now. Hopefully, with one more game left to go, they can make something happen.
We'll definitely have to wait and see. For AGG, they will move up despite the criticisms, right? They move up to 9th place. X Factor also moving up over NRG, but not really too impactful whenever it, in regards to at least the top 8, right? AGG has a chance maybe, but Tiff, they got one more game to do it.
Yeah, one more game. Make the most out of those double points. You've got 6 eliminations to 3rd place, and I think that factored out to be north of around 20 for them, which is it's solid. It's not necessarily the average that Hot Jukes wanted for some of our squads. He was wanting more than 25, but it's fine. One more to go. Get back to Erangale.
One more to go. We're hopping back into Erangale for the final game of the day. It's going to be a fun one and the last chance for Group B to earn their bonus points. Time to get serious, especially if you're not happy with where you are currently at. Sarpatch, though, had a chance to sit down with Poppy Sour from Intense Game, and that's coming off the back of, their good performance today. They've done decently well comparative to where they have been in the past. Let's hear what Poppy Sour had to say.
All right, guys, match 4 is done. I'm here with Poppy Sour. top team of the table. Didn't get the winner rich chicken dinner, but with the most points, especially with the double points, things are looking up for you guys. How are you feeling about that? ¿Sí me entendiste, verdad?
Nos sentimos bien porque nosotros hicimos un pequeño holdeo mal. Nos salió mal esa jugada. Pensaba que la zona iba a rotar para tipo izquierda abajo, pero no. Al final pudimos entrar bien, pudimos trabajar a loops. Yo morí en el intento, pero eso fue bueno porque ellos se enfocaron todos en mí y eso resultó que mi equipo pudiera matar a loops.
Ayúdame con la traducción, vamos por parte. Oye, let's go by parts. He says they did a bad holding. They thought the sun was going to rotate was going to go to another side. They went to a fight with loops. They focused on you. They killed you, but that was good because that way they only focused on you. The rest of the team was able to get the points there. So things are looking better. What has changed? Do you think it's less pressure, the experience? What is it?
Bueno, lo que podíamos cambiar ahí era...
¿Qué ha cambiado de antes para ahora?
¿Qué ha cambiado de antes para ahora? Bueno, lo que ha cambiado es que estamos jugando más confiados.
Okay.
Tenemos la mentalidad que no tenemos nada que perder, que solamente tenemos que sumar. Y las 3 primeras partidas no fue mal por decisiones que no tomaron, pero ya vamos a retomar y nos va a ir mucho mejor.
Yeah, we're just more confident. We have nothing to lose, so that's helped us out. We know that the first matches weren't too good, but we're gonna focus and do it better now. Papi Sour for IG. Let's go.
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2024 PMSL Americas Fall Season, Day 13. The final game of the day is upon us. We're heading into Erangel, and this is the final chance for Group B to really make anything in their bonus day. They've only got one more bonus game going into our next week, and so things start to get serious. They really do, especially for Furia. My goodness, Furia, come on, you got a goose egg last map. This is the map to step it up, past Twisted Minds, break into top 5, and have a better chance, and really a better mentality and mindset going in to the final week, and obviously the final days of week number 3. Let's see what they can do. Let's head into the game number 6 on Erangel. Hot Chook, Spider Tip, take it away.
Let's see what they can do indeed, because when it comes to Group B, Furia is the only team I'm keeping an eye on right now, because if they get a good game here, they could definitely be in the talks for top 5. If they don't, they're going to have a rough final week here, Tiff.
I mean, I don't want a rough final week for them, but it's looking likely to be on the outside looking in. You kind of carve back on that top 5, and then next thing you know, it starts to slip. We're down 44 points coming into the final game, knowing that this is our last double points for the day, and you move back to Erangel. You started off pretty strong on the first Erangel, the first Miramar, and everything kind of started to shift towards the mid of the series. I would just love to see them get something to close it on out. But in both of those instances where they performed pretty decently, they had a zone pool.
Oh, yes, indeed. Okay, well, let's see if Team Liquid can have a little bit of a bounce back here. I mean, I don't think they're really too worried because they're so close on the leaderboards, right? So it shouldn't be that much of a problem. Tomorrow and the day after are going to be the big statements for these big teams. But, oh, we got a military circle.
Wow.
That's going to be huge for Team Liquid.
Reflections somewhere over there, just like, please give him one. He wanted the last Erangel that Team Liquid won to be that. It wasn't. This time, it kind of has a large majority of it. There's the playable spaces there. It's looking good for Team Liquid. Even NRG is making the call that we are full sending military base right off the rip. Team Queso grabs some vehicles, covers the bridge distance, and everyone's just trying to get there first.
Yes, they are. You can see NRG just going straight towards that melee base zone here. Team Queso are on the move as well. The team that's going to have probably the hardest time, without a doubt, is going to be Alpha7, because they're driving all the way to North George in order to get looted up.
Respectable. Got to keep on moving. Well, for now, I mean, all of our teams that feel relatively comfortable with the fights. I'm looking at Team Queso. Sure, you went out a bit early in that match number 5. That's okay, because when you think about that win that they got with 9 eliminations on the last Sandhawk, so I was like, dang, they were moving so quick on that one, that pace that they had. I was like, if we make that happen here for Erangel, you're already moving towards military base. I'm loving the urgency in their rotations.
I am loving it as well. They're moving so quickly, especially this late in the day. You love to see that hurry up and go from these major squads here, because, man, I mean, everybody's trying to make it on over to the global championship. Guapo! No, getting shot at one of the worst times, and now Baton is on the way. Oh, but he found an S12K. Baton, you better be careful.
Oh, Guapo. You know
Better
how many
watch
times
out.
we've seen these warehouses, and it doesn't ever end well. Sometimes a ceasefire will occur, but for now, we're just doing a little.
Oh, you better hurry up, Guapo. You better run in. You got to take this 1v1 while it's still available.
Nope.
And goodbye.
He listened. He tried. He did
Yeah,
everything
that's all
you
he could
asked
do.
for.
Yeah, because he was gone no matter what if he didn't push. The rest of that team was on his way. So, intense game. Losing Guapo early on is gonna suck. And, well, they are just in that battle with the Latin King Navy SEALs for the not last place title.
The not last place. I mean, respectable. We don't want to be last place, but
You don't wanna be
honestly,
last. Second
if
to
you
last,
are
yeah,
going to
it's
be
fine.
last, like, as long as you learn something, you started to get some wins under your belt, and you're ready to come back swinging on the next season, sure. I'll sign up for that one. For Loops, still trying to hit that mirror behind Team Queso. Team Queso going pretty deep there on the island. Intense game on your screen. Yet they're going to have to contend over here with X Factor. It's been one of these things where you've already lost 2. X Factor's got a glider. This could be hit or miss.
FS on the drive. Sending it. You better watch out for that antenna, though. Oh, yeah. He's going to clear it. He's going to clear it. He knows what he's doing. He got his pilot license. He's trying to make it all the way across the water here. But he better be careful because there's a lot of teams. Twisted Minds is right there in Novo. Let's see how X Factor are going to make this rotate.
Okay, at least we have gas. Like, that's good.
You need that.
We saw, was it NRG, I think, that had a glider rotate towards military base not that long ago, ran out of gas, the glider crashes in the middle of the ocean. It was just not a good time.
That is right. That is right. Well, they're driving into the ocean right now. They got plenty of gas. Capri's. Oh, watching behind him as the rest of the team is in a glider as well. It's a full-fledged glider rotation. Let's go.
Why do I feel like they're going to end up swimming at some point? I don't know. I like the gliders. I think they're quite interesting, right? They shake some things up, but honestly, you're going to be going straight over towards Twisted Minds, who, without a doubt, as you see, thank you so much, production, for giving us that map showing, because we are on the move to Twisted Minds, and you'd be mistaken to not think that Twisted Minds is just on the shores, looking on out into the air and being like, we cannot, this is a no-fly zone.
Better be careful. If you get too close, they're going to hear it. But so far, so good. They don't spot any of these Twisted Mind players. And X Factor just big chilling across this Sosnovka military base island. They're going to go all the way around Novo. Clear it. Hey, free and clear. The big rotation works out for them.
Well, for NRG.
NRG, though.
This is scary. They roll right up to Team Queso. Casper, Fate, 24K get eviscerated. And Specs, like, in the buggy, trying to thrive. This is, not a good experience.
See what Spec can do. Yeah, Spec all by. All right.
Love that energy.
Caprice gets spotted and dive. The big dive straight downwards as we go back on over to FS. He is knocked. So FS got caught. Is that? Oh, these guys are all swimming. You weren't wrong. There's a lot of swimmers right now.
You know, I wasn't wanting to be right in this regard. Like, I wanted them to make it, maybe start to swim the final moments, but that full wrap where we bypassed Twisted Minds just led them straight to 9Z, who were just like, no, we are so aware of you and your gliders, and you cannot fly over here.
No, you can't not. But they're going to give it a try anyway, and we like seeing that right there. Then I bet that in the... Oh, we can't see the... Let's see. Edit.
The reposition.
The moves. Oh, you got to see shots. You got to see... It's open US.
I mean, they lined up for you.
Got him!
They literally lined up for
He jumped out the wrong side. He jumped out the wrong side, and he missed it. The toes? Can't find him. Now the rest of the team's got to push. He's going to throw the nade. It's going to be short. That's way too far for a regular standing grenade. You had to know that, buddy. You let Inactive go into the room, and now... Are they going to take this fight or leave? I mean, they should leave. The next circle pops on up. It goes center here. So Team Liquid, again, in a good spot. All Glory Gaming are going to have to get a battle, though, on the bridge.
I'm still invested in Molina here. Try to find the rest. I feel like we are just... Okay. I was like, where's the rest of the Navy SEALs over here? They've got to be on your backs, right?
That's the problem, though, is like when you have LK, Navy SEALs, it's such a low spot on the leaderboards, they can do whatever they want. They can decide to just ruin your rotation. And that's what's happening right now for Inco, because this is a really, really tough fight when they have so much ground to cover in order to get into this next circle.
Kind of unfortunate for them, but that's okay. I mean, they feel confident with it. They're out in the blue. We're ticking down. But we don't really have the space to just leave after this because, right, like their rotation, like you said, stifled. They need to go ahead and get a move out of these buildings. And I'm just curious, did the rest of the Navy SEALs team kind of already set up a pinch that if we decide to move, they've rotated around you and they're ready and waiting to pick you off?
Oh, tough. This is a tough battle for both these teams. They're so down on the leaderboards that this is just holding them back big time. But might as well just use it as practice, right? Try to build up that synergy. Let's see who's going to win this fight. Latin Kings, Navy SEALs. Oh, inactive, shutting one of them down. Molina got a nice little headshot right there. But it looks like the Latin King Navy SEALs have the advantage of this fight.
I mean, they opened it up with some nice shots immediately as they pulled up in the vehicle. So you would have already stacked it right there. So let's go ahead and let's get that res, pick them back on up. What?
All right.
Stylish.
Pick him up.
Fancy.
Pick him up. Pick him up. See what Head is going to do. He's looking over. Molina. Now, finally, they took out an inactive. 2 players left from Inco, and it looks like the Latin King Navy SEALs should win this fight. 4v2. But can Inco do something special? Let's see. Hey, they got one. That's the big off angle. Cardi goes on in the building. Did Wancho hear him? Oh, he's in a 1v2, though. Wancho gotta watch out when he gets one. Oh, the molly comes ringing out. The Navy SEALs are on fire. And they're gone. 2v4. Oh, look at him. He wanted to slap the table right there. That one's gotta hurt.
You're like, they're on fire, but not in a good way. They are physically on fire. They are burning. They're down. They're out. And they only get 2 eliminations from them. The clutch that Inco Gaming got that with that, along with their 4 eliminations, is insane. The bounce back of the play zone, though, that's brutal.
Unbelievably brutal. This circle's brutal. It goes all the way north. Now Team Queso have to push on in. Inco might have a chance if they go all the way towards farm. But this is going to be an all-out war on this rotation. Alpha7 are very out of position as well. This is a crazy turn of events here. And a big break for All Glory Gaming.
Dang. I actually like Furia's positioning. I know they bounced their car, rolled it like 20 times to get over there and hit a reset, but they found themselves on the shoreline where a lot of teams are going to want to be. For Twisted Minds, well, they're on the move. They start in Novo. They kind of head on over there towards the eastern side of things, and they're constantly running into a lot of the same teams, but that's because they're hailing from the same side of the island. I'm talking 9Z, even NRG. Spec, you still got him in the mix. He's just vibing, though, hoping no one looks his way.
Oh, yeah. Definitely want to be looking in that direction. Twisted Minds have now got a good solid position in this next circle. They're going to be holding this edge right south of the right-hand bridge. Meanwhile, X Factor are still in Novo. They're in the blue zone right now. Poppy Sour from Intense Games swimming across the way. Most likely going to go out to blue. And Twisted Minds rocking a little bit of a split here. Just trying to hold this bridge down.
Not a bad hold, especially if you know there's teams still trying to rotate on in. You've got Rataboy invested into the play zone already, so you've secured your slot of where you want to be. As long as someone doesn't rotate around and try to pick off Rataboy, then you don't really have too many issues. But better Al here with the angles, looking for swimmers.
He's keeping an eye out. Yeah, Haluya drowns, unfortunately. That's a tough break there. Mafioso gets knocked by Loops. Oh, and Thurston. Okay. Yeah, I told you Alpha7 had a really tough rotation, and they're going to sacrifice a player in order to do so. Loops will take that all day long. And that is Hayuya with the drown as well. So Intense Game going to go out in the water.
Yikes. Not what you want, but, I mean, especially if that's your double points day. But to each their own, it happens. That was just a tough pull. Only so much you can do about it, especially when you got Influence Rage on the north, along with, I believe, the Vicious and X Factor still trying to get out of Novo. Loops here on that western side of things. It's not going to be easy for them. You've got a ton of people over here.
Yes, you do. Intense Game get eliminated there. Next zone's going to pop. Most likely going to go back to land. Let's see if we get that hard shift south. Yep, and that is exactly what's going to happen. So Team Liquid are in a dominant position. All Glory Gaming are on that edge still. Let's see what Team Queso can do against Alpha7, though. Milos, nice pre-fire. Gonna take a big advantage here. He's got that nade, that pin pulled. Ooh, it was just enough to bait him out. And yeah, Team Queso are looking to eliminate Alpha7. At the end of the day, that's the team they're trying to hunt down.
You know, I mean, you got Colgoat with the DBS inside. Alpha7 really low, but making the most of what they've got, especially if you're already gonna hit that. Carrillo down and out. Team Queso, Cole, you've gotta watch out on that HP. McGrellan's trying to make something happen through the window, but please tell me it hits.
Got him. Got him. That was just enough. Yep, he touches McGrellan. Carrillo goes out to the blue zone. Team Queso loading up on the points. I'm telling you, these guys are a big threat for that top position. Team Liquid gonna have to pull something great off here. I mean, they could not ask for a more blessed position. They have not had to move pretty much an inch the entire game so far. So no eliminations, but they're looking to get them in the end game, and they should definitely get a whole bunch.
I mean, they've been really silent. I think they've only done about 150 damage thus far. So we're just poking on the occasion, but for the most part, not really doing too much. But we did see Furia straight in Team Liquid at some point for their positioning. Loops in a neighboring vicinity as a duo. And I'd be really curious to see if someone tries to pull up on Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid. But you're in such a good spot. That's the thing, is you got a big target on your back. So they're going to have to watch all those angles. Vicious, just completely got caught out. Now it's just David hiding in a shack. But that's really good shack right now. It's pretty central of the circle.
If you're going to be a solo, what better place to be? But we've got a long way to go before some of these placement points are going to be worth a stellar amount here for David. Elsewhere, that the breakdown of 9Z is occurring. We thought this was going to happen. 2 get knocked. They've only got 1 elimination. And Twisted Minds, they want to be a part of this, right? Federal had just grabbed Aragod. He hasn't been picked back up yet, and he's not fooled, so we don't want to, like, kind of roam out through this open terrain, especially with a bunch of teams neighboring. We still want to clean this up, though.
Yes, you do. Let's just see how well they are going to be able to clean those up. 9Z are not going to be moving from those buildings anytime soon. Neither is Spec. So this is that stage where you got to be planning, getting ready for if that zone shifts away from you. What are you going to do? How are you going to rotate? Which player is going to move first? Who's going to scout? You know, you got to have all that set up in the next 26 seconds here. You can see Twisted Minds. They're going to be the first team on the move already. Looking to push Team Queso a little bit out of the way. But this is still only circle number 4. I mean, these crazy shifts are so difficult on these teams.
It's been really interesting to see, especially for match number 6. Getting vertical there in the vehicle. Take to the high ground. Pole Goat from the inside, just kind of scavenging here on the outskirts. You got Twisted Minds that are going to be that neighboring team. We kind of keep seeing them on each other's horizon. Team Liquid elsewhere grabbed 1 elimination. Did about 500 damage to do so, putting that pressure. Cardozo kind of extended out. Maybe looking for VIP. You've got Vicious dead center like you were mentioning, but that Team Queso pickup. Milos down. Twisted Minds. They're going to have to break out into a fight, right? Like, it has to happen.
Yep. That's exactly what needs to happen here. Team Queso are going to have to battle it out with Twisted Minds. It's only a matter of moments because there are going to be no more further rotations inwards unless that battle occurs. Because Twisted Minds are in a great spot to actually gatekeep Team Queso because they have that whole ridge line to their advantage. Team Queso's way in is going to be quite difficult. And now you got All Glory Gaming trying to push them here. Actually, Twisted Minds can third party this.
I feel like they're getting ready to make that on happen, right? They're just gonna full send. All Glory Gaming, though, you got all 4 up. You got 3 eliminations. This is your last time to have that Group B double points for week number 3. Do not let it go to the wayside, but as soon as Twisted Minds, Team Queso, they are on the hunt. But Twisted Minds is actually going to help out All Glory Gaming. We need to double back and get in on this.
Yep, and here they go. 7 tried to, he backed up the vehicle just a little bit, got that confirmation. These are huge double points for these teams. Furia is still alive, but no points yet. All Glory Gaming just trying to take advantage of this last game. 5 eliminations. 7 has 4 of them. And now he's going to be pushing up. Oh, yeah. Quick U-turn saying, uh-oh. There's a whole squad here. But it looks like that they're going to play this aggressively. And this is what they need to do. They need a monster game here if they want to catch up on the leaderboards.
I mean, we're sending drive-bys, but it's Federal who opens it up, pulls that Adrian straight to the ground. 7, though, the brunt force of their eliminations for this match. You know what? Crush them. See if you can line it on up. No, we pop on out. Use the vehicle for cover. We come on in. Guizao down and out. Okay, AGG.
7 will take that all day long. Melgar drives up, but it's 7 once again to get another critical knock. He needs to get the first 8 off. They can win this fight. Rato Boy with that beautiful Molotov. It's going to catch Rivas. He's on fire. Oh my gosh, it really is up to 7, but he gets knocked. Now Rivas has to make a play, but Baton with the third party shuts it down.
From the north as a solo. Goodbye. And now you just look at Twisted Minds and you're like, there's just one standing. I'll take this chance. I'll take the 1v1. I'll see what I can do. I mean, we're reading it. That nade goes right where it needs to. That is
oh boy,
such a clean third party. You wipe 2 squads, Baton.
That's how you do it. If you're Baton, you got to be able to soak up all those points. And those eliminations are going to pay off big time. The zone goes north. I mean, Team Liquid couldn't have asked for anything else, right? They have such a good coverage of this circle. They got to win this game, but Furia needs those points more than Team Liquid does right now. Let's see if they're able to muster up something, because this is it. This is the last double points day for them. They'll get one more next week, but that is it for this one. So they got to take advantage of it right here, right now.
They're only down to 3. They got 3 players up on that western side of things. And Mythic, Ayala, they've got him in their line of sight. Speaking of that, NRG Spec here on the stairway trying to thread it through. Okay, Senatexa. Not really how you wanted to go it, but Padrino lying in wait, cleaning up NRG off the trade.
Padrino playing it so quiet. Just with the full laydown, you got Cunha up on top of the hill. Keeping an eye right there on Team Liquid. I mean, it's so crazy. This is still so early. And the reason why we're not seeing a ton of action is because so many teams got eliminated on rotation.
A zone like this will definitely lead to that happening. I mean, what do we saw like the gliders coming on out. We saw so much movement, but no one really able to kind of make it work in their favor. Except for those that already had taken those rotations or who started here. Team Liquid. Now, they've been watching Furia for the longest time, and it's just one player left standing for them. You got Loops on the opposing side. Team Liquid behind them. There's really not much space for us to work with here.
No, there's not a lot of space at all. And Furia, yeah, it's just this last final player. He's just trying to survive. Don't make any noise. But, I mean, if you go out right now, it's 0 points. 0 points for Furia. Worst case scenario. All Glory Gaming got 8 eliminations, which is great, but it's not going to be enough. We'll have to see what they can do in their last double points day next week. But now it's up to Team Liquid to try to catch up to Alpha7. And we're going to see how Team Liquid's going to do tomorrow. That's going to be fun.
I'm excited for their double points day, especially when they're kind of showing their signs of life back on in with 1 win on Erangel already. Could potentially do it again because everything is leading straight towards them. We go on out to blue, done and dusted. Now Team Liquid needs to claim the north and hold on to it. There's only one other squad here left in this play zone that has all 4 players up, and that's VIP Esports. They're also on the north and could potentially look to challenge Team Liquid from a distance, especially with Cardozo already kind of laying the footholds down towards the center.
Right now, staring at VIP. Just trying to make something happen here, trying to get some improvements going. Obviously, the big storyline right now is going to be Team Liquid. You still got Influence Rage alive with a single player, Law. Loops are still up in this as well. But all of Group B is already out of this one. Let's see where this next circle is going to go. Center's on up. Team Liquid still looking good. Can they win this game with some serious eliminations? I mean, they have all the sightlines of the world here.
You couldn't ask for anything better. This needs to go to Team Liquid. If they don't win this, they are absolutely throwing Mythic incredibly low, gets the heal back on up, but still looking out for that loop side of thing. And I'm just more curious about this VIP Esports. I just don't feel like you can share the North.
VIP, uh-oh. Push on Cardosen. Yeah, the rest of the team needs to get there, but they don't! Vitin catches them off guard. Team Liquid falling apart as they let VIP push up on them. Chief, oh, shotgun gets one. Never jump into a window like that. You're gonna get taken out every single time, and the Vicious get eliminated. Mythic is in full laydown mode. Let's see how they're gonna work it out here, Chief. Who's gonna get this next knock? VIP.
What?
Running around. Oh, the smoke is cleared.
The
Hello! Here I am. Peekaboo.
The turn and burn on that X Factor. Down and out. Mythic. It is down to the ultimate 1v1 on this. Mythic right there on the ground. Hopefully gonna be able to give Chief some information here. He's got that nade cooked, but
just short. Chief. Oh, he's got a nade as well. He said, "You want to throw a molly at me? Take some of that." Doesn't do anything. Chief with another one. How about maybe some of this?
Oh!
Ow.
Oh my God.
Goodbye.
Team Liquid out in 5th with 7 eliminations. They were the only team that had all 4 alongside VIP, and now VIP just a solo, right? It kind of chalks their game in a way, but we knew this was going to happen. You were leaving one member of Team Liquid alone in that compound where VIP Esports is rotating on it. I can't imagine that they were just like, hey, FYI, someone's trying to roam up in here. That's why you see them regroup and try to take that fight. But we fall apart on that, and that is something that you just cannot let happen. So now I'm turning my attention to 9Z, which you have Law from Influence Rage consistently putting that pressure down on them in the open.
All right, I got a question for you. Okay, I want you to imagine you're Knight for the night, right? You are the coach of Team Liquid, right? What are you telling them after the game like that?
Well, I mean, like, I feel like they're going to recognize that as a mistake, so you don't really want to kind of keep harping on it. But I think what you do is you just kind of hit that VOD review, you show the fights, or you talk about those moments and be like, okay, so like, I understand what you did here, but please tell me why you did this and what we could have done to maybe like shift this situation into a better thing, and then work on those moments, because sometimes you could have a bad decision go well just on the execution, and you could have a great plan that falls apart just because of it being poorly executed. It can go both ways. So it's really tough to know exactly what those comms were, but I don't see us leaving one person in that compound to watch VIP Esports. They did not have enough time to regroup.
Yeah, definitely. You can only control so much real estate, and that's what I think a lot of teams make mistakes of. They try to spread themselves too thin, and then a full squad just goes on one end of the spectrum and take you out little by little. So tough one for Team Liquid, but I mean, they're still in a great position when it comes to leaderboard. Rest of these players here definitely need the points. And you can see this is full on snake play from all these squads.
But it's just all about yes, we're in the top 5, but you're thinking of the future, right? It's how do we get to where we go on and we just claim a win? We become the champs, right? Like, that is the next goal for them, especially. And maybe they're just kind of limit testing, seeing what they can do, feeling that they're already safe in the 5th place. But for me, I'm looking at 9Z and I'm thinking this is a win for them.
Well, let's see. Can 9Z win it? They definitely have the big advantage. Law finds the tree. Oh, almost does. He's gone. So now it's just M2. Last player alive for VIP versus 9Z. 9Z have 3 people up, and they are not running up. They are not pre-firing that. They are staying right where they are. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, we saw VIP break down Team Liquid. We got smokes, 1 molly. I don't really see us getting crazy with the nade play, especially with 9Z kind of hitting that influx onto you. And
GG. Yeah. That is it. So 9Z end up winning the game there. They'll take that dub all day long. good to see, Santa Texa and squad, making some moves little by little. We like to see that improvement.
I do love to see it, especially when you only had, I believe, 3 winner chicken dinners prior to this. You move on, you grab 4th, you got 3 eliminations, 13 points. A good way to end day number 13 for 9Z.
Not a bad day, huh? The fact is, first place, we'll take that. 3 eliminations, not the most, but hey, a win is a win, and it's a confidence booster no matter which way you look at it. For VIP, I'm happy with their performance too. Second place, 7 eliminations. We'll take that to the bank as long as we can. But as far as the top 3 go, Team Liquid in 5th place with 7 eliminations. That's a big game for them considering Alpha7, they finish off in 14th with only 1 elimination. So Team Liquid catches back up to Alpha7, potentially even passing them back for first place. Naturally, not a lot of points separating the two. That's going to continue to happen. Rest in peace, X Factor in that moment. But you did look down a little, or you look up a little bit. Influence Rage with a 3rd place, second, or 2 eliminations, excuse me. Getting a decent amount of points to maintain where they're currently at. And then for Twisted Minds, they had a big game with 6 eliminations. Even though their placing wasn't that good, they still represented why they wanted to stay in top 5. And because after all, Furia finished in 8th place with 0 eliminations, Tiff.
I mean, do we have to talk about it? We don't want to talk about it, right?
We do.
No,
Yes.
we don't want to do that. They started out so promising today, kind of working their way up in terms of eliminations, being consistent, a 2nd place, a 3rd place. I was like, all right, cool, Furia. You showed up today. We're going to throw down. I'm excited for this. Well, I mean, it's not like we moved the needle on it. My biggest issue is going to be the teams around them that have their double points days still yet to come that are easily going to look to gap them on the overall standings. It was a must perform today.
It was a must perform, and I think the way to look at it is Furia is a team that can perform and can absolutely be, in the ring with the top dogs out there. But they're also too inconsistent to be the top dog, and that's where Furia starts to falter. They can get big wins, but then they can also get big losses. And today represented that in a multitude of occasions, even for their 2nd place, map number 1, where Hot Jukes, you were pointing out that Furia, 2nd place, 4 eliminations. You wanted them to do more, and they simply didn't. And I think that's the narrative we've been seeing for Furia, or really speaking about Furia, since day 1.
Yeah, I'm not trying to say I told you so, but I told you.
You told me.
It hurts to see because, Furia, I think they have a lot of potential as a squad, but they second guess themselves way too much. If they could just play their game and have that confidence, they could do it. And I will say, that confidence comes with time, right? A little bit more reps, and you wipe Alpha7 a couple times, you're like, hey, we can do this. I think if they can kind of get that under their belt, we'll start seeing them a little bit more consistent.
Well, from a downer to an upper, 9Z, again, big win for them. VIP as well, doing a great job. And then Team Liquid getting 10 points for themselves over Alpha7, which should put them back up there in first, if not get them very close going into the next day. And Influence Rage had a great day. And Tip, that's been a constant narrative, right? Influence Rage from yesterday to today, they just continue to be so consistent, and it makes me really happy. I'm glad they finally stepped it up, because there was a moment in time I really thought Influence Rage was going to, place outside of top 5, and they were just going to kind of go into non-existence. But no, they exist. They're here, and they've been playing great.
They really have. I mean, we were talking about it. They were slipping week after week. You come into week number 3, not the strongest of starts, but then you hit your double points day. You have the 2 wins, the 1 second, and you jump into the top 3, and you are even fighting for the 2nd place. So my thing is, how actually close are they to Alpha7 and Team Liquid?
As is the question, we'll find out shortly. Did HG make it to the top page with a 16-point game? They did not, unfortunately. Nope. So they're going to have to stay on the 2nd page. And I think they're very close to the Vicious, but hey, close is not all the way. And that's just the way it's going to be. Alpha7 will hold on to first place, though. Hot Jukes by just 5 points. Influence Rage below him at 709. Team Queso and the Twisted Minds will round out our top 5. Once again for Fury, not the harp on them, but just to quickly point it out. Today was the day to break into top 5, Hot Jukes. They were unable to do it. Now the torch is passed over towards Loops, going into their bonus points tomorrow.
If Loops has a shot, Furia doesn't anymore. I mean, it's crazy. They're going to have to do something special every day for the rest of this tournament, and including their last bonus points day. Because let's be real, we're looking at this first page. There are way too many Group D and Group C teams here, considering that they have not played their double points, and every single other group has.
Yeah. Right. Because what? In Group A, Influence Rage made the most of it. We'll give them credit. The Vicious, you know, the Vicious has fought hard. I will give them that. They have really fought hard, and they've had great moments of shining success. But it's going to come down to their final week. That's what it's going to be. It's going to have to be a miracle run, and I mean a miracle run. Right now, it looks as if they're a little bit too far away from breaking in a top 5 possible to solidifying a top 5 position. I don't know if it's going to be possible, but they're going to have to try hard. So yeah, Loops at this point, I agree with you, Jukes. I think this is the best effort. This is the best team to make it in the top 5 to dethrone Alpha7, Team Liquid, Influence Rage, Team Queso, Twisted Minds. And Loops can do it. Tiff, they've been highly consistent. We look at the second page, and it's kind of the same narrative I had with the Vicious. All these rosters here need miracle days, okay? And the closest one really is NRG Galaxy, but they're so far away, but at least they have 2 complete bonus points day ahead of them.
Yep.
They do. I mean, that's the biggest thing that they've got going for them, are those bonus points days. So I think we'll have a better picture, especially once we see Group C tomorrow and then D tomorrow. But like, I mean, week 4, we are going to go into one of the wildest weeks that I have ever seen. And I don't know if I'm ready for it, y'all. Like, I just don't know.
Oh, you'll be ready for it, Tiff. Because I saw you. Whose face was it we were putting on earlier, Hot Jukes? From Alpha7?
Who was it? The Carrillo pose.
Carrillo.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Tiff, you aired it and says, Tiff, that means you're ready. When you make that face, I know you're ready. It was a good day from the both of you. I had a lot of fun. I really did. And it was great to see top 3 shake up as much as it did. Team Liquid taking first again. That was like the biggest what that happened all day long. Tiff, I pass it back to you for your final words before we get out of here.
Well, just good luck to all the teams. I mean, Group B, it was a tough one. We had some moments where we got some points on the board. For those in Group C that have their double points day tomorrow, go off what you saw today from the past couple of days and just hit the ground running. I am looking at Team Queso in particular, who have not made the most out of those points. And I just know if they have a wild day, you know, that top spot could look a little different.
It could, right? Team Queso, we're happy that they're top 5 at the moment. I think they're pretty healthy in that spot. But, tomorrow they solidified even more. Hot Jukes, tomorrow, Group C, Team Liquid, Team Queso, Loops, Inco, a big day for Loops. That's the biggest story here.
Oh, baby. I mean, maybe Group C stands for Group Cheese, because we can see Team Queso go crazy. I mean, I'm so looking forward to tomorrow. The day after, going to be crazy. Guys, make sure you mark your calendars, and hopefully I'll see you there.
Oh, you'll see us. And we're going to see you tomorrow, right? 5 Eastern time for day number 14. The PUBG Mobile action continues here for the 2024 PMSL America's Fall season. It was a great day, and I hope you enjoyed it. And if you did, make sure you hit that subscribe button. If you haven't already, follow us on socials, and make sure you're using that hashtag PMSL Americas. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Spider, Tiff, Hot Jukes, our production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here. Be back tomorrow for day number 14, starting at 5 Eastern.
Advantage for the Vicious, unless Furia could get a knock here.
Okay. Gotta open it up one way or another, but it's gonna be Vicious that does it, actually. Especially on your fragging side of things, and as one falls, the other follows, and just like that, the Vicious.
Yeah, you can just see them punishing Team Queso. This is technically a 1v1 right now, since Papi Potro's going for the res.
I don't blame him for going on the
never mind. He's just going to deny. Okay, perfect. So Team Queso win that game. 12 eliminations. Here come the nades. Boom. And that is going to be it for the Navy SEALs. Oh, he saw Chief, but Chief saw him right back.
I was going to say, that angle is nasty, but you are right. It's like, I always feel like somebody's looking at me, but Twisted Minds, Federal goes out towards the blue zone, tries to preserve it, but Chief even grabs that one. A Team Liquid win. 3v2, Guizao takes a lot of damage, but is able to get to some cover, focus on that healing, but the nade, Papi Portro, the way you just threaded that.
Obscure getting beaten up. This is Team Queso's game to win, unless Obscure can hit this knock. He misses the mark. He's got the DBS now, though. Never counted out. Down to 1 HP, though. That is gonna do it. Team Queso with another big win today. And Melgar is gonna be headed in his direction. Oh, boy. Who's gonna win this 1v1? It's inactive. Now, it's time to just nade yourself, my friend. Yep, that's what he's gonna try to do. 3 seconds left.
Oh,
can he survive? Oh, and he does! Just long enough to get that nade up.
man. We saw VIP break down Team Liquid. We got smokes, one molly. I don't really see us getting crazy with the nade play, especially with 9Z kind of hitting that influx onto you. And
GG.
yeah,
That is it. So 9Z end up winning the game there.